joins me shortly to discuss that. And then to Kigali, Rwanda, where Africa's presidents, investors, and business leaders are gathering for the Africa CEO Forum under the theme, The Scale Imperative, Why Africa Must Embrace Shared Ownership, from President Bola Tinubu to Aliko Dangote and Abdul Samad Rabiu. The questions of can Africa build industrial scale, stronger capital, and regional integration, or risk being left behind in the new global economy looms over the two-day forum currently underway in Kigali. Our correspondent, Yemi Adebayo, is expected to join me from there, also on the program. And back home, a sobering conversation on Nigeria's rising debt burden. New data, of course, not even just new data, the data has been there, from the Debt Management Office shows that Nigeria's total public debt stood at over 159 trillion naira as of December 2025, with domestic debt accounting for more than 53% of the total portfolio. At the same time, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group warns that while some headline debt indicators appear stable, the country remains under elevated fiscal stress, driven largely by debt service pressures, weak revenue generation, and persistent structural imbalances. What does this mean for government spending, economic growth, investors' confidence, and most importantly, everyday Nigerians like you and I? The chief economist of the NESG, Dr. Olusegun Omishaki, joins me for that critical discussion. So we have a bumper package for you today. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Moneyline with Nancy TV, and follow us across all our social media platforms for more insightful business, economic, and policy conversations. Let's take a short break now, and when we return, we will begin with a global power play between Washington and Beijing. Stay with us, we'll be right back. How do we just oppose it amongst all that I have said?
Okay, I think one of the ways to look at this is to place Nigeria or to look at it in a global scale, right? If we look at it from a domestic perspective, it might look like we are actually spending so much, as it were, just, but if we look at it from a global perspective, we realize that as Nigerians, or we're one of at least the sort of moderate spenders in terms of data, right? But let me just come from an angle, right? So if the disconnect between the
All right, Colin Sweke is joining me right now. He's a global affairs analyst, and we'll be talking about U.S.-China summit ongoing in Beijing. Good morning, Mr. Sweke, and welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's go ahead to the summit ongoing right now, Superpower Summit. The two biggest economies in the world are meeting right now. Of course, I've been following the meeting in the last few hours. Historic summit since 2017, when President Trump went, his first visit to China was in 2017, and I must say that we've had about 7 presidents visit the United States, apart from, I think, Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter. I think President Obama visited the U.S., China 3 times. Now, what does this hold? What's the difference between the summit of 2026 and the summit of 2017 of President Trump?
The underlying issue between the United States and China has not changed since 2017, and that is rivalry. Okay. Now, how it is managed has, of course, been a consequence of the character and characteristics of the president in charge of the U.S. affairs at any point in time. And so not very much has changed, except for the fact that the rivalry has actually become more fierce, and that has everything to do with the personality of the current president Donald Trump, and how he handles issues. What we are looking at with the ongoing summit just started today. It's not a reset per se, but more of, how to manage that rivalry. It is not even a reconciliation. So they underscore the major issue, which is that, yes, we are competitors, but then the question is, how do we then manage, that competition so that it doesn't, bring about disruption to the global economy, and that it doesn't harm neither the United States nor China itself. So there is a very, very, delicate balancing act, to take care of during this summit.
It's good that you brought up the issue of rivalry, because I was listening to President Xi Jinping earlier when he was talking about trade has no winners. There shouldn't be rivalry between both of them. But how do you think that the rest of the world should be taking this meeting between Washington and Beijing? At least the outcomes, President Trump also is in Beijing with CEOs like Elon Musk, Tim Cook, at the summit. The world's biggest companies, CEOs are there. So how should us as the rest of the world be taking this?
Well, I expect modest but important, outcomes out of this summit. Probably no groundbreaking, announcement, no, major breakthrough, but most likely we might see extension of trade truces, continued rare earth supply arrangements, that's a real probability, then new communication mechanisms, and then diplomatic signaling aimed at reducing tension. Because, from, the perspective of, Donald Trump, his, communication in the past has been anything but measured. We probably, will see a situation where that is somehow contained. Now, this summit is more about stabilization than transformation. Both leaders understand that another major economic shock will halt their domestic economies and weaken global confidence. So there is a need, ab initio, to tread very, very carefully. And I believe that both leaders understand sufficiently why that is in their best interest.
From what you're saying, do you think that President Trump can tread carefully, as he's seen as someone that is very unpredictable? Do you think that President Xi will even take what he's going to say, or they are just doing this for the optics and for diplomacy's sake?
I think there is a mix of both, particularly for Donald Trump. But you do have to understand one thing, Nancy. Donald Trump understands sufficiently that, China has much more leverage. Interestingly, many analysts believe that, that currently China holds significant leverage, especially through its dominance of rare earth minerals and manufacturing, supply chains. Now, the U.S. remains the stronger military and financial power globally. There is no doubt about that. But China controls critical industrial inputs needed for modern technology and defense industries. It is no coincidence that Elon Musk and the rest of the tech giants are either with Trump on this trip or are watching very, very closely. So it's going to be a difficult one for Trump because Trump is who he is. But I think he understands how high the stakes are and, may sometimes pinch himself to say, come on, Donald, take it easy. So it's going to be a difficult one, but he's got to manage. He has no option.
There have been conflicts. There's been conflict at least between both countries, at least in the last few months as a result of the tariff war. But you talked about leverage earlier on. I would like you to speak about how much leverage that that China has, especially with pressuring Iran concerning the Strait of Hormuz. I want to assume, there are even reports that President Trump is going to be, putting pressure on Xi on Tehran. What do you think?
What I think, Nancy, is that the Iran crisis adds urgency because both the U.S. and China want stability in global energy markets. So again, self-interest, okay? China imports significant Middle Eastern energy, while the U.S. worries about disruption to shipping routes and oil prices. Now, Washington is hoping that Beijing can use its influence with Iran to reduce escalation. So the summit is no longer just bilateral, Nancy. It is increasingly about managing wider global instability. Well, we're not talking about Africa here. It's about Iran, but Africa also has very, very...
Yeah, so at this point, you can bring Africa into the conversation because, China is perhaps the largest trading partner of Africa. At this point, we depend on them. A lot of imported goods are from China into Africa. So where does Africa fit into this emerging geopolitical and economic order?
Indeed, very good question. Now, for Africa, the biggest lesson is strategic positioning. There are no two ways around that. Africa should avoid becoming trapped in a new Cold War mentality. China offers infrastructure financing, like you mentioned, and industrial partnerships. The US and Europe, where I am, offer technology, investment, governance partnerships, and market access. Africa needs all of these. Africa's smartest strategy is not, choosing sides. They have done that in the past, and one wants to believe that they must have learned some useful lessons out of those. Their strategy must be leveraging relationship with major powers for development. That is where economic diplomacy, the subject of my recently published book, actually becomes critical. Now, if you allow me the leeway, I would narrow it down to Nigeria, where you are. Nigeria should position itself as a strategic economic partner to multiple blocs simultaneously, not in isolation, choosing sides. This means, for me, improving infrastructure, stabilizing policies, strengthening industrial capacity, investing in critical minerals, and becoming more competitive in manufacturing and value addition. The world is recognizing supply chains. Nigeria must ensure it is not merely exporting raw materials while importing finished prosperity.
Okay.
These are the sort of things that Nigeria should watch out for. And that means that Nigeria shouldn't even be interested in, China and the US normalizing relationship. They should keep fighting while Nigeria takes the spoil home.
Is that not very undiplomatic for you to say that? Very undiplomatic statement, because the question I actually wanted to ask is that how can Nigeria realistically balance both relationships from the United States and China without obviously choosing sides? So
well, how they
and for
do
you
that,
to say let them continue to fight. If they continue to fight, our economy and we not send them, we will bear the brunt, because U.S. and China is the biggest importer of crude oil. U.S. is one of the biggest exporter, if not even the biggest exporter of crude oil, perhaps number one, then number two is Saudi Arabia, even though the United States still imports so much crude oil for its people, and refined fuel. So answer this quickly and we'll end the program. We'll end your segment.
Well, yes. Well, the point is this, Nancy. Nigeria has got to do, its own needs analysis. What do I need from the United States? What do I need from China? And then, build their strategy and their relationship around the competitive advantage that each partner brings to the table. Now, it may mean that, ultimately, none of them will become for Nigeria the better partner. As Beijing Summit begins, the world is watching not for miracles, but for maturity. The global economy is too interconnected for reckless escalation between major powers. And I believe that should be Nigeria's, interest. Now, this moment should not reinforce and should reinforce an important lesson, and that lesson is that the future belongs to nations that can engage globally without losing strategic independence. There are reasons to believe that Nigeria realizes that now, and at least in the past several years, they have been working around that. So the emerging world order is multipolar. The challenge now is whether that multipolarity produces cooperation rather than fragmentation. Now, history will judge leaders not by how loudly they, confront rivals like Donald Trump had tried to do, but how wisely they manage competition. Nigeria has to watch out for that as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for your insights this morning. Hope to talk to you soon. I hope the meeting of the G2, US and China, tagged the G2 now, I hope it will mean better for the world. Perhaps at the end of the summit, perhaps we will see a semblance of calm around global trade and all of that. And not perhaps when President Trump goes back to the US or after this meeting, we start seeing bullets fired up and down. But thank you very much for your insights this morning.
Thank you. I'll drink to that.
All right. All right. I'll be speaking with Collins Weke, who is a global affairs analyst, and we've been looking at US-China summit ongoing in Beijing. All right. Let's turn to another program, another event going on here in Africa, Kigali, to be precise. Yemi Adebayo, AIT correspondent, joins us. Hello, Yemi. Can you hear me? Is Yemi on? Yemi, can you unmute your audio so that I can hear you? Okay, I think we should take a break at this time. When we come back, Yemi Adebayo, AIT correspondent, will be joining me from Kigali, where the Africa CEO Forum is currently underway.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is the need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs as a people and as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
Welcome to Moneyline with Nancy. Of course, this is the trusted source for in-depth conversation on finance, the economy, and everything in between. I am Nancy Naji.
The Abuja Treaty foresees that we have to adopt as Africa a linear model of integration of our market. We foresee, in terms of the agreement, that Africa one day will be a customs union.
That's a great question, Nancy. So you have basically two pillars here. There are things that you must do now because you are in an emergency situation. You have to provide helping hands to those who cannot cope anymore. The extreme poor people who cannot really afford to have food on their table. There is no time to wait for the perfect plan for them. You need to provide support immediately for them.
If the world wants to be more resilient, they need to deconcentrate supply chains and locate them. And why not relocate them in those regions that didn't have them in the first place? If you want to build resilience, it's not concentrating them again in another country.
How can you move your goods from point A to point B and demand? So it's also us educating our businesses, advocacy, the courage to trade, the courage. Nigerians have it.
I am Nancy Naji. Be the best you can be, and be the change that you want to see.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions.
What is the need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
The real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something.
All right, Dr. Segun Omisheki is joining us now. He is the chief economist at the NESG. Hello, Dr. Segun Omisheki. How are you? Good morning.
I'm good. Nice seeing you, Nancy.
Yes.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. The NESG has come up with, I think, a document that suggests that Nigeria's debt stress appears to be easing on the surface. Earlier on, I did tell our viewers that according to the DMO, Nigeria's total debt is at 159 trillion naira as at December 2025. Yet the NESG says that fiscal vulnerabilities remain deeply entrenched. What is this report telling us as Nigerians about the headline government debt figures? What they may not be revealing?
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, Nancy. Well, let me start by saying that one of the reasons for this kind of report is to be able to see beyond just the general myths around debt accumulation and the impact on the economy. You know, many people view debt accumulation as something that is entirely bad. Some might say, okay, because we now have about 160 trillion naira, and then this is extremely bad for the country. And then the question then is, if we have lower, if you are getting to lower territory, some people will also believe that, yes, this is good because now we are managing it. Some may even argue that the best way to look at it is to look at the share of debt, the GDP, and then, so many conversations. So I think the core thesis of this report is to say you cannot measure debt burden, which is very critical. This is not about how much are we owing. This is not about how high or low. This is about how is the macro landscape, indeed the whole economy, feeling the burden of this debt. And that's a new conversation entirely, because you cannot measure the impact of debt as an indicator outside of what is happening in the whole of the economy. Remember, we started by trying to stabilize the economy. We have achieved some level of economic stability in terms of the macro level. We are still struggling with some along the micro level. And even the macro is not that too strong. And we are rolling out some reforms that will consolidate that. So in the midst of this, having debt crisis or debt a huge burden will be disastrous. And what we did is to say, let's go beyond just single stories along debt crisis. Let's go beyond what our GDP is, what our revenue, and so forth. So what we did was to create an aggregate measurement of debt burden. And what we could get from that is that, yes, we may not be there, but there are signals that we are approaching a level that the burden of debt might be a major challenge for the consolidation agenda, consolidation reforms that the government is playing through now. And this is clear because if you look at our capacity to generate revenue, which is very key when it comes to budgeting and implementations of budgets and the rest, we are not getting there as expected. We've done different reforms. We have specific one on tax reforms. Yes, we could see the positive side of it, but the revenue from tax, the revenue from non-tax, every other part is not creating that landscape for us, the opportunity to be able to say, yes, we can move strongly in this direction. So this is a time that the government needs to balance or rebalance the appetite for debt accumulation versus efficient use of the revenues that we have here. We know, of course, you can't develop without borrowing, but we must also know that when you borrow, there is a need for you to be efficient in how you spend what you borrowed and how you also generate revenue from your economy. So I think this is the thesis that we are looking at. How do we balance that the debt burden will not be a major factor that would destabilize the trajectory that we started for about 3 years ago.
So why do you think that policymakers still have this disconnect? We see it as disconnect between debt stock and debt stress. Because when you talk to government officials, at least they've said it in different fora, that it's not as if the president has borrowed more money. You need to look at the FX component of it. If we juxtapose it between now and President Buhari's time, the Naira now is about 1,373 Naira to 1 USD. During President Buhari's time, it wasn't up to that. So that is the justification. Just a few days ago, was it even yesterday or 2 days ago, this government is also approaching the World Bank for another fresh loan to boost economic reforms and all of that. So how do you now juxtapose? Is it a matter of the debt stock or is it a matter of the debt stress? Because if you also take a look at it, the DMO will be quick, and even the DG of the DMO will be quick to say, oh, our debt to GDP ratio is about 40%. And I've moderated different panels and conversations around that. That's not about debt to GDP, it's about debt to revenue. We've removed fuel subsidy now, at least for the last 2.5 or 3 years. Nigerians are still clamoring. What has been done with those subsidies or removal money we've not seen, yet the president is borrowing more.
Yeah, Nancy, I think you are right. And I also believe that the...
you think they are right? They are. Did I get
I
you?
think you are right.
Okay,
with
okay. Analysis, okay.
Yes. And if you also listen to the Minister of Finance.
Finance, yes.
He also made that point to say that we cannot borrow our way, to development. We cannot keep borrowing like this. So for me, I believe that strategically, the government knows that this is not sustainable. On the side of whether we use the GDP indicator or so many, this is, as you said, we've said this on different times, and everybody knows that you cannot continue to use one indicator of debt burden or debt level to measure what is good, whether this is good for you or not. We are not even talking about debt accumulation. We are talking about the burden, which is quite different. The burden in this sense is to say what measure of metrics will be able to give us whether the debt level or the debt accumulation, everything is injurious to our economy. There are countries that are borrowing much more than we are doing. But if you look at the macroeconomic environment or the economy environment entirely, they have enough strength to withstand that. So if we are just measuring it by GDP, I think that will not be good enough, So I think the best way to look at it is for us to start, and it's not just for now, we've been talking about this for years, to start putting things together to say, as we are reforming, as we are looking at how to grow, as we are also looking at how to stabilize the environment, the role of debt accumulation is very critical this time around. We were not looking at that before, but now we are getting to a level that everyone must begin to look at debt accumulation, debt, efficiency of debt usage, especially in our budget and so many other areas that are related to this. Has been very critical in the conversation on whether we are stabilizing, whether we're going to consolidate. I think that's the core message that we think the government should be looking at for now.
Do you think that Nigeria's debt challenge is more of an economic problem or a governance problem?
It's both. You cannot have... You cannot be very good in terms of your economic outlook when you are not really good with your governance. So it's both. They are connected, right? So let me give you an instance. So we are still doing pretty below 16% in terms of the debt to GDP. The recommendation for African countries as a whole is around, I think, currently 16.8. We are doing far below that, maybe between 7 and 8 or 9. And that in itself is a governance issue and also an economic issue, because if you are growing at a very low pace and you have issues with inclusive growth or sustainability, your capacity to generate revenue is limited. And so if the economy is not doing fine, not only in terms of the GDP, you are likely going to see the implication more as to what happens to your debt accumulation and how it affects your reforms, how it affects the livelihood and everything generally in the economy. So I think the conversation should be along, as we are borrowing, what is the level of implementation of what we borrow the money for. Look at the total value chain from the budgeting to the final spending of money. Look at the leakages that we can block and so many other factors. So these are general indications that we are not there yet in terms of the crisis, but the burden is rising, every day.
Now, let's break this down to what many Nigerians will understand, because it seems that when we are talking about debt, the figures feel very distant, and it is not, distant or abstract. Breaking it down, every Nigerian, from 159 trillion naira that the Debt Management Office says that is our total public debt. I'm doing the maths here. When broken down, it means that every Nigerian effectively owes 722,727 naira. That is 220 million Nigerians. I've done the maths for us. So, Dr. Mishaki, you are owing 722,727 naira. I'm actually also owing the same. Our children owing the same. All of us. So what does this reality actually mean for an average citizen? And let me also put this in. Can we actually also say that as Nigerians, we're seeing enough economic reforms from the rising debt profile of the country? And as Nigerians too, just like I mentioned earlier on, that we see it as abstract, we see it as an economic statistics. When should national debt like this, 159 trillion, when should it stop being an economic statistic and now become like a direct social crisis? Yes, let me put it that way. Direct social crisis that is affecting jobs, is affecting healthcare, is affecting education, is affecting infrastructure. Because ab initio, the government says they borrow to do all those things, yet we are not seeing commensurate return. And yet we are owing 722,727 naira. Let's take that to the bank.
Yeah, so yes, where do I start from? Yes, I think what we also need to talk to, which maybe over time we've been neglecting, is when you have is the limitation, the limitation the situation we are finding ourselves. When you are executing reforms, and the essence of the reforms is to grow the economy, and we've identified infrastructure as very key. During this period, normally you're going to have your debt accumulation increase everywhere, whatever country you belong to, you're going to borrow more for such. Every country borrow mainly for that kind of spending. So that in itself is expected to ease the challenges from the macro to micro and everyone in Nigeria regarding transportation, business environment, government interventions in so many other ways. Good. But at the same time, during this period, if the economy is so informal in that you have a larger portion of your economy in informal markets. Informal market now informal sector generally. The government cannot really get revenue or tax from millions of people, And in fact, what we are doing now in order to boost growth is also to say, okay, let's play along reducing tax rates for some, people who are at the lower level of taxation, which is good. So if you put all these situations together, you are going to see the impact. The impact is that as we grow, we're likely going to have more debt burden. You can't reduce burden and want to grow. Debt accumulation. You can't reduce that and then you want to grow. But what is important is, as we are trying to achieve both, we should be very careful of the burden that debt could have on us. And one of the ways through which we can set parameters to gauge this is to make sure that we block all those leakages. You mentioned some, our budgeting processes, spendings that people don't see. These are, for me, the major parts of the conversation that we need to look into, so that when we borrow, people can actually see that, yes, we are doing this. So I think the situation is very, very, challenging. We are going through massive reform. We want to open up the market. we want to strengthen the fundamentals, the debt burden will be increasing.
Okay, how dangerous is it for a country like Nigeria with a young population to accumulate debt faster than it is creating jobs and productivity?
No, that's disastrous. That's disastrous. It's simply like you're accumulating poverty. If you don't create job for people and you are borrowing on their behalf, people will keep, not just because of the debt per capita that you have calculated, it's also because people will begin to feel it in terms of the services. For instance, we were during the Buhari regime, we're doing above 100% in terms of how we service our debt. We are doing significantly well, even below that, but we are moving towards that side. So it means whatever government is collecting on behalf of the people to spend on them, to build the road, we are spending significant portion of this money on servicing our debt. That in itself is tantamount to increasing poverty and underdevelopment. And that is how the government should look at it. We need to do more in terms of how we strengthen our framework. And I know the minister is doing that at generating more revenue. One, how we also block those leakages, corruptions at different levels. And then how we balance the two. Do we keep borrowing to provide infrastructure? Or do we keep managing the level of debt and make sure that we have the capacity, at least to some extent, to spend without relying on borrowing?
Do you think that we've come to the point of Nigeria requiring debt restructuring conversations? I know we've not hit the debt trap. It's not like the Okonjo-Iweala days. Do you think it's important for us to have that kind of conversations now? Or is premature? Because the amount we still use in servicing debt, not the debt itself, is high.
Yeah, I don't think the conversation is premature. I think the best approach is even to begin to think like we are ripe for that. That doesn't mean that we are, but at least we prepare ahead. You will remember also that why we went through the Okonjo-Iweala's challenges then was because the government was not, those previous administrations, none of them they were not prepared for what will come. So I think as we keep borrowing now, we need to also have that conversation as we go on that. What will be our strategy? At what point do we begin to see that we are now getting into the trap? How do we get out of that? Do we now need to come back again and put debt forgiveness on the table? Would that be reasonable of us? Or what other approaches do we need to start adopting? And I think that is the essence of this message, to say that relying on a single story of GDP as a measurement of how capable we are in terms of accumulating debt will be misleading. We need to look at every other measurement. We also need to look at the current economic situation to know that there is a need for us to balance the two.
Doctor, if we take a look at the legal frameworks, we have the Fiscal Responsibility Act, we have the National Assembly on one side. Do you think that the legislature is actually doing their job? Because anything that President Tinubu brings, they are known as the rubber stamp assembly. They just stamp it. So should Nigeria now adopt stricter legal thresholds, or perhaps fiscal responsibility is there now? It's just, I don't even know what to ask again, because we have the rules. We have the rules there, but it seems that we are not following it. So what should now be the way out? The same government that created the rules are not following it, because those rules would have limited our exposure to how we borrow. I think it was it the last assembly, was it during Saraki or so, that whenever the government brings out, we want to borrow money, they scrutinize, what are you borrowing for? Is this necessary at this time? How would you pay back? Those kind of questions. But we are not seeing that rigorous lawmaking, that rigorous questions from the lawmakers. Whatever President Tinubu brings, and if Senator Akpabio says, under how many hours is stamped without asking questions. So how should we approach this if those in the position to ask questions are not?
Yeah, I think, yes, we have to strengthen that governance part.
How do we strengthen it now? Where now? How?
Yes, you have said it. We have, it's not even just about, somebody approving it. We have the rules, we have the legislation already established, right? But we need to also look at the role of the institution. You've cited an instance. For instance, there is a need for more scrutiny when it comes to whether we actually need this debt, whether the rates at which we are getting it, the interest rate is low or not. The question is, do we actually need? And I agree with you. We don't really see that. But for me, that may not be the problem, as it were. I think the problem is just for us. The challenge is for us to be able to articulate at every ministry, every institution that is related to debt or borrowing, to be able to articulate the need for us to be careful, not just that we have the need to borrow, but also we have to look at the burden or the implication of this on us. Look at the debt, of course, that is maybe not really significant, but it's still huge from states, debt from states. And most of the time, we don't talk about that.
Yeah.
Many states now get more money, more revenue, and
but the
then
many
if you look
states
at
will also come to you. Sorry, Dr. Mishaki, some of the state governors have also said that they've not borrowed, at least in the last few years. Because of the increased FAC, they attribute that, to President Tinubu's reforms and all of that, and we've not borrowed. So
how the debt servicing is still very high, and not all of them anyway. When you pull it together as a state, you see a kind of uptick in terms of external borrowing, and the debt servicing is not still very good. So I think those are the conversations that we also need to be looking at subnational. And yes, the federal government is the leader, not just in when you compare with states. It's also as a country. The federal government is controlling about 90% of borrowing, and that's a huge concern. Our approach private will flourish because now. Higher. So these are the and at the same time we are looking at consolidating this growth, looking at consolidating different reforms we've done so far. So these are the conversations that I think we need to consider quite realistically to say how sustainable is this trend of borrowing. And I believe it's not sustainable. And if care is not taken, we may begin to have situations of extreme burden, obvious ones on the average economy.
What difficult decisions do you think that as Nigerians, individuals, citizens, that we should begin to have right now with the government? Because we are in a pre-election year. The election cycle will soon begin. It has already started with all the different gbasgbos from the politicians that we are seeing now, so that we can avoid placing an unbearable and unnecessary fiscal burden on citizens. Do you think as citizens that our advocacy is loud enough?
Yes, I think the advocacy from citizens is loud, but most times towards a wrong direction. And I have to be frank on this. We are generally interested in how we are going to get a kind of a regime change. That's always been the thinking. And even when we have that mind, I think youth should come out to engage themselves with core economic issues, because this is not going anywhere, right? I think the questions we need to be setting out now is for everybody to be engaged in what is going on in this country, not just from the political side, but also from the economic side. People should understand what the government is doing, why the government is doing it, what is the implication comes 2027. Whoever wants to take charge, what are the strategies, what are the, but now we have more of the political conversation, emotional debates here and there. And until we begin to take government in terms of what they do and how they do it, everybody knows about it. Everybody understands, the debt crisis. Everybody understands who is approving what. Everybody understands why this is being approved. Everybody understands the process of budgeting. Everybody understands the role of state. We'll just keep talking about this political side, and then we'll find ourselves in the same situation again. So for me, I think we need to be louder when it comes to the economic situation of this country, not just from the political perspective. Yes, I know the political perspective is very, very strong. That is going to determine what we get eventually. But we need to really have interest in how our economy is run, not just who or when.
Oh, after all, is The Economy Stupid by James Carville, when President Bill Clinton was to run for the president of the United States. It's all about the economy. Okay, finally, as we run down, what steps do you think that should be taken to help reduce this burden? I want to assume, I'm not in government, but I want to assume that if I pose this question to a minister of finance, which I have done, former Minister Edu, even the current minister now, Taiwo Oyedele, it will be that, okay, we have to mobilize monies internally. Because if you say, let's reduce the debt, but let's not borrow, the government will say, let's mobilize money. How do we mobilize money? Taxes, number one. There's a new tax reform. This government will say, okay, we did not raise taxes, we just, expanded the net. More people that were not paying should pay, and we've lessened the burden on people earning less than 100 million naira. But does that make sense? So if we're saying government should reduce, should not borrow, where should government go to? Devil's advocate, I'm playing that now.
Yeah, I think, you are right, really. And one thing I want us to also know is that debt conversation is not just a short-term conversation. These are long. This is stock.
Yeah.
We've been accumulating this for years. What do we prepare now that will help us to reduce the rate at
in
which
the next 10 to 20 years?
Yes. And if we do that, and one of the critical points is still the same thing, let's grow. We are doing 3.9%. Nancy, that's we keep borrowing.
Exactly.
So, but if we grow enough, if we stabilize the economy, we'll get it right. Then the conversation of how do we get more, revenue from the system will be more meaningful than what we are doing now. The system is weak now. So I think the idea should be focused on private sector development, growing the strategic sectors, and be consistent with the reforms that the government is putting in place to get this out for us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mishakri, for joining us this morning, and the perspectives of the NESG saying that we should be careful with our debt. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Thank you, Nancy.
All right, I'll be speaking with Dr. Olusegun Mishakri, who is the chief economist at the NESG, and we've been looking at Nigeria's debt burden. Nigeria's total public debt is at 159 trillion naira, meaning that you are owing 722,727 naira. You are owing that, that's what I'm owing. So let's go figure that. I'm leaving you with that this morning. Let's think through it, especially as this election season is beginning to unfold. Who are the people we are going to entrust? What are the kind of questions we should be asking? And we shouldn't be as docile as we are. I'll leave it at that. I am Nancy Naji. Be the best you can be. Be the change that you want to see. I'll see you all again tomorrow, same time. 10 a.m. it is right now on AIT. Bye for now.
I can't tint my hair because in our society, when you tint your hair, it gives another meaning, as if you are not responsible.
No, I can't tint my hair. Reason being the fact that my family, they won't agree to it.
I can. I don't care. Their opinion, not mine, as long as I like it.
For me, it doesn't make sense. Tinting of hair, just leave the hair the way it is, black, brown.
Like the red-headed gamma lizard, also known as rainbow lizard, human hairs often come in different colors as a result of hair dyeing, which is becoming a common practice among adults and teenagers in Nigeria. To individuals tinting or dyeing their hair, there is really no difference between changing the color of their hair and dyeing a fabric. It could be for aesthetics, to have a new look, or as a result of one's line of trade or profession.
I'm an artist. Personally, I don't see it as anything because most times you don't judge a book by its cover. So for me, for a kind of person like me, I feel if it's something that makes you happy, just do it.
A barber, Yusuf Ibrahim, goes as far as testing the dyes first without considering its effect.
I have to test it before I apply it to any customer, because this thing we are doing is something that when I apply it, it's easily to break hair. So when it's breaking, I don't want maybe disagreement between me and my customer.
Hair dyes come in 3 major varieties: permanent, semi-permanent or temporary, and natural. Chemicals used in these products, particularly the permanent dyes, could lead to grave health consequences, according to a hair restoration specialist, Dr. Dayo Utsubanjo.
Dyes, by their nature, have chemicals. I mean, that's why they're able to change the natural color of someone's hair. Those chemicals could include ammonia, perhaps one of the more common ones. There are other more dangerous chemicals. Ammonia is a very corrosive chemical, and if not used properly by people who are trained, they could cause damage, and the damage could be permanent. So the advice we would normally give people is, look, better to go to a salon with qualified personnel, people who understand the implications or the side effects and of some of the products they are applying to your scalp. If you don't use it according to what the manufacturers intended, there could be hair loss and damage. So those are the kind of things that we would typically advise people to watch out for. I mean, these products, it's not just hair loss. There are other wider health issues involved as well. I mean, some of these products have been known to cause bladder cancer of the bladder. So this is quite serious. It's not just about how you look anymore. It's about life and death.
When next you are dyeing your hair, you might want to take a second look at the ingredients used to ensure they are safe.
I see the writing of this one. They write all of it.
It's also white. How come? Do they all come in white?
No, it's not most of them comes in white.
Okay, so is this white?
This one is crazy color. It's also right there.
It's crazy color. Something white, not pop, but the color is purple. Actually,
it's not
like lavender or something.
Yes.
But it's
so sharpen maybe something, maybe wine, something wine.
You sure don't want to put your life in danger?
Hello and welcome to The Teacher. I am your host, Joe Dowda. On today's episode, permit us to skip the Teacher of the Week segment as we go straight to the short documentary to set the agenda for conversation as we focus on the vital pillar of national development, which is restoring the premium value of the teaching profession.
Every profession has a beginning. Doctors begin in classrooms.
Engineers begin in classrooms. Leaders, artists, science treated as a prestigious career. In many societies, respect is closely tied to income because teachers are often underpaid. Their work is mistakenly seen as less valuable. Low salaries send a powerful message that shaping minds matters less than generosities and recognizing teaching as a profession that shapes the future. Looking down on teachers is not just an insult to individuals. It is a failure to recognize our own dependence on education because, in the end, a society that undervalues its teachers is a society that undervalues its future.
In Nigeria, education remains central to economic growth, social stability, and global competitiveness. Yet, questions continue to arise about whether our teachers are adequately supported, compensated, and professionally valued. Teachers' salaries in many states remain below the earning of comparable public sector professionals with similar qualifications. These statistics are not presented as criticism, but as context for constructive dialogue. Joining us via Zoom is the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State, Professor Abayomi Arigbabu. Prof, you're welcome to The Teacher.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yes, if actions speak louder than words, it is clear that Ogun State cares about education. In fact, some people have described the state as the education capital of Nigeria. From your perspective, not just as a professor, but as the incumbent Commissioner of Education of Ogun State, how is the value of teachers reflected in current state policy?
Thank you very much. I want to say that education, that, like you rightly mentioned, for us in Ogun State, education is given the prime of place. I would believe that this state is the education capital of Nigeria. There is no doubt about it. When you even look at our pedigree, I mean, Ogun State is part of Southwest Nigeria, and Southwest Nigeria was where free education started during the time of our father, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And what Southwest Nigeria was to Nigeria at that time, Ogun State is to the entire Nigeria. I'll tell you that for free. This administration believes that education needs revitalization in the state, despite the fact that we say we're in the leadership position, but there is a need for us to, assess ourselves and review things. So we saw that there was a need for us to revitalize education. We came up with what we call the Ogun State Education Revitalization Agenda, OCSERA for short. That OCSERA has 6 pillars, probably some maybe along the line I'll talk about it. But to quickly answer your question, the 6th pillar of OCSERA, that's the Ogun State Education Revitalization Agenda. The 1st pillar looks at curriculum. The 2nd one is on school management. The 3rd one is on technology and innovation. The 4th one is on infrastructure. The 5th one is on revenue and funding. And the 6th one is on teachers and student welfare. That 6th pillar, that is where teachers' welfare is actually given priority. That is where we show that we value teachers, and that is where we demonstrate the priorities we give to teachers in this state. We believe that no amount of infrastructure you put in place, no amount of curriculum rejigging or maybe realignment or whatever you put in place, no amount of technology initiative you put in place, they cannot succeed without competent teachers. So because of that, we actually invest a lot on teacher recruitment. This is an institution that has recruited 6,000 teachers now to fill teacher vacancies in our schools, and also to reduce the pressure on those ones that are in school presently. So, I mean, when you talk of how you value teachers, you need to put all this into consideration.
How do you balance the limitation of funds with the need for improved teacher welfare? How do you balance that? Because I'm sure nobody has, even your state, with all your desire for educational excellence, you don't have all the funds you need. How do you balance that issue with your passion, let's say, for teacher welfare? How do you do that?
No nation, no organization, no individual can say they will have all the necessary financial, wherewithal, the financial resources to actually maybe do whatever set them for themselves. So, as a state, we need to actually prioritize. There's no way you have all. You prioritize. You try to also block leakages. See areas where you can maybe use technology to leverage on whatever we want to do, and also look for partnerships. On Oxera that I mentioned, there is a pillar there, which is revenue and funding. On that revenue and funding, which is the fifth pillar, there is an aspect of it which we call Adopt a School program. In other words, we encourage participation of individuals, of organizations, of corporate bodies. Some can adopt a school fully, or they can adopt part of the school. Okay. Apart from that, we also have parents. We are encouraged to participate. Alumni, that is the all student associations, they are also encouraged to partner with government in achieving what we have set for ourselves.
As somebody will say, money is always the main issue. But we'll take a break. Me, Arigbagu, the Honorable Commissioner of Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State. And if you have been following us so far, he has been saying a lot of things. I personally liked what he said about the Adopt a School initiative. Prof, can you expatiate about this Adopt a School initiative? Even if it sounds like charity, what possible benefits can there be for any organization? That's one. And then can somebody outside or an institution outside Ogun State adopt a school in Ogun State? Two questions in one.
Thank you very much. The Adopt a School program is not just something on paper. It has actually started. Okay. We have a group in the US, they call them BRG, that is Beyond Remittances. That group said, beyond just remitting funds home, people in diaspora, they send money home. So they call themselves BRG, Beyond Remittances. They actually adopted one of our schools, and they are working with us on the Shimawa High School in Remo. We have another school in Ijebu, in Agowe. They call it Omo Edumare Primary School, Model Primary School is there, and a number of others. So we encourage people to do that. You can adopt a whole school. In other words, you partner with us and you just write a letter, tell us the intention. Let's see the framework of what you want to do. We fine-tune it together. And like in the case of Omo Edumare, if you enter that school, you think you have just entered a primary school, maybe in the United States or maybe Europe. So, I mean, that's in Ijebu, in Agowe for that matter. So if you go to Shimawa, the adoption is in form of intervention at the level of teaching and learning, partnering with us in ensuring that those learners are supported through extra coaching class. They buy bags for them, they buy books for them, they even arrange some private teachers for them. They give them summer coaching. At the time, they try to introduce a bit of technology, partnering with us with what government is doing in that school. And the intention is to measure the impact of all this maybe in another 1 year or so. So you see, individuals can come in through that form and actually take over. I mean, not take over. I mean, the entire school in terms of physical structure, everything. Government will still continue to pay the teachers because that's actually is an heavy budget.
Now, with the current economic realities impacting not just teachers, but virtually everybody knows what is going on. Don't you think, or do you think it is time for maybe some salary review or some special welfare package for teachers, or are you already doing that?
nobody, for me, I would say anybody who has the interest of this country at heart will clamor for special remuneration for teachers. I'm saying this with all sense of responsibility. At times, people tend to say that teachers are not well paid, that their counterparts in the ministries, their counterparts in other sectors, apart from the private sector, if you work in the public sector, it's not as if their counterparts will be earning more than them. If somebody is on level 8, they're getting your level 8. But if you are talking of other things, maybe people who are in the office have access to people coming around to give them gifts and so on. But of course, people do give teachers gifts also. But talking in terms of their remuneration, I strongly believe that there is the need for teachers to be better remunerated. In other words, if I have my way, if somebody finishes as a degree holder in education, you have BSc, honors education degree, and you have to teach. If other counterparts are on level 8, teachers should start from level 10. That will make teaching attractive to very good graduates.
Yeah.
Very good graduates. I mean, if somebody finishes from the university, if you ask them, even when I go around, I get to schools, I maybe talk to them and I say, how many of you want to be engineers? You see many of raising up their hand. How many want to be doctors? How many want to be lawyers and so on? How many want to be teachers? At times you don't see anybody. At times you just want to do. Let me tell you, one of the areas we need to address to make sure that teaching profession is given the right pride of place, and that teachers will continue to do their best, is to, professionalizing of education, teaching is one hand. Continuous development of for teachers is also important. But the status and recognition of teachers is very important. We need to give them that status that is probably higher than what their contemporaries in other professions will have, because there is no profession without a teacher. If you are a lawyer, you need a teacher to teach you. So I say that if I have my way, I will give teachers better salary than any other profession, because whether you like it or not, every profession will need a teacher.
True.
For the profession to continue. If you are a lawyer, a good lawyer, you need to produce another good lawyer for us to continue to have good lawyers. And to produce another lawyer, you need a teacher to teach law. If it's engineering, there should be a teacher of engineering to teach engineering. Medicine, you need somebody to teach that medicine. So when that person stands in front, it might be a medical doctor, but when you stand in front of people and you are teaching them, you are a teacher. So anybody that is involved in teaching, in other words, teaching from the elementary level, most elementary level, to the university level, should be given a pride of place.
True.
And then the only way you can make teaching attractive, and you can make teachers satisfied and will be happy to do the work, is to give them something that can enhance their status, and also something that will make them better recognized in the society. In those days, the recognition given to teachers, the status given to teachers, people would say that children should go and live with teachers, because teachers were well respected.
Now that we are discussing about this, Prof,
your ability to pay for what you buy, your ability to be able to dip your hand in your pocket and do the needful if there is something within the family.
Now that we are discussing these welfare issues, what progress has your state made, Ogun State, in the full implementation?
As a state,
in the full implementation of TSS.
Education is on concurrent legislative list. And when we say it's on concurrent legislative list, what it means is that federal government makes laws on education, state governments also make laws. But there are things that are actually the preserve of the federal government. But when we talk of curriculum, for instance, curriculum it's the same curriculum we are using. And some other things are actually in the purview of various states to improve the standard of education. So for us, apart from making sure we pay them promptly, we are not paying less than whatever any state is paying to teachers in this country. Then also, we have reward system for our teachers. If you monitor the news, about 3 weeks ago or probably a month ago. The best teacher in Nigeria that was that got award during teachers conference in Abuja, which was actually presented by the First Lady. The best teacher in Nigeria came from Ogun State.
Wow! Congratulations,
teachers. Yes. Francis Sholanketaiwo. He was given 80 million naira, 30 million for being the best teacher in Southwest, and 50 million for being the best teacher in Nigeria. Wow. And Governor Zulu, that was present at that occasion, gave him a brand new Toyota Corolla. The car has been delivered. Our governor gave him a 2-bedroom bungalow. That same teacher has already emerged in our state as the best teacher in Ogun State during what we call the Dapabiodun Teachers Award. We do that every year. It's one of the things we put in place to encourage our teachers. We have a number of awards and programs to encourage our teachers beyond their salary. So those are the things we put in place, because salary is important, but we put other things in place. Also, don't forget, I talked about the digital initiatives that we have, which has reduced the burden on the teachers. For instance, when they finish marking, they just upload their scores, and the system will actually do every other thing for them. Students can have their results through the electronic dossier. We don't print report sheet. There is no paper report sheet in Ogun State since about 5 years ago. So students go online and get their results, and teachers and the parents can see the results of their learners from anywhere in the world. So, like I tell people, the era of Yamupa's Enrology Academy has gone forever in Ogun State since more than 5 years ago. So, because if a student, if you fail, you cannot deceive your parents. They can go online and check these results, and they monitor your progress. So our teachers have also been empowered to training regularly to make sure that they are happy with what they are doing. We have lessened what they do also by giving them an artificial intelligence powered platform for them to deliver teaching and learning.
Okay, so now, what do you think teachers should be involved in curriculum discussion when curriculums are being designed, and then when educational reform is being discussed? Should teachers be part and parcel of such discussions?
Exactly. Teachers should be involved. Teachers, we should use what we call the bottoms-up approach. A situation whereby those who are in the cold phase, the teachers are the ones in the cold phase. They are the ones in the classroom. They are the ones that teach every day. They see the students, they relate with the students. Yes, you start with them and then take it up to another level, and then to another level. You bring in experts to work with them, so that when you are bringing out the curriculum, it will be something that is based on realities. It will be something that is based on their own experiences, which they will have expressed. We cannot leave everything in their hands. I mean, there are people who are also maybe professors in this field who have done a lot of research. And so, but we need to match practice and research. You know, the reality and research. At times, you do research, certain things are happening. If you don't even interact with the people in the cold phase, you'll probably not be able to give the appropriate remedy to whatever situation you have found. So there should be a synergy where everybody in the education sector is involved. Teachers in the classroom, administrators, because when you even talk about teaching us, there are things that have to do with the administration, not necessarily what goes on in the classroom itself. So administration, maybe researchers, professors in the universities and research institutes, and all these bodies like the Nigeria Education Research and Development Council, and then various other bodies that can actually put in one thing or the other to improve whatever we have, what we put in place.
Yes, Mr. Honorable Commissioner, I must confess to you that I am impressed with the things you are doing in Ogun State for teachers. So would you describe Ogun State teachers as happy and as prestigious? They feel prestigious teaching. Would you describe them as such? Even though generally we see teachers as a low-level career. What do you think about Ogun State teachers?
Well, though I missed some parts of the question, but I think what you asked was that will I say our teachers are happy?
Yes.
Yes, I'll tell you that Ogun State teachers are happy. You will see that the type of crisis some states face with their schools, with their teachers, we don't have that type of crisis here. You hardly find our teachers going on strike. You hardly find workers generally in Ogun State. It has been very, very peaceful and harmonious. Because of all these things we have put in place, particularly, everything is not money at hand. We also have in place things that look at their welfare, that take care of their welfare. We talk about continuous training and retraining for them. We talk about things that make their workload less.
Yeah.
There are only a few states in Nigeria as we speak that have either employed or are employing teachers. When you employ more teachers, you are easing the burden on those who are in school.
True.
If I'm a teacher in school and I'm teaching 40 periods in a week, if you employ another teacher to teach the same subject, then it will now be 20-20. So when you give me 20 hours instead of the 40 hours I was taking before, you have not given money directly, but you have actually given money indirectly, because you have lessened my load, and that will go on to affect my welfare, my health. I will spend less on maybe trying to maintain my health. You see, also the training and retraining we do for them. When you train a teacher, the training you give to him, if the teacher is leaving your school, you are not going to scrape it off his head. It's for him. I mean, those who have learned things that has to do with technology, with artificial intelligence, with maybe all these modern tools of teaching, we train them on what we call the PMI, PSI, that is Progressive Mathematics Initiative, Progressive Science Initiative, which was actually delivered by the NJCTL, New Jersey Center for Teaching and Learning. It was a big project through which we train our teachers. Those who have participated in it, they are so happy, and we are now doing what we call cascade. They are training. I mean, those ones were the trainers. They are now doing training of those we have done training of the trainers. Those ones are now training their colleagues.
Yes.
So that thing is actually percolating, and because of that, our teachers are actually happy, because they go for meetings, they go for conferences, they meet themselves, they compare notes, and they see that the state is not doing badly at all.
30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to just send a message to teachers out there.
Yes, I want to say that teachers should see themselves as the most important segment of this society, even if they are not valued now. I want them to look beyond whatever is happening presently. Because if you talk about a country and you say the government is probably not doing well or is doing well and so on, it is because we have people who are managing that position who are doing well or not doing well. So which means the teachers are the ones that will produce those who will be in government. So there is no country that can rise beyond the quality of its teachers. And that's why I say Nigeria as a country should invest on its teachers so that we can actually have the right type of people to man this country and fix this country.
Congratulations to Teacher Francis, who won 80 million and a car and all of that. Thank you to Professor Abayomi for his insights. In fact, we found it very, very useful. And I'm sure you enjoyed it too. Education is not solely about infrastructure or curriculum. It is also about people. Teachers remain the most important in-school factor influencing student achievement. Supporting them is not an expense, it is an investment. Constructive dialogue, sustainable policy, and measurable commitments will determine how effectively we reposition the teaching profession for the future. To every teacher watching, your contribution is seen, and it matters deeply. Thank you to our guests, and thank you for watching The Teacher. I am Joe Dauda.
The stories now break online. Don't miss miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
There is no greater job as being a mother than any other job on earth.
The woman is the mother of the murderer. The woman is also the mother of the peacemaker.
They must learn to say no to evil.
Be involved in raising your children.
I'm so concerned that a lot of the children, our children in Nigeria, do not have access to good quality education. Their parents simply cannot afford it.
Good parenting is vital to nation building.
A woman is able to program a child to be who he should be.
Actually have to make an effort at home. It all begins at home.
There's this popular saying, monkey see, monkey do.
Parents make one child seem more important than the other.
Just because your mother was a drug addict or trafficked or on the streets or whatever, that does not shape who you are.
I want you to always remember that you are stronger than you know.
It is important for a woman to critically look at your environment, at your situation, and see what you can do to add value to yourself and add value to your family.
Don't be a victim. Be the player that wins.
I am the third child of Dr. and Mrs. Gabriel Okwofo. Growing up was beautiful and it was challenging on the other hand. I grew up in a close-knit family. My mother, my father. Then we had plenty uncles and aunties. So I grew up having to work, having to do stuff because my uncles and aunties knew how to stand us up and down. Then my mom also was one who ensured that we grew up right. She made us independent from the word go. Every one of us had a portion of work to do. And woe betide you, she comes back and the work is not done. Even if you've done it and those uncles and aunties decided to mess it up, you'll be spanked seriously. So my mom was a disciplinarian. It was a no-nonsense zone. But she also taught us to be independent, to have a mind of our own and all of that. And that helped me as I grew on. I moved on to Queen's College. While I was in Queen's College, when everyone else was being chauffeur-driven, my mother made me walk to school and walk back. Oh yes, she told me that you do not have to show off to everybody and learn to go to school and come back by yourself. So that began to build the independent spirit and the drive to do stuff for myself. Growing at a point in time, things became tough financially at home. And of course, like a lot of moms have to do, my mom had to step in. You know, even though she was, of course, she had always earned and all of that, but she had to augment her earnings with work. She opened up a shop and all of that. We took turns in manning the shop, yes. The children, in fact, we took turns in going to the market with her. So I tell people all this branding and all this tushness is a lie. We've gone to Mushi markets, done all of that, carried it, manned the shop. So all this business started from then. She taught us to be rugged. She taught us to, my mom taught us to to weather the storm. No matter what comes in, you can face it. You can, without complaining, you put a smile on your face. Whatever is going on at home, the whole world doesn't have to know. You know, just make the most of it and all of that. Growing up too was also fun, because having a lot of aunties, uncles meant there was a lot of play and banter and all of that. But it also had its downside. I saw what it meant to be bullied. I saw what it meant to see some vices here and there. But growing up was beautiful. My mother, being a mother, like everyone who is a mother, I can say that being a mother changes your life. It's like a 360-degree turn. Number one, your life is no longer yours. That little bundle of joy takes over. Your home changes. The things, all your ornaments and all the aesthetic things you do in your house has to go to one corner. You're child-proofing the house and all of that. Then all your decisions, everything you do, how you spend your money, where you go to, is all about that child. Now, for me particularly, Jessica came March 2011. It was beautiful. I had this very supportive husband, very hands-on. We together raised our child for 50 months until he had to be with the Lord. A plane crashed, the Dana crashed, and he went to be with the Lord. Since then, I would say I have doubled. I have become a super mom, having to tend, nurture, provide, and all of that. But it's been beautiful. It's been challenging. I've had to think on my feet. I've had to make decisions on her behalf. I've had to be her protector, her guide. I've had to be her mouthpiece. I've had to be everything. It has made me stronger, wiser. I have grown up in this little time. But I will not trade being a mother for anything. And the challenges of motherhood. Now, being a mother now is not a piece of cake as it used to be. In the olden days, or during our mothers, okay, some of our mothers' times, that's my mother, you know, then the roles were exclusive. As a mother, you just tend the house and that. But now we have mothers who are career people. Now we have mothers who are also, in some cases, even the financial backbones of a family. So we are doing so much at the same time. Now you have to tend your child. For those who are married, you have to attend to your husband. Then you also need to run a business. You also need to maintain a career. You also need to have a social life. You also need to attend to your family members, friends. It could be really a lot. It could be a lot. But at the end of the day, every mother can effectively be a good mother and have a life if you would only prioritize and balance. Truth be told, there are some things we take on that are really not necessary. There are some things we do that are not as important. Ask yourself as a mother, what's important to you? Yes, attend to your child, but you don't have to do everything yourself. Get help when you need to. There are some things you can outsource. For me, I do a lot myself. I bathe my child. Okay, now she's old enough, she bathes herself. But I used to bathe my child, take her to school, bring her back, you know, and I still run a business and all of that. It can get really overwhelming. Sometimes, you see, that's why I see some mothers are just very grouchy and they get very upset. But know your body, know when to stop, know when to get help. Prioritize. You don't have to do everything yourself. Yes, we're doing so much. And it's not everything you should buy. It's not everything you should take on. Live within your means, yeah? Live within your means and things will go right.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Cadbury 3-in-1 hot chocolate, the treat you deserve.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita, prepare them to win every day.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
In fact, I can't remember the last time I actually slept through the night since I had my child. You don't sleep as such. You have to work extra hard. You have to, actually, if you're a career mom or you run a business, you'd have to tend your child, you have to attend to your business, you have to deal with customers, you have to do so many things. There are times you are stressed and you still have to show that child love. So challenges of motherhood is tough sometimes. School runs, picking the bills for me. School run, picking the bills. It's a lot, but at the end of the day, women, we are multitaskers. God has blessed us with the ability to juggle everything and still keep a smile on our faces. It's tough, but it's really, I won't give up being a mother for anything. He has brought out the best in me. He has made me stronger, better. It brings out the creativity in you. Mothers were very creative people. You do anything to keep your child in check, you know, so it's there. One of the things I particularly see with a lot of mothers is a lot of mothers find it difficult to create that balance. Still have your own life and tend that child. Some people, it seems like after they have a child, they just lose it totally. They are either into their careers or they are just, you know, tending the child. And that's not how it's supposed to be. That balance is, and God has helped me. I have been able to create the balance somehow. Once you prioritize and do what needs to be done when it needs to be done, leaving aside distractions, it's very attainable to create that balance. I have a soft landing because I'm not a regular 9 to 5 mom. I run a business, so I have the advantage of calling the shots in terms of my time. It's also easier for me because I run my business from my home. So I'm working, I'm tending my daughter, and things are going on at the same time. So for me, I wake up in the morning, quickly tend my daughter. If she needs to go to school, sort her out for school. I made her breakfast. I done anything that needs to be done, and I ship her off to school. Then I come back to work. I instruct my staff on what's to be done for the day. We do what we need to do, deliveries that are done. In the process, my daughter's school is pretty close to me, so that makes it easy. When it's time for school runs, I go pick her up myself. I send one of my hands to pick her up, and we come back home. When we're back home, we quickly do homework, and we get back to work. My daughter and I, we work sometimes to keep her occupied. I just give her, I bake. Since I bake, I give her something. I take flour, I take sugar. I just find a creative way to make her, you know, occupied while I do what I need to do. Because I work from my home, sometimes I do not exactly have a closing time. So she has come to see that this is what mommy does. So for me, it's easier because I work from home. I do something that is domesticated of some, you know, it's domesticated. So we just work together. Others might not have that luxury, but it still comes back to creating the balance with respect to what it is. And time management. Sometimes I have to shut down. She goes like, okay, mommy, it seems like you love this cake more than me. Then I have to shut down and say, okay, it's time for us to have our mommy-daughter time and all of that. But it's just the balance. It comes back to the balance. My journey as a mother started in 2013, March 12th, when my bundle of joy, Jessica, came along. It was initially characterized by, you know, the whole thing that comes with when you're suddenly a mother. You have to go through the sleepless nights, trying to wrap your hand around, trying to tend for a little girl and all of that. And it has been fun. It has been good. I had the support of my amazing husband, Christopher, who was a hands-on dad. And we tended our daughter gracefully till June 2012, when he suddenly left me via the Dana crash. The crash happened and he went to be with the Lord. And I had to grapple with the duty of raising her myself. It's been challenging. It's been fulfilling. It's been rewarding. My daughter is his sweetheart. She's very easy to tend, actually. But having to be mom, dad, the provider, the carer, it's been good and it's been tough. But through it all, God has been faithful. Through it all, I have so much joy knowing that she's being raised well. She's doing so well. She sees her mother work hard. She's learning to walk. She's learning to appreciate what it is to be responsible, even from this tender age, because she knows that she can't just play like her other mates do and all of that. So it's been really good. It's been rewarding, challenging but rewarding. On savings and spending, every child needs to know that you just cannot spend everything that comes your way. It's pertinent to save something. For me, my daughter has 2 savings accounts. From time to time, she's giving money. Sometimes to time, I give her money myself. Because we started this thing that I'm trying to teach her the value of making money for yourself. So sometimes we say, okay, Jessica, you're in charge of cleaning this place. And when you're done, I pay her this X amount of money. Then I say, okay, we're going to the bank. We're going to go save your money. The bank, they already know her. When she goes, she makes such a big fuss about how she's their customer and all of that. So she already knows that it's important to save. And at times she says, okay, mommy, I want that teddy bear. And I'm like, I don't have money. She said, we can go to my account and withdraw from there. So little by little, I'm beginning to show her that you don't just spend everything that comes. You save. There are times when she says, okay, I want to buy this. I say, okay, how much do you have in your account? I check that. Okay, it's not necessary. I'm not buying this now. It's not very important. It's not everything you buy. There are other times I allow her, besides the savings account, she also has a piggy bank. Sometimes she just goes, mommy, I want sweets and I have this in my piggy bank. I can actually buy it. I have worked for it. I've been good. So for every child and for every parent out there, it's important to teach our children that you really can't just have everything. There's a place of making money. There's a place of saving, even if you have the money to buy what it is. How important is it part-time? Because we want to raise children who can manage their funds effectively. We do not just want spenders, or we do not want people who are reckless with their lives. And from those little acts of saving your pocket money, saving your spend, saving from what is given to you, we can actually build a lot. I was surprised when I checked her savings account recently, and there was a time I actually used it to pay her school fees. So from there, and she knew I paid for her school fees, so she knows that it's important to save. The goal of every parent should be raising a child who is independent, who is morally upright. A child who you can go to sleep knowing that the child will do you proud, even if the child is left alone. We live in an era where we seem to overindulge our children. We give them everything they want. They are constantly in front of the TV. They are pampered, house helps, doing all of that. But that's not it. I was recently talking to a friend of mine that when we were growing up, we used to have holiday jobs. Kids have holiday jobs, they do little things, and that culture is gradually being eroded. But that shouldn't be it. We should go back to those days. And that's why a lot of us are able to turn out so right. We should raise our children in a way that, number one, let's not take away the place of God. Yes, we're funky. Yes, we're liberal. But God first. You take away the God factor, you're just setting yourself up for issues in the future. Number two, we should raise our children to be independent. Yes, we love them. Yes, we do not want them to go through a lot of the hardships we went through. But we would not always be there. So let's not make things so easy for them that when they face just a little obstacle, they have to come running to us. We should raise children that will be able to think on their feet. We should raise children that will be problem solvers, people who can see an ill and something going wrong in the society, and their issue is not how do they also just eat money and feel all right, but how would they make the world a better place. We should raise children who are givers, who see that they are here on an assignment and they need to fulfill that purpose. It's not just about them. And most of all, we should raise children that we'll be proud of. I ask people, would you be proud to hear that your child is doing this? Then if not, what are you doing? Then we should also be role models. Let's not forget about role models. A lot of us, we talk to our helps in a condescending manner. A lot of us treat our staff like they don't matter. And hello, the kids are picking it up. So what exactly, we should know that we are role models. We're the first port of call. My daughter is attending a summer school, not her usual school. And I'm shocked the first day I got there and someone just said, my daughter, your daughter says you're a lawyer and a baker and she really wants to be like you, that you work so hard and all of that. Parents, your kids are watching. What exactly are you showing them? You can say something, but you speak to them more with your character. What exactly are we showing them? We complain so much about the government, we complain so much about what's going on now, but it starts with the family. What exactly are you showing that child? Are you get a contract, you do not execute it properly, or you have work to do and you call into the office and say you are ill or your child is ill and you are just at home chilling. You are speaking to you're actually teaching that child that you really don't have to work so hard, you really don't have to do stuff. So that's my take on parenting.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
On how to raise independent children. Number one, give the children things to do. give them tasks by age. Okay, so your child wakes up in the morning and just steps out of bed and, you know, just begins to strut around, and you're waiting for your house help to boil the water, take the child to the bedroom and give the child a bath. My daughter knows you wake up first in the morning, go back and lay your bed. It starts from there. Yes, she won't do a fantastic job, but she has started doing something. Then we're done. It's even easy because it's just the two of us in the house now. So, hello, I am not your auntie. So you have to do the work. You can't kill mommy. Besides that, children eat. The house help brings the plates to them. They finish eating, they will leave the plates there. Then you call the house help to come and take it away. You are setting yourself up. We should teach our children there's stuff they can do. Growing up, I thought my mother was mean. But at the end of the day, it turned out that she was just raising me up. As early as 4 years, 5 years, my mother, we had a lot of cousins, nephews, aunties. They used to go fetch water because we had the water issues in my area. My mother gave all of us play buckets. But in fact, there was a time I remember I was too young to carry a bucket. She gave me Ragoli's bottle to go and fetch water to. People called her and they were like, Madam, why should you do this? You have so many people with you. But she said, no, she's raising independent children. And it turned out so well for me. So with time, I learned to do things for myself. I began business in my year 2. It so turned out that even at that stage, things were difficult in the house. But I knew I could do something and make money. I began to make beads. I began to do makeup. And I was making money for myself because she had taught me to not just sit back and expect things to be handed over to me. Parents, yes, you have all the money, you have the company, you have everything, but how about employing that child for the holiday? And do not just employ them as co-manager. Let them start from the basics. Because if we do not teach them these things, life would not always be a bed of roses. Things would happen. So from the house, yes, some people do not like the idea, but how about sharing chores? Even if you have all the stuff you can think of, you have chauffeur, drivers, all of them. Hey, this child, you're in charge of sweeping, even if it's just your room. You're in charge of laying your bed. Little things like that. Then as they go, you tell them, okay, it's time for you. They get to a stage where they can act, instead of getting all the lesson teachers in the world to just come and help them do their assignments, let them actually attempt to do it themselves. Then you correct. From there, things just build up. As they grow up with time, as they become teenagers, encourage them to have holiday jobs. Then they'll learn the value of making money. A friend of mine, an older friend, was talking about how her child wanted to just hang out with her friends. And she was like, she didn't have money. Okay, you go do a job somewhere. And by the time the girl was done at the end of the month, she now said, okay, now you can hang out with your friends. And the girl said, no, after I'm suffering to make this money, I'm not hanging anything. So that way she learned that you just can't spend. You need to be responsible and all of that. So that's what we need to do. Well, that culture is gradually being eroded, and we need to go back there. We cannot afford to have a generation of children who cannot do anything if daddy or mommy doesn't call somebody to do it. Nation building starts in the home. Yes, we know that the home is the smallest unit of socialization. So everything we see in the society starts from the home. And the mother is the home builder. So, yes, right now we know that mothers are career women. We know we are business people. We are also making so much money. We're also out of the house. We're also trying to work and all of that. But we cannot relegate the responsibility of raising good children to our maids and our words. Nobody can train your child like you. Not even your parents, not even your mother. The way we were raised is not the same way we need to raise our children, because there's technology, there's the influence of, there's so much coming at them. So we need to pay attention. We need to create an enabling environment. Parents, you cannot afford to be fighting in front of your kids. You cannot afford to be abusive to your words. You can't afford to be abusive to your staff. You can't treat people around you in a condescending manner and think that your child is going to have respect for other people. It's not going to happen. You cannot also be on the phone, tell your boss that, hey, I'm not feeling fine or my child is ill, and you are there watching African Magic and you think that that child would learn to work effectively. It's not going to happen. So as parents, let's teach our children the right thing. Let's show them, let's be good examples. Show them that there's dignity of labor. Let's show them that it pays to do right. When children do stuff and we actually tell them we're going to punish them, yes, we need to play the bad cop sometimes. Go tough and ensure that they do things right. The child is not too right. If the child spills something, let the child clean it up. You learn that there's consequence for good and bad behavior. And that way we'll begin to in turn teach them. When the news is going on, it's not a bad idea to keep your child there and actually let them listen to the news, know what's going on, and tell them this is going on as a result of this and that. We can't take the place of God out. Yes, some people say we're in a liberal times, but hey, the easiest way to set your child up is not to leave out the God factor. When your child knows God and know that there are certain standards that are obtainable in the long run, we're going to have a good society. Let's teach our children to love each other, to love our neighbors, their neighbors are themselves. Let's teach them that it's important to be selfless. Teach them to sew. Once in a while, take your child to motherless babies' home. Let them see that there are other people who do not have it as good, and they should also learn to give out. They should also learn to reach out to other people. Let's be kind to our gatesmen. Let's be kind to the security. Let's be kind to all those things. That way we'll build a society where everybody cares for the other person. Nobody would have to steal. Nobody will have to commit suicide. Nobody will feel less than himself if we treat them that every human being is a special creation of God and deserves a chance. I believe that every mom's vision board should be to raise successful, independent children. Children who would make you proud, who would be nation builders, people who would lead in every sphere of endeavor, whatever it is they choose to do, that they are leaders in those spheres. Now, that would be a highfalutin dream if you really do not play your part as a mother. Yes, being a mother is characterized by sacrifices. Number one, we should make our children independent. We would definitely not have independent children when we keep doing everything for them. When we spoon feed them, when we give them things. Yes, a lot of us do not want our children to go through what we went through. But I think we are raising weak children. You see a child, the house help makes the food. The house help brings the plates to the child. The child finishes eating, the house help takes the plates. Then the child wants to wash the child's hand. The house help will bring a bowl to wash the hand. Hello, mom, you're setting yourself up to have a child who really cannot do anything for herself. Let's give our children tasks to do, age-appropriate tasks. Yes, my daughter wakes up in the morning and she knows that together we have to lay the bed. Sometimes she actually does it herself. She knows she needs to get her towel to go take a bath. Now she's 6. She can take a bath for herself sometimes. Yes, she chooses to be a baby and I give her a bath here and there.
Hello there, thanks for joining us. This is Ait Reports. I'm Hadiza Audu, and we begin today's bulletin all the way from Kigali, where President Bola Tinubu and President Paul Kagame have agreed to strengthen bilateral relations between Nigeria and Rwanda, with both leaders committing to deeper cooperation in trade, diplomacy, tourism, and regional integration. The discussions took place at the Irugwiru Presidential Village in Kigali shortly after President Tinubu arrived in Rwanda ahead of the Africa CEO Forum, which began this Thursday morning. A major highlight of the meeting is a review of consular relations between both countries, with President Tinubu indicating that Nigeria would seriously consider reciprocating Rwanda's 30-day free visa policy for Nigerian citizens, describing the move as part of efforts to promote Pan-Africanism and stronger African unity. Both leaders also agreed on the need to revive the Joint Permanent Ministerial Commission, JPMC, signed by the two countries in 2021, describing it as an important platform for advancing shared economic and diplomatic goals. Nigeria is expected to host the next meeting of the commission. The two presidents further discussed the activation of pending memoranda of understanding in the areas of tourism, anti-corruption, and the fight against illicit drugs, reaffirming their commitment to closer cooperation and shared prosperity across the continent. President Tinubu and President Kagame also exchanged ideas of operationalizing the African Continental Free Trade Agreements between Nigeria and Rwanda, with both countries pledging continued support for increased intra-African trade and economic integration. As part of efforts to expand business opportunities, Nigeria is also in talks with Rwanda Air, following the establishment of an air cargo corridor with Uganda Airlines last year. The proposed partnership is expected to boost export opportunities for Nigerian businesses across Africa. President Tinubu is in Kigali to participate in the African CEO Forum, one of the continent's largest gathering of political and business leaders. Let's now join our guest, Anthony Bisong. Anthony Bisong is an economist and policy analyst associated with the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, a leading think tank focused on economic policy research and development issues across the continent. Thank you for joining us on Ait Reports.
Good to be here. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, President Tinubu is in Kigali, as you heard in that last report, and is meeting with the other President Kagame to talk about, business, diplomatic issues, and indeed security. Which, in your view, is most important to Nigeria right now?
Okay, presently, we understand that both countries are member states of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I think the trade components of it, strengthening bilateral relationship between Nigeria and Rwanda is really, for me, very, very important because both countries are very strategic. Rwanda is strategic in terms of the Eastern African community markets, and then Nigeria is also strategic for the West African market. So I think for me, strengthening that tie is really important. I need to help enhance intra-African trade, because we really need to trade within ourselves as Africans. We really need to expand our scope. And I think both the move, for me, I think is really strategic, given that both countries have areas of comparative advantage. Nigeria has comparative advantage in terms of when it comes to agricultural exports, oil, and all of that. They are good at technology and services too. So I think for me, that's my take home for the whole. Thank you.
All right. The idea of Nigeria reciprocating Rwanda's visa-free entry policy is quite on the table. How transformative could this be for trade, tourism, labor, mobility across Africa?
Okay, I think that is really strategic. Going by the African Agenda 2063, and the protocol, first of all, of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which talks about free movement of persons, goods, and services. Reciprocating the visa, I think, would be really strategic for both countries, especially given that, like I said earlier, there are markets for products. If Nigeria can reciprocate that would attract, bringing more Rwanda's investors from Rwanda into Nigeria to invest in the area, which I believe will grow the economy, create jobs for Nigerians, and as well as, like I said, the overarching goal of driving the African Union Agenda 2063 prosperity goals. So I think it's really important. So it's something the government should really move and then should as much as possible implement to ensure free movement of persons, which is really important for trade and as well as services, which we put up as an addition to implementing that policy, the 30-day visa free policy for Rwanda's into Nigeria.
Okay, now, are there no economic risk or structural challenges Nigeria could consider before going into all these agreements?
I think there are no structural stuff. Nigeria is it's a big market. We really need investors. And then the only way you understand you can attract investment is by opening up your markets. Liberalization has come to the AFCFTA can better be enhanced. Countries would adopt this move. So it has no risks to Nigeria. We already know our areas of comparative advantage, which like I mentioned earlier. So Rwanda has a lot to offer to Nigeria in terms of strengthening our technological capacity because they're really good at that. And then if you check and then compare both countries, I know it's really a small country compared to Nigeria in terms of GDP. Nigeria has a GDP of over $253 billion US dollars. And that is around $14 billion US dollars. But when it comes to services, in terms of tourism, in terms of technological advancement, integrating it into the economic development, I think Rwanda is way ahead of us. So bringing them in to enhance our productivity to ensure we better produce what we already have, I think it would be good for us, not the risk part of it, but looking at the other part of it, but it will drive efficiency. And like I said, above all, it's more of a big brother relationship with other African countries, which I think would really drive and then achieve the overarching goal of the Agenda 2063, the shared prosperous African country.
Okay, before I let you go, in real terms, how can Nigeria businesses benefit from stronger trade ties with countries like Rwanda?
Okay, yeah, first of all, like I said, it's not only Rwanda. Rwanda is an access market to the Eastern African community. So if we can access their markets, we can also make inroads into countries like Kenya, into countries like Uganda. So the Eastern African market is really strategic. And like I said, in promoting intra-African trade, our presence around the regions of the continent is really important. Okay. So if we can get hold of the Eastern African countries, and we can then make moves towards the Southern African countries because both of them have similar trends and economic history. So I think it's important for Nigerian investment, and it's for me, like I said, intra-African trade can only be possible if we are able to trade within ourselves, and if we are able to make the AFCFTA a reality and not just a paper implementation stuff. It's been operationalized, and I think it will be good for the continent, it will be good for investors, and it will be generally good for achieving the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Anthony Bisson, for joining us on Ait Reports. You've been quite insightful. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, so right now let's cross over to Kigali, Rwanda, where our correspondent Yemi Adebayo is standing by for us. Yemi, talk to us about the ongoing meetings.
All right, thank you very much, Abiza, and good afternoon, viewers. Well, basically, the opening ceremony has just ended about an hour ago, and there were a lot of discussions centered around how African economies, can move from where they currently are, and the need for collaboration between African countries. We saw during the opening ceremony, President Paul Kagame and some other leaders in Africa, they raised issue about how the economies within the continent must work together. They insisted that no economy within the continent can work in isolation, and that there is need for a more robust collaboration to see that the African economy grows beyond what it is. Beyond this, there are also several key issues relating to energy security. There were also issues around climate change and also other issues. But basically, the Nigerian president will be delivering his own statement at about 5:35 local time. And we hope to bring that, what the president will be telling the investors and Harris of business leaders who are attending this particular forum. Hadiza.
All right, it's the CEO forum, isn't it? And how many countries are we expected? What countries are present at the opening ceremony?
Okay, well, this is a forum that is one of the most important gatherings in the continent, the African CEO Forum. It's the 13th edition, really. And aside from this, you have heads of state who are coming to town, just to push these conversations around how Africa can leverage on the opportunity within its territory to see how best they can further, deepen our understanding about how various economy works and how they can both collaborate to see that each continent, each country within the region is prospering in terms of its economy. Aside from this, Nigerian president yesterday met with his Rwandan counterparts, and the issues they discussed, although the meeting was very short, but they discussed issues as regard how to deepen bilateral relations. The issue of visa policy that you also raised a little while ago also came up, and that the Nigerian president is saying that they're looking at ways to reciprocate the Saturday free visa for people who are coming from this part of Africa. Beyond this, the president also noted to a lot of people who he has had meetings with here today that the reforms his administration is embarking on back home in Nigeria is how to better the lot of an average Nigerians, that the days of wastage have gone behind, and that they are seeing how best to push and see that this reform actually yield the positive results. Because there's been a lot of questions about what are the benefits of some of these states that the president is embarking upon. So the president is trying to preach to investors here and to tell them that, yes, you can come and do business in Nigeria. We have created an enabling environment. So this was that has been going on and between yesterday and today. And there are also other meetings scheduled that after he might have had his own national statement delivered at about 5:45. The president will also be meeting other several key business leaders. A little while ago, he met with the IFC executive chairman. Yeah, Adiza.
Yes, I was wondering if other countries are present as we speak. How many are there? If you can tell us that, if you can confirm that.
Well, there are a host of other countries who are around. You have people from World Bank. You have the Guinean Conakry president here. You have people from countries who are neighboring to Rwanda. All of them are here, just to push the same conversation. And basically, you have major investors there. You have big leaders across. A little while ago, our own Abdurrahman Rabiu, who is the chairman of Boa Group, delivered a statement. And one of the things he said during that meeting is that there is need for a flexible policy within the region to see how best these various African countries can work in synergy to see that the economy of this continent grows beyond what it is now.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. We're having some issues with the Zoom link. Thank you so very much, Yemi, for speaking to us. And of course, keep us posted on the meetings. You're still watching Ait Reports. Let's bring you more stories now. The Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation has denied approving or communicating approval for a 40% peculiar allowance for federal civil servants. In a statement issued Tuesday, the office said it played no role in approving or conveying the allowance to the Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council or any labor union. According to the office, only the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission is authorized to issue circulars relating to such allowances, noting that the circular being referenced was issued by the Commission on April 23, 2026. The office further explained that the meeting held on May 12 was merely an intervention to facilitate dialogue between organized labor and the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission in order to prevent a breakdown in labor relations. It also recalled that on April 24, the head of service announced a broader welfare package approved by the federal government. The package includes payment of full duty tour allowance for approved training programs, an upward review of peculiar allowance across grade levels, as well as increases in ESTA code and book allowances. In addition, government approved a 10 billion naira housing loan scheme for public servants. The office reaffirmed its commitment to maintaining industrial harmony through continuous engagement with stakeholders in the Federal Civil Service. And an order of the final confiscation and forfeiture of multi-billion naira assets linked to former acting accountant general of the Federation, Chukwunyere Nnabuku, has been made by Federal High Court in Abuja following his conviction on money laundering charges on the 23rd of March 2026. Delivering the ruling on Wednesday, Justice James Omotosho granted the application filed by the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC, holding that the assets were proven to be proceeds of unlawful activities. The judge held that under establishment legal principles, forfeiture is a direct consequence of conviction in financial crime cases, noting that allowing a convicted person to retain assets acquired through criminal conduct will defeat the purpose of justice. Justice Omotosho dismissed objections by Nnabuku's counsel that the pending appeal should halt the forfeiture proceedings, stressing that the filing of an appeal does not invalidate the court's authority to enforce orders that forms part of its judgment. He further rejected claims that the application constituted an abuse of court process, stating that no evidence was presented to show that a similar forfeiture request involving the same asset was already before another court. The forfeited assets include substantial sums held in multiple bank accounts, a 5-bedroom duplex located in Kukwaba, Abuja, an extensive stock investment across major Nigerian companies collectively valued at over 1.9 billion naira. The court noted that some of the recovered funds had already been refunded, while the Abuja property was voluntarily surrendered by the convict as restitution. The ruling follows Nnabuku's earlier conviction on a 9-count money laundering charge, for which he was sentenced to 72 years imprisonment. However, the sentences are to run concurrently, meaning the convict will serve a term of 8 years. A suit seeking judicial approval for the conferment of the Blue Silk rank of legal practitioners in Nigeria has been dismissed by Federal High Court in Abuja on grounds that the action lacks legal foundation. While delivering judgment, Justice James Omotosho held that the suit was without merit, stressing that only bodies recognized by law can regulate the legal profession and confer ordinary ranks within it. The judge ruled that the applicants could not rely on their constitutional rights to freedom of association to create a recognize a parallel professional distinction outside existing legal frameworks. The court noted that the legal profession in Nigeria is governed by statute and not permit individuals or groups to establish alternative structures or titles outside those recognized by law. Justice Omotosho declared that the attempt to introduce the Blue Silk rank was invalid and contrary to the Legal Practitioners Act, emphasizing that the authority to confer the rank of Senior Advocates of Nigeria (SAN) rests solely with the Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee (LPPC). The court also issued a perpetual injunction restraining the applicants from awarding the Blue Silk title or any similar rank not backed by law. The suit was filed by the incorporated trustees of the Association of Legislative Drafting and Advocacy Practitioners, alongside Dr. Tonye Jaja, who had challenged a disciplinary notice issued over the promotion of the title. They argued that their rights to association and fair hearing had been violated and sought damages, a public apology, and an order preventing disciplinary action against them. However, the respondents, including the Nigerian Bar Association and the LPPC, urged the court to dismiss the case, insisting that the applicants lacked legal authority to create or confer such a rank. In its ruling, the court upheld the respondents' position and affirmed that the applicants failed to establish any breach of their fundamental rights. A former Minister of Power, Salim Maman, has been sentenced to 75 years imprisonment by a federal high court in Abuja over money laundering offenses involving 33.8 billion naira. Justice James Omotosho delivered the judgment on Thursday, sentencing the former minister in absentia on a 12-count charge brought against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC. The court ordered that the sentences run consecutively and not concurrently.
Justice Omotosho held that Maman's absence in court, both on the day of judgment and at the previous sittings, was a deliberate attempt to frustrate the court of justice. The judge agreed with counsel for the EFCC, Rotimi Oyedepo SAN, that under the provisions of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, ACJA 2015, the court was empowered to proceed with sentencing despite the defendant's absence. He ruled that Maman could not claim any miscarriage of justice, having participated fully in the trial process. The court sentenced the convict to 7 years imprisonment each on counts 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, all without an option of fine. He was also sentenced to 3 years imprisonment on count 4 with an option of 10 million naira fine and 2 years imprisonment on count 5 without an option of fine. Justice Omotosho ordered that the sentence would commence from the date of his arrest. He further directed all security agencies within and outside Nigeria, including Interpol, to arrest Maman wherever he is found and hand him over to the Nigerian Correctional Service for the commencement of his jail term. The court also granted the prosecution's application for the final forfeiture of 2 of Maman's properties located in choice areas of Abuja, as well as monies recovered in different currencies. Additionally, Justice Omotosho ordered that the balance between the assets and funds recovered and the 22 million naira established by the prosecution as proceeds of crime out of the 33.8 billion allegedly diverted from Zungeru Hydroelectric Power Project and Mambila Hydroelectric Power Project be refunded by the convict. Chibuzo Okezie, Ait News Abuja.
Still in court, a suit filed by the All Democratic Alliance, ADA, against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has been dismissed by a federal high court in Abuja for being improperly commenced. Delivering judgment, Justice Emeka Nwite held that the suit was incompetent because it was commenced through an originating summons despite containing allegations of fraud. The court ruled that allegations of fraud or criminal conduct cannot be determined through originating summons, but must be initiated by a writ of summons, which allows for a full trial process, including oral testimony and cross-examination of witnesses. The judge noted that originating summons is limited to affidavit evidence. Justice Nwite held that the mode of commencing an action is fundamental as it determines the jurisdiction of the court, adding that where the wrong procedure is adopted, the court is deprived of jurisdiction to entertain the matter. The judge further held that the procedure adopted by the plaintiffs denied the second and third defendant the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses on the affidavit evidence, thereby affecting their right to fair hearing. He consequently upheld the preliminary objection raised by the defendants and dismissed the suit for being improperly instituted. The plaintiffs in the suit are Umar Ardel, Marjorie George, Anthony Ojeshina, Al-Hassan Nuhu, Kasim Opwekunle, and Agbo Ndidiamaka Justina. In March, Akin Ricketts and Aminu Mohammed were joined in the suit as the second and third defendants, respectively. The suit followed ADA's application to INEC for registration as a political party, which the association claimed had met all statutory requirements. The All Democratic Alliance, ADA, has rejected the judgment delivered by the Federal High Court, Abuja, in the suit against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, regarding party registration. In a statement signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Henry Leye, the court did not address the merits of the case, which is that ADA met all constitutional and statutory requirements for registration as a political party under the Electoral Act 2022. Leye noted that the unregistered party is reviewing the full judgment with its legal team and will decide on the next step, including the possibility of an appeal in line with its commitment to due process and the rule of law. The spokesperson agreed that it is not the end of the road for ADA or for the millions of Nigerians demanding a credible political alternative, assuring that the party remains committed to providing a platform for issue-based, disciplined and people-centered politics ahead of 2027. Animal stories, the All Progressives Congress in Gombe State will adopt direct primaries for the upcoming elections. Governor Muhammad Yahya announced this after party stakeholders failed to reach a total consensus. Speaking at a security meeting in Government House, the governor also issued a stern warning against political violence. Chika Udenko reports.
The All Progressive Congress initially pushed for consensus candidates to foster internal party unity in line with the new amendments to the Electoral Act 2026. But that is when politicking started as State Executive Committee and party elders immediately began work to convince several aspirants to step down. However, reaching a complete consensus has been a challenge due to disagreements from a few remaining aspirants. Governor Yahya has called for direct primaries as the only viable path forward.
In the absence of unanimous acceptance of the consensus option, we must proceed with direct primaries in line with Section 87, Subsection 2 of the Electoral Act.
The governor also defended direct primaries as a highly democratic selection process, noting that it gives every registered party member a voice in choosing flag bearers. Turning to security, Yahya warned politicians against deploying talk to disrupt the state. He emphasized that no political ambition is worth compromising the safety of Gombe residents.
Let me be very clear. There will be zero tolerance for violence, lawlessness, and political rascality from any individual or group.
The state has planned to step up security deployment to maintain peace before, during, and after party primaries. Chika Udemko, Ait News, Gombe.
The Democratic Leadership Alliance, DLA, has elected Samuel Meme as its national chairman at its maiden national convention in Abuja. AIT's political correspondent, Ugi Imekbe, was at the event and now tells us more.
Having been duly elected,
delegates and party stakeholders gathered in Abuja for the first national convention of the Democratic Leadership Alliance. National chairman Samuel Meme described the convention as a historic for national nation.
Founded on the
registered by the Independent in February 2026. Completely free of political godfathers. On the 2027 general elections, the party rejected the traditional zoning of its presidential ticket.
It is clear that there's hope for Nigeria. This is a new party that does not have godfather. We don't know any godfather. We're just ourselves. We are young people that came together to form this party, and it's the only party that was duly registered.
The agenda that the DLA is running on is actually to build a new country, a country that Nigerians can actually be proud of, those who are out of the country, those who are within the country, and on that principle we stand.
The new political movement positions itself as the primary ideological-driven alternative for Nigerians. Oge Ihimekmen, AIT News, Abuja.
Thank you, Guy. Minister of Federal Capital Territory Nyesom Wike has responded to critics over speculations surrounding his recent visit to the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Professor Nantawe Yudwada. He stated that he does not engage in what he described as politics of enmity. Speaking with journalists after a project inspection on Wednesday, Wike clarified that his meeting with the APC chairman was based on personal relationship and professional courtesy, and not a formal political engagement.
A viral photograph of the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, and the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Professor Nentawe Yiwada, has drawn significant attention from observers of the political space, leading to speculations as to the intent. On Wednesday, during his inspection tour of ongoing projects, correspondent took up the minister on the developments.
I mean, why would I tell you about my private life? If I come to visit you to have a drink with you, I'll tell the whole world, I'm going there to have a drink with you. Who has ever told me when they go for their own drinks? Come on, let us know that everybody we have our freedom to associate with who we want to associate with. But don't also forget that he was a minister. We were all colleagues before he left for the chairmanship of APC. So what I should do, if anytime I see him, I'll hide. Anytime he sees me, he should run away. So that people will not say something. People should continue to say whatever they want to say.
The FCT minister insists that his primary focus remains on delivering quality governance to residents of the Federal Capital Territory.
It's opinion, whatever anybody wants to think, I don't know. I don't care about what people say. What's important to me is what I'm doing for my people. My job that is assigned to me to do is not about what somebody on the road is thinking or their perceptions.
During the inspection tour, the minister visited the ongoing reconstruction of the Karo Township roads, the Apo Karishi Road, and the Bazango Road, also known as Arab Road. These projects, with the exception of Apo Karishi, are expected to be completed ahead of the president's third anniversary in office later this month. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
You're watching AIT Reports. We'll take a break to be back shortly with more stories. Do stay with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Hello again. In more stories, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has urged state governments across the country to take proactive steps to prevent and mitigate flooding following predictions that more than 30 states may experience severe flooding during the 2026 rainy season. The Director General of NEMA, Zubeida Umar, made the appeal during a courtesy visit to the Governor of Adamawa State, Amadou Fintere, in Yola, as part of activities marking the stakeholders' engagement and flag-off of the 2026 National Preparedness and Response Campaign on flood disaster and related hazards. She identified key measures expected from state government to include the reintroduction and enforcement of monthly environmental sanitation exercise, regular clearing of drainages and waterways, strengthening state emergency management agencies, SEMA. Responding, the Governor of Adamawa State, Amadou Fintere, commended NEMA for its proactive approach towards disaster preparedness and response, particularly the early warning and sensitization campaigns being undertaken ahead of the rainy season. Zubeida Omar also called on traditional institutions, religious organizations, women and youth groups, the media and the private sector to support NEMA in amplifying early warning messages and promoting community preparedness. A 29 billion naira flood and erosion control project is set to commence in Bauchi State. When completed, the project would end decades of flooding and erosion that have threatened lives and property in several communities across the state.
No fewer than 213,000 residents are now expected to benefit from the 29 billion naira project being implemented under the Agroclimatic Resilience in Semi-Arid Landscapes project. Governor Bala Muhammad said the intervention would not only control flooding and erosion, but also improve public health, security, and economic activities.
That the project
is expected to restore approximately 9,842 hectares of impacted land and provide relief and protection to over 213,000 people.
For Housing and Environment, Danlami Kaule, and the project coordinator, Asresol, Kabir Ibrahim, said the project represents another major milestone in the state infrastructure and urban renewal drive.
For what we are commencing today, Your Excellency, you are changing life. You are restoring livelihood.
Has executed and commissioned huge and gigantic capital projects that are not just reformative and innovative, but also meaningful and directly impactful on the lives of the citizens.
The benefiting communities have been encouraged to support the contractors and safeguard their infrastructure to ensure environmental sustainability and long-term development.
The Anambra Police Command has marked a significant breakthrough in crime following the rescue of the Chief Medical Director of Crown Hospital, Edwin Emelkafo, alongside 3 others days after their abduction. At a media briefing in Awka, the State Commissioner of Police, CP Ikioye Urutugu, disclosed that a first-gun battle between police operatives and the armed criminals at their den in Obosi, Idemili North local government area. 2 of the armed suspects were neutralized and a police officer fatally injured.
A week ago, news filtered about the kidnap of the CMD of a privately owned hospital, Crown Hospital, in Umpo. His successful rescue alongside 3 others has been hailed as a major breakthrough for the Anambra Police Command. The Commissioner of Police, Anambra State Police Command, Ikioye Urutugu, led journalists to the fast-developing Hilly Estates in Umpo, a secluded area sharing boundary with Obosi in Idemili North, where the kidnappers operate and child trafficking business are allegedly carried out. The police breakthrough led the Anambra government to invoke its Homeland Security Law, which provides for the demolition of any building used in criminal activity.
So what they do now is they hide in certain places, group, attempt to regroup. So we are begging on the society, the community, PGs, the local vigilante group, to continue to supply us information, because whatever successes we are making as a command, part of it is proper access to information.
The police also disclosed the arrest of other criminal elements and recovery of their hardware, including vehicles, maintaining its commitment to sustain operations against all forms of criminality and ensuring safety and security of Anambra State.
As part of ongoing reforms in the Imo State's Police Command, the command has formally disbanded the controversial anti-kidnapping unit, popularly known as Tiger Base, alongside other tactical squads with similar identities, replacing them with a newly created Violent Crime Response Unit, VCRE. The newly established unit is aimed at tackling rising violence crimes and strengthening operational capacity, as well as rapid response to security threats across the state. Speaking during the inauguration of the unit at the Police Command headquarters in Owerri, the Imo State's capital, the Commissioner of Police, CP Audu Garba Bozo, said the reform aligns with the directive of the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokum, aimed at repositioning tactical operations nationwide and enhancing professionalism within the force.
Events represent not just the unveiling of new units, but operationalization of a forward-looking policing strategy designed to respond to contemporary situations and challenges with speed, precision, and professionalism. The mandate of the VCR's unit is clearly defined and value-driven. The unit is established to ensure swift response to violent crimes, upholding of citizens' rights and dignity, maintenance of the highest professionalism standards, restorations and strengthening of public trust, zero tolerance for corruption, and finally, strict refraining from involvement in civil matters.
Governor of Imo State, I made full commitment to ensure that Imo State remains safe, secure, and governed by the rules of law. However, while we confront violence crime divisions, we must also remember that security enforcement must never come at the expense of citizens.
According to the command, the operations of the newly unit will also deepen accountability and really rely heavily on intelligence-led policing, rapid response mechanisms, and stronger cooperation and collaboration with communities and other security agencies in combating violence crimes across Imo State. Elsewhere, Governor Abdullahi Sule says the Nasarawa State government remains committed to promoting unity and peaceful coexistence through collaboration with relevant institutions. The governor gave the assurance while declaring open a workshop on conflict sensitivity for traditional rulers in the state.
Governor Sule commended the Middle Belt Rain Trust for its peace-building efforts, especially in Toto, noting that the workshop will address insecurity, communal clashes, and farmer-herder conflicts.
You turn around Nasarawa State is discovering another mining activity. Every day you turn around, there is one discovery of minerals or the other, sometimes in places you least expect. This is also a time that a lot of political activities are heating up. So when you bring these two together, then you are actually attracting insecurity, and there is need to involve none other than our traditional institutions.
Chairman of the group, Martin Luther Agway, said traditional rulers have a key role in preventing conflict through early intervention and dialogue.
Will help strengthen their ability in understanding how decisions and interventions either reduce tension or unintentionally escalate them. This is where the conversation becomes very important.
The Emir of Lafia, Sidi Bagay, and the Commissioner of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Aminu Meifata, both described the workshop as important for sustaining peace in the state. They commended the Martin Agway-led Middle Belt Rain Trust for advancing peace initiatives across the region. Musi Shaka, AIT News, Lafia.
Benue State government has officially launched the inauguration phase of its international entrepreneurship and youth empowerment program, making a significant step in its effort to equip young people with globally relevant skills. The initiative championed by Governor Ait Alia is being implemented in partnership with the National Directorate of Employment. A statement by its Chief Press Secretary, Torso Kolo, said the program is currently underway at the Republican Institute for Vocational Studies in Belarus, where selected participants have commenced intensive artisanal training. Before we go to sports, Colleges of Education Academic Staff Union, COESU, has accused the federal government of sidelining it in what it calls drastic and hasty policy decision to exempt prospective students of National Certificates of Education, NCE, from sitting the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME. In a communique read by the president of COESU, Ahmed Lawan, after its National Executive Council meeting, the lecturers admitted the low enrollment of students in the colleges of education and agriculture, but insisted that the solution is not by exempting them from UTME, but to fix the peculiarity of the teaching profession. COESU president said, for example, in the last UTME, 98% applied to universities and only 1% to colleges of education and polytechnics. That is because government consistently relegates teacher education.
We were not consulted in the discussions that led to the development of this policy. Teacher education and agricultural education are the least subscribed courses in Nigeria. We don't want to eat food and we don't want to have knowledge. So I don't know how a country like Nigeria will survive. But what we are saying, even if there are policies like that to exempt, it's not just enough. the apathy on teacher education is not about JAM processes. It's about the incentives. It's about how a teacher is carried in Nigeria.
The body has hailed the federal government for reaching advanced level in its 2010 agreement and demands same treatment to other unions in the colleges to maintain industrial harmony.
Rivers.
Still watching Ait Reports. Time now to take you to sports. Laila Lawal is standing by. Stay with us.
Welcome to Sports Tracker. Paris Saint-Germain have been crowned French League One champion for a record 14th time after defeating our title rivals Lens to secure the trophy with one game remaining in the season. PSG will needed only a draw to clinch the title sealed victory with goals from Vichar Kvaratskhelia and substitute Ibrahim Mbaye at the Stade Bollate Deleuze. The triumph also marks PSG's fifth consecutive league title and their 12th championship in the last 14 seasons, further underlining their dominance in French football. PSG manager Luis Enrique described the title as the toughest during his 3-year spell at the club, praising Lens for mounting a strong challenge throughout the campaign. PSG will wrap up their league campaign away to rivals Paris FC on Sunday before turning attention to the UEFA Champions League final against Premier League leaders Arsenal on May 30th as they aim to retain their European crown. Meanwhile, Lens will shift focus to the Coupe de France final against Nice on May 22. Now from France to Italy, Inter Milan have completed a historic domestic double after defeating Lazio 2-0 to win the Italian Cup, adding to the Serie A title they secured earlier in the season. The victory marks Inter's first league and a cup double since 2010 when Jose Mourinho guided the club to a famous treble-winning campaign. Federico Di Marco's corner forced an own goal from Lazio's defender Adam Marušić before Lautaro Martinez sealed victory after capitalizing on a defensive error. Inter coach Christian Chivu praised the side's resilience following last season's disappointment, while captain Lautaro Martinez described the achievement as very important for the club. Meanwhile, celebrations from Inter Cup triumph spilled into the Italian Open tennis event, where a quarter-final match was suspended for nearly 20 minutes because of smoke from fireworks outside the nearby Stadio Olimpico in Rome. Italian Luciano da Derri eventually defeated Spain's Rafael Joda to book a place in the ATP Masters 1000s semi-final. Now, the World Football Governing Body FIFA is preparing a major compensation package for club whose players will feature at the 2026 World Cup in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. The payment scheme will cover both parent clubs and teams currently housing players on loan, ensuring wider financial support across football. The expanded 48-team competition, scheduled from June 11 to July 19, 2026, will keep players away from their clubs longer than previous editions, raising concerns about fatigue, fixture congestion, and player welfare. FIFA's competition program is aimed at rewarding clubs for releasing players for international duty while helping reduce tensions over the growing demands of the modern football calendar. Sincere apologies for the mix-up of the video in that last report. But right now, President of the Nigerian Football Federation, Ibrahim Gusau, has described President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's passion and commitment to sports development as unprecedented. Gusau made the remark in an exclusive interview with Ait Sports editor Omofoma Ebari while reacting to the federal government's approval for Nigeria to host the 48th General Assembly of the Confederation of African Football CAF, as well as the CAF Awards ceremony.
These are events that took place in Nigeria more than a decade ago. So therefore, and he's always happy to see that he makes Nigerians happy. Everything that will make Nigeria to take its rightful position in the continent. He is always ready to do it. So we are very much sure that it's only for us to have the opportunity for the CAF president to see him and then present this proposal to him. And definitely, the moment the CAF president said, he just shake his hand, and he was excited and happy to say that, yes, we are ready. You can come, and we are ready for you, and we have what it takes to host this event. So you are welcome.
The NFF president said Nigeria is gradually regaining its status as a viable destination for major continental football events. According to him, the country is now in a strong position to begin bidding for the hosting rights of top African tournaments, stressing that the economic and developmental benefits of staging such competitions are enormous.
I assured him that under his watch, he will surely make sure that the national stadium Surulere will be put to normal, to even the expectation that people don't expect, as well as our national stadium here at the MQ Abiola Stadium. And he also mentioned, just to tell you that he's following up to what is going on as far as sport is concerned, he also mentioned there that he's also aware there are some governors that are highly committed in trying to see that they fix back the sporting infrastructures they have in their states. And he also talked to them more, so that at the end of the day we can get the required facilities that we need to host any kind of tournament that will be knocking to our door.
Now away from football to some shooting sports story. Nigerian Shooting Sports Federation, NSSF, is seeking a strategic partnership with the Nigerian Army to strengthen the development of shooting sports across the country. NSSF President Commodore Mohammed Sager Shetima led members of the federation on a courtesy visit to the Chief of Army Staff at the Defense Headquarters in Abuja. Shetima said the collaboration is aimed at expanding participation in shooting sports among military personnel, veteran and wounded servicemen, while also improving Nigeria's competitiveness at international competitions.
So coming to the Army headquarters to bring this a noble cause, I believe will go a long way in not only improving the proficiency of the armed forces, but also will create a welfare avenue for our retiring personnel, who in most cases are used to shooting as a way of life, and once they retire, they lose that passion they usually enjoy. Secondly, we have personnel like the other ranks cadre, and even in the officers cadre, that can actually add value to the sporting system in Nigeria.
And the program with the introduction of American.
Good morning, my name is.
Representing the Chief of Army Staff, Major General Omar Gital Yusuf assured the Federation of the Army's support, describing shooting sports as a discipline that promotes focus, responsibility and mental alertness.
I want to state that the Nigerian Army remains willing to explore areas of cooperation with the Federation towards strengthening Nigeria's competitiveness in shooting sports. I want to request the Nigerian Shooting Sports Federation to explore the possibility of collaborating with the Directorate of Army Physical Training in the training of coaches and officiating teams.
Well, that's about it for sports. Many thanks for watching. I am Lai Lawal. Adiza Audu continues with the concluding part of Ait Reports.
Thank you very much indeed, Lai. In more stories, the chairman, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, says the Anti-Illicit Drug Agency will continue to collaborate with local and international partners until the illicit drug supply chain is fully broken in Nigeria. The NDLEA boss, who was represented by the agency's Director of Seaports Operations, ACG, Daz Achebia Ibn Nabo, made this public during the handing over between the NCS and the NDLEA of the seized 4.173 tons of Canadian loud, a high potency strain of cannabis with a street value of over 10 billion naira at the Tinkan Island port in Lagos Wednesday.
This latest interception of a large consignment of Canadian loud and its street drug, according to Marwa, represented by the Director of Seaport Operations, ACG Asiaba Ibinabo, followed painstaking intelligence gathering, sustained surveillance by trailing the container as it left Toronto, Canada on 28 March 2026. Then arrived Lagos Port parked inside 2 vehicles inside a container on Saturday 9th May 2026. The container was then seized on Tuesday 12th May 2026 by eagle-eyed NDLEA operatives at the Tinkan Island Port, Lagos. According to the NDLEA boss, this achievement demonstrates the effectiveness of interagency cooperation, international collaboration in combating transnational organized crime and illicit drug trafficking. This second massive seizure in less than 1 week, no doubt, speaks volume as the NDLEA operatives raided a Lekki mansion used as the stash house, where 4,000 parcels of illicit drugs weighing 2.3 tons with a market value of 5.8 billion naira were recovered. Obinume, AIT News, Lagos.
And that's the Ait Reports. Many thanks for watching and for staying with us. I'm Hadiza Audu. I'll be back at 4 p.m. with the world news. Till then, stay with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live. The stories now break online. Don't miss miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Ahead of the 2027 general election, the Social Democratic Party has increasingly become a major subject of political discourse in Nigeria's evolving opposition landscape. The party, which many political observers once viewed as a potential third force platform capable of reshaping national politics, is now confronted with internal divisions, leadership disputes, and growing uncertainty over its future direction as political realignments intensify across the country. At the center of the unfolding crisis is the leadership tussle involving the national chairman of the party, Shehu Musa Gabam, and prominent party figure, Abubakar Gombe, with disagreements reportedly centered around party administration, internal democracy, and control of the party structure ahead of the next circle election. The tension within the party has further been heightened by controversies surrounding the Bauchi Convention, which has generated debates among party stakeholders over legitimacy, inclusiveness, and the interpretation of party constitutional processes. The internal crisis has also drawn attention to the growing influence and political ambition of the party's 2023 presidential candidate, Adewale Adebayo, whose emergence on the national stage brought renewed visibility and public interest to the SDP. While Adewale Adebayo is widely seen by supporters as a symbol of reform and ideological rebirth within the party, critics argue that the struggle for influence among competing blocs within the SDP could undermine efforts to build a united and formidable opposition platform ahead of 2027. Beyond the personalities involved, the crisis within the SDP raises broader questions about party cohesion, internal democracy, leadership succession, ideological consistency, and the ability of opposition parties in Nigeria to effectively manage competing interests without jeopardizing their electoral prospects. Political analysts warn that unresolved disputes within the party could weaken its credibility among Nigerians seeking alternatives to the dominant political parties. Prince Adewale Adebayo is the SDP presidential candidate in the 2023 election. He joins us shortly to examine the leadership crisis within the SDP, the controversy surrounding the Bauchi Convention, the roles of Shehu Gabam, Abubakar Gombe in shaping the party's future, as well as the broader implications of these developments from the SDP's preparedness and visibility ahead of the 2027 general election in Nigeria.
A very warm welcome to you. The program is Jigsaw. My name is Benga Aruleba. As you heard there, Prince Adewale Adebayo is our guest. Ordinarily, he should have been with us here in the studio, but he just returned from the party's convention, which took place in Bauchi. He just got back to Abuja, and so he's joining us virtually. Prince Adebayo, Congratulations on your emergence as the SDP presidential candidate for a second season running.
Thank you very much, Gbenga. I thank you for the congratulatory message, and may God bless Nigeria.
But if we go by what is happening, I will say it's not yet Uhuru. I am surprised that the SDP that we thought was free of crisis, and the little crisis we had that time was just an internal issue of management of party funds and all of that. But we didn't believe that that was going to snowball into a major crisis. Now it's like the SDP is involved or engulfed in the crisis of its own. How did the SDP find itself on this much-traveled path by other political parties?
Well, I don't think that, I don't want to minimize any issues, but it's all a distraction. I don't think SDP has any crisis because there are no factions inside the party. And what they want to do to the party is to stop the party from talking about Nigerians and be talking about issues within the party. Every organization has its own internal rules, including the TV station that you are representing there. There are things that are allowed, there are things that are not allowed. And the Supreme Court has heard many times, and even common sense will tell you, that the disciplinary process inside the political party should be the internal affairs of that political party. And the political party is not supposed to spend most of its time talking about itself. It's supposed to talk about the government in power and to assess and evaluate how that government is performing and to bring alternative viewpoints and programs to the public. That's why I'm focused on. I just allow the political party internal processes to go on. The problem lies with INEC in the sense that INEC has been won several times, in particular with respect to the SDP. And INEC was fined 2 million naira just less than 6 months ago by the Supreme Court. So that don't interfere in the affairs of this party, don't tell them who is going to sign documents for them. Just leave them to sort their issues out. Now, there's no new issue. It is that it has become convenient for the government of the day to use police and INEC to revive an issue that has been resolved in the party. There's no new issue in the party at all. So for me, I'm not a party official. I'm a member of the party. I am now the presidential candidate of the party. The mandate given to me by the party is to go and preach to Nigerians that all the suffering, all the mismanagement, all the bad governance, all the lack of welfare, and more particularly, all the issue of insecurity in the country, that the SDP has clearly laid out 500 programs that will tackle all these problems that we are facing. And for the first time, we can have a country that works. That's the mandate given to me.
All right.
I'm not on the side of anyone who has a problem, who's a party official, who has a problem. The party official who was accused of misappropriation of public party funds, who was investigated, I wasn't on the panel, I'm not the accuser. When the panel brought the report, I wasn't there, I didn't testify, I'm not involved, I don't have the fact. When he was charged to court, granted bail, and the matter is pending, that's even the last time I can talk about it because the party official who was removed, former chairman who was removed, has now been charged to court. The court has, I think, remanded him and given him bail condition. So the matter is now sub judice. As a lawyer, I will suffer more consequences than other politicians if I am caught commenting on that subject when the person is now facing trial in the court of law.
Okay.
I shouldn't do that.
The matter appears much more than that. It's not a question of whether somebody is on trial or somebody is not on trial. But I would like you to listen to this report. It's just this happened just a few days ago. Let's listen to the report together, and then you help us make sense out of it.
Executive Board by recent recognition from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, following a court ruling arrived the premises to assert control, but they were met with stiff resistance from the Gombe-led faction, which insisted it remains the authentic leadership of the party.
We are here going, and I'll take over my office. The guy that was removed and mentioned in the judgment 3 times illegally, perverse, and lack of jurisdiction. And the judgment was set aside. So the main reason we decided to come in today, legally backed by security agencies, to take over my office.
Sadiq Abubakar Gombe maintains his faction is the legitimate leadership of the SDP, deepening the standoff.
A professor of law, a son, distinguished son, and prophetically saying that he is returning our expelled member onto their portal, as if the portal is to determine who is the chairman of the party or not. We are not responsible to any portal.
As temper fled and the situation threatened to spiral, officers of the Nigerian police force stepped in, taking over the premises to restore calm and enforce the court's back order.
Now, Prince Adebayo, you heard that. But let me add something new that is not contained in that report. This happened yesterday. Alhaji Shehu Gabam posted on his Facebook page that his office is open and he has been receiving aspirants under the SDP, and that 2 from Nasarawa State visited him in the office to pick expression of interest and nomination forms to contest for elective positions in the 2027 general election. That was Shehu Gabam yesterday. Now, all of that roped together. Where does this lead the SDP?
Well, if you want me, do you want me to comment on the report?
Yes, please. I want you to comment on both the report and then the information I just gave you now about what Alhaji Shehu Gabam said as regards his position as the authentic national chairman of the SDP.
Okay. My honest opinion, and you will excuse me, and I say with all due respect, is that you need to train your reporters more to understand what they are saying. Because the report, from what I see, showed that Mr. Shehu Gabam was accompanied by policemen to the office, the National Secretariat of the SDP, ostensibly to say he wanted to take his office back as national chairman. And the people at the Secretariat did not want to recognize him. In the course of that, the police had to take some action. One, there is nothing called faction there. The Shehu Gabam, Sadiq Gombe, Agunloye, all of them belong to the same executive. What had happened was that the same executive, presided over by Gabam, had suspended him on the allegation of misappropriation of funds and all of that, which, because it's now before court of law, I don't want to comment on those. So it's not about 2 people claiming to be two different executives. Maybe your journalist is already memorized what is happening in other parties. So it's not a case where you have one set of executive here, another set. It was a case of one individual removed from the executive, the rest of the executive remains. So if the court says his removal is wrong, it will be put back. If the court doesn't say so, then it won't be put back. So
to the best of your knowledge, has the court said so? Because he's insisting that the court said so.
No, you see, it's taking back to journalism. In journalism, you don't ask parties. The court says so because courts say things in writing. So, a journalist, before you go on air, you at least keep a copy of the judgment, read it. If you don't understand it, you will give it to a lawyer in your office to interpret it for you. I have not seen any court judgment presented by INEC, by the police or anyone, so that says that the removal of Shehu Gabam by the party is unlawful and should be restored. I have not seen it, and I'm sure you have not seen it. So this is in the realm of speculation. You haven't seen it, your reporter hasn't seen it, the policeman hasn't seen it, INEC hasn't seen it. So it's most likely it doesn't exist because I haven't seen it. So that is that. But I cannot oppose any individual who has a right under the law, because it is a fact of law. It's a fact that Shehu Gabam was elected as national chairman of the SDP on June 8, 2022, and his tenure will have ended at the next convention for this year. So it is a fact that he was removed by the National Working Committee, which he led. It's a fact that he was also removed and expelled by the NEC, held on March 9, 2026. Now, if he has a court order that says that those expulsions and removal are unlawful, I will join Gabam to enforce it, because a political party must obey court order, and I don't deserve to keep my law license. If I belong to a political party and I'm influential in a political party, and I don't encourage that political party, or I discourage the political party from obeying court order, there's supposed to be a petition against me as an irresponsible lawyer. So, and I won't want to be an irresponsible lawyer. So if any time that judgment is presented and that judgment is to be enforced, if that's what the court says, I will ask SDP to comply. If they want to appeal against it, they can appeal against it, but you must obey court order. But that court order is in the realm of speculation. Nobody has seen it.
Okay, but
now with respect to the other side about selling forms, I encourage anyone who wants to rescue the country and who wants to run on the platform of the SDP to go and run on the platform of the SDP. Leadership come, leadership go. That is not the issue. What is important is the party remains. So I'm not going to use the travail of individuals in the party to discourage anyone from going to the party to work. What's even more particularly interesting is that even though there was a court order, which I haven't seen and I cannot speculate that there is, I suspect there isn't, but if there was a court order, it only would say that Shehu Gabam removal as chairman should be reversed. It will not affect others who are also elected with Gabam. They also are entitled to go to that office and do their work. Okay. So because I don't think there's a court order that says that Gabam will be a sole administrator and all his executives, even though they were the one who removed him, if he's brought back by a court order, would that court order also say those people are automatically removed? Or will he now say that state chairmen are removed or zonal vice chairmen are removed? It can't be the case. So it's like an employer-employee situation. If it's a case of wrongful termination of the national chairman, of Gabam as national chairman, the maximum we can get from the court is a restoration of back to his position. He won't remove the rest of the executives. He will still continue to work, and one individual cannot take a decision for the party. So I think it's a very small matter. Okay. It's unfortunate that you are spending valuable time to talk about sources.
Prince Adebayo, can you provide a context for the national convention that that took place just 2 days ago or so, or yesterday?
The context is very simple.
That took place in Bauchi. That convention vis-a-vis the claim of Alhaji Shehu Gabam. Would you say the national convention, which kind of endorsed the tenure of new officers, has that overtaken whatever claim Alhaji Shehu Gabam is making?
What I can say is this. One, the national convention can be held anytime, but it's due at least once every 4 years. Because the Constitution says that when Nigerian Constitution says that when INEC announces the calendar, the timetable for elections, political parties will have to comply. And any political party that wants to nominate candidates must nominate candidates within the framework timeline of INEC. And under section 12.1.5, Roman 2 of the SDP Constitution, it is the National Convention that elects the presidential candidate now at a primary. So the National Executive Committee of the party had to meet and fix a date for the National Convention. And on March 9, 2026, at Abuja, in the presence of INEC, the NEC held, and the calendar for the National Convention and the primary, everything submitted to INEC. And INEC was also written a letter on the 7th of April, giving them 21 days that the convention will hold. And shortly before the time, 10 days before the time, the convention was published in two national newspapers, Newsprint and Punch, Blueprint and Punch. And also INEC was also informed, all of that, so everything is there. So whether one person was rightly removed or not, the party will continue to operate. That has nothing to do with it. If Shehu Gabam goes to court and say he was wrongly removed, the court will give him declaration. But what had happened at the convention was that the National Convention took a resolution to also confirm Gabam's expulsion from the party. So he may wish to also challenge that one. I cannot deny him his right to challenge if he was wrongly expelled, but the National Convention has expelled him. That the implication that I can see, to be honest, to your question is that the tenure of all of them expired at that convention, and the new executive had now been elected. So the fight over tenure, whether Gabam was removed, now relates to the last tenure, the past tenure. But it doesn't mean that whether his right is extinguished thereby, he may have personal rights that may survive that. But they have a new election now. So it's not a case of Gabam's deputy, Gombe, taking over from him because he was suspended. Now, that former deputy has now been duly elected by a new convention in his own right. So that may be the issue, but I don't think that it's abnormal. It's a normal issue, and I think the public who are facing insecurity, facing hunger, facing unemployment, facing the disappearing economy, and all these things, I don't think that they want to be entertained about the internal succession plan in political parties. If INEC follows the law and the people involved in it follow the law, I think it's a very simple matter to resolve, so that we can now discuss the issue that pertain to the Nigerian people. I did not join politics to install chairman, remove chairman, and get myself involved in petty things like that. I joined politics so that we can have a country that all the black people of the world can be proud of. We can have a country whose leaders will not be stealing the resources, whose people will not be living amidst plenty and be living in penury. We won't have a country where ragtag terrorists will be picking army generals and killing them at will. Right. We want a safe community.
Prince, I know, just for the purposes of clearing all doubts, the law is clear as to how political parties hold their conventions and all of that. There has to be a statutory notice to INEC and all of that. In the case of the Bauchi Convention that you just ended, were all those statutory provisions complied with?
Of course, they were all done.
Was INEC present? Was INEC present at the convention?
Well, that's up to INEC. Why would they not be present? What's their problem? Is INEC...
Okay, was INEC informed?
Why will INEC not be involved? I mean, INEC will not be doing his job if he's not involved. What I'm saying to you is that the political party, INEC was present when the convention was fixed at the NEC. INEC took note at the NEC. INEC itself concluded in the NEC that SDP comply with its constitution and INEC regulation and gave the certified copy INEC monitored from the ward level, ward, local government, state, and zonal congresses that led to the convention. So INEC is involved in all of that. INEC was given more than 21 days notice, acknowledged by INEC. So it is not, the main concern we have for INEC is the need for INEC to comply with the Electoral Act and the Constitution, so that all the time, political parties who have their own issues will not be implicating INEC. If you fire or sack your national chairman because you said, allegedly, he misappropriated money, you cannot say INEC was the one who told him to misappropriate the money. If you were sacked by your National Working Committee and NEC because they said that you misappropriated their money and forged documents and all of that, you cannot say it's INEC that made them to do it. Where INEC needs to be careful is not to try to help one side or the other. Because if, for primordial reasons, from pressure from government or from inducement, INEC is now helping one side or the other against the law, that's where INEC gets into trouble. That is why political parties point to INEC. And I've always encouraged SDP, do not blame INEC for issues. Make sure that you do what is right. And if you use your internal mechanism, you can resolve most of the issues that you have as a political party. But INEC, from time to time, have been influenced by people in government who believe that a political party, an opposition political party, having problem is to the advantage of the government. So people in government tend to lobby INEC to worsen the case. And people in INEC tend to succumb to that pressure from time to time. And I hope that that will not be the case here. So what is important is that a political party is meant for the public, is not meant for infighting. And anyone who is an official of a political party, who is disciplined by that political party, if he doesn't agree to that discipline, he's entitled to appeal with the party. He's also entitled to go to court to challenge that, subject to the fact that court says internal affairs of parties should not ordinarily be looked into, except if you can show that they violated the Constitution. And I am not a politician who forgets that he's a lawyer. So when I see anyone who is fighting for his right, I am not the one who will speak against the person. So if Shehu Gabam files a case in court against SDP or challenges his removal, if the court gives him judgment, I will tell SDP comply immediately. If you want to appeal, go and appeal. If Gabam he has not done so, he wants to do so, if as a friend he says, follow me to court, I'll follow him, because I believe that rights of individuals must not be subsumed by politics. So I take no sides in the matter. What matters to me is that SDP remains a credible platform for Nigerians who are tired of his governance of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the dark ways, alley, that APC is taking the country into. Do not lose hope. They know that it's an alternative political party, social democratic party that believes in social justice and democracy and believes in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, fundamental objective and directory principle of state policy. And they should not be distracted and say, oh my God, the party we are hoping for to fight for the poor, to fight for the country, to fight for constitutionalism is now consumed in ego fight and in personality discord. We don't want to be known for that.
All right. Let me just get further clarification on what has happened here now. So the new national chairman is Alhaji Abubakar Sadiq Gombe. You have Senator Gochukwu Uba, Rufus Ayenigba, Dr. Oluwagunloye. All those people have been returned to office for a fresh term of how many years now?
4 years as per our Constitution. 4
years, starting afresh.
Starting afresh, so starting from the day of the convention. To leave by, they will be to leave by May 8, 2032.
Okay.
If they make it to that time.
Okay. Then right now, who has Alhaji Gombe been able to regain control of the National Secretariat?
I don't know about that. I don't live there. I don't work there. So they will sort that out. Maybe, I don't know. That's not really my priority. But what I know is that the National Secretariat of a political party is not a tug of war. It is not a place for and any that should be go into the central bank today and I occupy the building doesn't make me the governor of central bank. It only makes me a burglar. So it is sitting down in one office or the other. The party can write a single letter to the INEC, signed by all the majority of the National Working Committee, and move the secretariat to another place. It's not a holy ground. It's not like the Kaaba or the wall of the Temple of Solomon. No, it's just an office which changes from time to time. So the issue is a political party should know that the duty is to form governments. And if you must form governments, those who run it must not be lawless. They must be seen by people that the way they are running their party affairs, if you give them a government like, they will be able to run it. And that is my hope. But that's why I don't take part in partisan fights and all of that. My mission in politics, I'm losing so much to be in politics and live my private life that is perfect for me to be in politics, and I won't spend it on lousiness. So what's important is for us to raise very good candidates that people believe in their community and to follow the law in everything that we do, and to see that Nigerians have no excuse to say, well, we don't like APC, but all the other parties are not stable. So we need to do that. And that may be the reason why President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his handlers, unfortunately, think that, by making fun, by poking fire, by taking side and sponsoring elements to scatter political parties, they would dispirit Nigerians who will say, okay, APC is a disaster, that shouldn't happen again, but there's no alternative. There will be alternative. We'll work together. If you saw at our convention, you will see that many political parties, opposition political parties, came there to do goodwill messages. We will unite Nigerians, and we will be able to change this government, not because we personally hate President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but because we cannot live with the outcome of his government. You can see poverty everywhere. You can see underdevelopment everywhere, unaccountability, wastage of human lives and resources, and total disregard for the laws of the country. Appropriation Act, injustice is all over the country is getting more and more disunited. His appointment are skewed to only people he has known from high school, and people who are working with him as if the rest of the country don't exist. And all sorts of mismanagement, constantly getting out of the country for no accountable reason or the other, and not being able to deliver on his own minimally set mandates. No electricity, he can't do that. No employment, he can't do that. He can't do projects, can't even secure our lives. He can't even go to Agwarukuba or all those places where we are losing lives to go to the community and console them. He's now having a strange flu, which is now calling Special Advisor on Homeland Security. What is the meaning of all this balablu? So you cannot continue with this kind of government. So to do otherwise would be to ruin the whole country. So what we are doing now is to make sure, no matter your personal differences, political differences, to try to unite everyone together to achieve two things. One, get rid of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, let him be gone from May 29, 2027. Secondly, to put in place a government that we have not seen in Nigeria in recent times. A government that is following the law, that is using the resources of the people for the people, that is using the best talents of Nigeria for the country, and ensuring that even 50 naira is accounted for in the government, and that everyone who is in government is living responsibly, and that all arms of government are allowed to do their function. Don't emasculate the National Assembly and don't embarrass the judiciary, so that Nigerians can also enjoy government at lower levels. Don't confiscate local government money. Don't use local government money for political bargaining. Let different political parties have their governors and all of that. Don't blackmail them. Don't threaten them. Don't bribe them. Don't intimidate them into having all of them in your party. Even for us to be able to go to Bauchi, if you know the background story, they were putting pressure on. First, in Abuja, they will not give you a space. Even if you pay with gold, they will not. Second, any governor that wanted to host you, they put pressure. So we are being told, don't come here, please don't put us in trouble, don't come here. That is why I commend the governor of Bauchi State, Governor Bala Muhammad, for showing courage. Even on that day, pressure on them, kick them out of that state. Even at the venue, they brought over 500 literally armed troublemakers. We know what it took the authorities there to be able to see that the thing went on smoothly. We cannot continue like that.
All right.
Nigerians are crying over poverty, unemployment, but what we shouldn't be crying on, which is about to come next, is crying
so
over
in spite
our
of all of this, yes. you still had a successful convention. But I'm worried that for you as a presidential candidate, it was a voice vote. It was a voice vote. How democratic is that? You can't.
Okay. Okay, now,
I don't know.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. The Electoral Act itself was passed by voice vote in the National Assembly, and it's illegal. Now, what happened was that we had only one candidate. Okay. You either vote yea or nay. Now, it was put to the convention, and the convention is the highest level of the party. Do you want to go and cast ballots one by one? They said no. Voice vote. And they were asked on 13 different occasions. The yea were 99.99999%. So what will you do? You could also go there and start counting ballots and writing yes, yes, and count the yes till now, because to count 11,600 something votes, because this is not delegate election, this is the direct election. So in the last time at International Conference Center on June 8, 2022, in Abuja, we had 1,708 delegates. It took us 5 hours to count the ballots. So if you have 11,000 something people in the stadium, you'll be counting till Monday. So they decided that we only have one candidate anyway, aspirant. We might as well just use the voice vote. But if anyone thinks that it is not proper, they can go and challenge it in a court of law. I'm not going to. I'm a lawyer. I won't stop anyone from testing anything at law. Okay. If the court says that voice vote is invalid, I would rather the court say so than
So how much did you pay now to become the presidential candidate of the SDP? Because I saw somewhere, that's why I don't know, we keep talking about Jeu Gabam and Sadiq Gombe. I don't know whether it's the executive under Alhaji Sadiq Gombe that pegged the nomination and expression of interest from at 15 million naira and 60 million naira. That's combined 75 million naira. Was that how much you paid to become the candidate now?
Okay, let me make it clear. Number one, the way I think you should have, I will send you immediately we finish the program a copy of the SDP Constitution. The executive is not under anybody. The executive is the executive. The executive is not under anybody. As INEC made a mistake last year, August, when Shehu Gabam was under suspension, he had not been removed. The National Executive, National Working Committee sponsored candidates for elections. And the National Secretary and the acting chairman signed the nomination. INEC said, no, the chairman must sign it. INEC was wrong. Why? They said their regulation says the chairman must sign it. SDP took them to court. Justice Nwite of the Federal High Court in August 2025 said, INEC, you are wrong. Look at their constitution and obey that. Your regulation is your own opinion. INEC disagreed and went to Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal said, INEC, you are wrong. And INEC disagreed and went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court fined them 2 million naira. So in the SDP, whether Benga Ruleba is the acting chairman tomorrow, or it is Gabam, or it is Aki and Popo, it's not relevant. It is the organ of the party that must meet and take the decision. So it was the organ of the party that stipulated the amount to be paid. And that amount to be paid was paid, and the screening took place, which was televised to all.
What's the amount? What's the amount?
The amount was reduced to 60 million naira because many aspirants complained that the initial amount was too high, and they reviewed it. Even today, I'm told that the women wing of the party have brought another appeal to the party that there should be a special rate for women, as it was before. But the National Working Committee took the view that they might accuse the Electoral Act does not say we should not put any other qualification. They said there are many things they put in the new Electoral Act. So they were thinking, if you charge a different price for women, a different price for men, somebody might say you have put a precondition that is unconstitutional. So they said it will be the same rate. So the rate will be reviewed from time to time. For people with disability, I think there's an exemption, all sorts of things. So really, it's not a problem for some. If you want to run for president of Nigeria and you cannot find 60 million to buy from, you better go and act a movie, be president of the movie.
So you paid 60 million naira to pick the form, and then 50 million naira for expression of interest. So I was right there, 75 million.
Well, I will check the record. I didn't bother myself too much about that. I think somebody in the office were to do that. I won't bother myself at such a small amount of money, really. What matters to me is that...
No, but you are the one who purchased the form now, and the form was in your name. So how much did it cost?
I will check. I will ask the person to check and bring the bill. But what I'm going to let you know is that the last presidential election cost us billions, and this one will cost us billions. So in that mode, the amount of money to transport yourself to the convention will cost more than the form. The form is not a major issue, and I didn't want to make an issue out of it because not only you, because I know you are a disciplined journalist, somebody who listens will say, Adebayo decries high form, whatever. I've given my opinion to the party regarding, not everybody is buoyant, and they've taken that into consideration. But what matters to us is that if you are running for president of Nigeria, at least that kind of amount of money should not be a challenge to you. Even if you don't have it, there will be people who support you, who believe in you, to come and give you the money. So that's not an issue.
All right.
At all.
All right. Let's leave that. But I know that I can put two and two together. I know what the expression of interest costs, and I know what the form costs. Yeah. But let's move on to...
My only worry is that you didn't even call me to make a contribution to this, knowing that I will do well for the country.
You didn't ask me to come and contribute to your campaign.
I didn't have to ask you. After all this, if you are to choose 2 or 3 people who can change the fortune of this country, I count that you will be able to mention my name. And you are a well-to-do man, assistant journalist, worthy journalist. There's no reason why you shouldn't make a contribution, and it's never too late. Now I'm asking you officially.
Okay, I hear. We'll talk about that after the program. But let's talk about, you made a point, and I really need you to clarify it. You said the Supreme Court already told INEC that regulation requiring national chairmen and secretaries of political parties to be the only ones to interface with INEC, that the Supreme Court said no to that regulation. Was that what you said?
That is true. That is true, and INEC has complied. In the new INEC regulation now, INEC regulation says that every political party will decide who will sign for them. So now no party needs to worry that if the chairman goes rogue and you win your primaries and the chairman refuses to sign, that you are in trouble. No. What the law, what INEC says now is that we won't tell you who to sign for you. It is you who will tell us who will be signing for you. But you must notify us so that not every Tom, Dick, and Harry will be signing for you.
What if you have a situation whereby there's a leadership dispute and both sides are laying claims, as we have in the case, okay, let me use the SDP, the PDP for instance now. Two camps lay claim to who can interface with INEC and all of that, and both decide to send lists of candidates to INEC. What would
I
INEC
don't
do
want to
in
give
that
INEC
situation?
legal opinion. INEC has enough lawyers.
Because a lot of people thought that the INEC regulation requiring it to make its code available to only the recognized national officers, that is the national chairman and secretary, as the only ones who can get on that portal and file the details, the particulars of their candidates.
What I know, and I'm talking law now, don't look at me as a politician. And when I'm talking law, I talk law. What I know is that the Supreme Court has said anything that is not in the Electoral Act, INEC should be careful in stipulating conditions. That was why, you remember all those cases within Supreme Court which you covered. Omehia versus Okowa, all those cases regarding card reader. Supreme Court says the card reader was not in the Electoral Act. So INEC regulation is not binding. The same thing with this signature issue. And in the case of INEC versus SDP, which went all the way to the Supreme Court, I happen to be the lawyer in the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, so I know the case intimately. What the Supreme Court said to INEC is that you can't force political parties and choose for them who will sign their own letters, nomination, collect their code, anything. Leave it to them. So what INEC did was to now write a regulation telling the political party, we are not going to tell you who will sign for you, but tell us by yourself. So it might happen that one political party might say, retain our chairman and secretary. Another one might say it's our organizing secretary. Another one might say it's our youth leader. Another one might say it's our staff, whatever. It's up to them. In the case of the SDP, if I'm not getting it wrong, I'll cross-check. What they did was to write to the National Working Committee, pass a resolution and send to INEC that it is the National Secretary that will be doing so until further notice. So I think that's for the SDP. Then now you asked me a question about regarding if they have two factions, because SDP doesn't have two factions. They only have one chairman who will know whether it was properly removed or not. But now they have a new executive completely. But in the case of PDP, the judgment of the Supreme Court didn't appear to solve their problems, in the sense that there are two sets of executives. What INEC will do, and INEC has very learned lawyers there, I don't think I'm the advisor, but what INEC might decide to do is to take from both or take from none. If they take from both, then the people who are beneficiaries of one or the other will go to court to go and clarify whether their own is the right thing. So it means that, for example, for a governorship, they might nominate two different governorship candidates. And the two of them will have to go to court to ask who is the proper person to be nominated. Or INEC might not take any from any of them. And then each of them might go to court to compel INEC to take their own. And then at that point, the court will now sort it out, because the court can never tell INEC, take for both. You know, so that can be resolved. The important thing for INEC is to know that parties will usually have their problem from time to time. Just don't get yourself implicated in it. That's all.
Okay. But in view of all those plenty authorities now on political parties, crises, dragging INEC into it, how do we, and then INEC himself getting his fingers burnt in the process? Because I remember the uproar that greeted INEC's decision when the Supreme Court, when the Court of Appeal first said, return to status quo ante bellum, and INEC interpreted it in a particular way. Is there a way we can insulate INEC from being dragged into all those intra-party crises being joined as a political party and all of that.
You cannot isolate INEC necessarily, because INEC is the one that needs to enforce. Even if the court says this is the right person, wrong person, this is the right candidate, INEC is the one to enforce. So in any suit, INEC will be added, just like the Attorney General of the Federation or Attorney General of a state. Once you sue the state, you are entitled to add the Attorney General. What INEC needs to do is, one, ensure that they don't add to the problem by taking action that is going to add to the problem. For example, like in the case of the status quo antebellum, I was on the side of INEC that if they say restore status quo antebellum, all of us are bound to obey the status quo antebellum order. The question was, what was the ante before the bellum? What was the ante before the bellum is that whoever was on your portal, as at the time the case was filed, that person will remain on your portal. Whoever you put on the portal, well, after the case started, you put the person away and put another person. But at the end of the day, the matter was resolved, and INEC now is complying with the current situation. Well, the lesson to learn from it is that INEC needs to be independent. And in my acceptance speech in Bauchi, I asked Nigerians to pray for Amukpito, because that his name is very ominous. Amukpito, Yoruba means historical reference. So I don't know what he'll be referenced for, whether for disaster or for prosperity, because the government of the day is putting too much pressure on Professor Joash Amukpito. And if he believes that he's not a man of steel, if he believes that he's not a man who fears God only and doesn't care about position, he should just leave the position and go away, because the government is desperate. Yeah, the people who are supporting the government are desperate. And they will be putting pressure on INEC to help them destabilize political parties. And Professor Amukpito needs to build his muscle, because I know how much pressure is on when it comes to the case of the SDP. And if he cannot withstand that, what will happen when he has to declare results, and declare a result in which the commander-in-chief of the armed forces may be the loser in the election? So he needs to go back to God and hear God's voice again as to whether this job is worth it. But I believe that Nigerians should pray for him and support him and not leave him to the dogs, because the government of the day is determined by hook or crook to put pressure on INEC to destroy this democracy. And I believe that, in my sincere belief, and if I'm wrong, may God forgive me, my sincere belief is that they chose Amukpito, because of his mild personality, taking that as a pushover, and they can use him and dump him after they've achieved their aim. So it's left to him to realize that you cannot be a professor of law, you cannot be a senior advocate, and don't deserve any appointment in Nigeria. So the appointment, don't make it look like a favor. It's the way INEC, the way the Constitution describes who can be INEC chairman, Amukpito is qualified to be. So the people who lobby for you, put you there, are not doing you any favor. You have to serve the country. It's the country that has done you a favor by training you to get to that level where you are qualified. So you don't owe them anything. You owe the whole of Nigeria plain, clear, credible elections.
All right.
Where political parties who can't win know that they couldn't win because they didn't deserve to win. Not that the election is already sold and Amukpito is just coming like a Shakespearean character to read the script that has been given to him on the stage.
All right. Prince, we have to go now.
The next one is used again.
Prince, we have to go now.
Thank you.
Do we say congratulations? Thank you. God bless Nigeria. We say congratulations to you and congratulations to the SDP for a successful convention. And from all indications, you are primed now for what promises to be a very historic election. Congratulations, Prince.
Thank you very much. I mean, God bless Nigeria. Thank you, Benga.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, that's the Jigsaw today. We looked at the Social Democratic Party, and of course, the Social Democratic Party just held its convention in Bauchi State, and Prince Adewale Adebayo emerged as the candidate, the presidential candidate of the party for the January 2027 presidential election. That's the program today. Thank you for investing your time with us. My name is Benga Aruleba. I'll see you around. Enjoy the rest of the day.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live. The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Hello and welcome to Health Digest, your go-to program for timely, relevant, and people-focused health conversations. I am Ukemere Tukwa. Today's edition is highly significant as we spotlight maternal mental health in line with global conversations around the world. Maternal Health Day marked every May 6th. Motherhood, as you know, is often celebrated as a joyful journey, but for many women, it also comes with emotional, psychological, and physical challenges that are not often talked about, from postpartum depression and anxiety and the pressure of caregiving. Talk about it. I have a toddler. Now, maternal mental health remains a critical but under-discussed issue. On today's program, we'll be exploring this theme from different angles, bringing together stories, insight, and innovations shaping health outcomes, both locally and globally. Now, let's get started. We begin with our health news segment, where we bring you a roundup of key developments shaping the health sector, both at home and around the world.
The conference featured free medical diagnostic tests and keynote speeches aimed at promoting preventive healthcare and raising awareness on wellness practices. The Director General of the National Institute for Sport, Comrade Philip Shaibu, stressed that health remains critical in today's economic realities, urging Nigerians to prioritize both physical and mental well-being through regular medical checkups. He further emphasized hepatitis B awareness, encouraging Nigerians to know their status while commending the free testing conducted at the event.
If you must employ anybody in your house, make sure you check that person on hepatitis B. If you must employ a gate man, check hepatitis B. If you must employ anybody, HR, all offices that have HR, one of the medical conditions you must check beyond BP is hepatitis B because it is contagious.
Keynote speaker Dr. Abdulrahman M. Huzaifa of Dr. Fazer Global Health and Wellness Center emphasized the importance of proper pharmaceutical practices, including manufacturing standards, storage, and transportation.
Before a drug is manufactured, there must be a process. Where are the critical manpowers? Where are the pharmacists? Where is the medical laboratory, microbiologist? Where is the biochemist? Do you have the laboratory? Do you have the equipment? Is the equipment of the right standard? Then what is the qualification of these people? What is the documentation look like? In-process control, finished product control. These are good manufacturing practices. Sometimes we call it current good manufacturing practice. That is the review that has taken place over the years.
The conference ended with a renewed commitment by stakeholders to strengthen public health systems, improve regulatory compliance, and promote safer healthcare practices across Nigeria.
I hope you enjoyed that. You're still watching Health Digest, and I am Ukemere Tokwa. Nigeria has a HIV prevalence of 1.4% among adults, with approximately 2 million people living with HIV. Annually, there are about 22,000 new HIV infections and 15,000 AIDS-related deaths. Children aged 0 to 14 accounting for 15,000 of these deaths. The National Agency for the Control of AIDS held an event educating young people on HIV/AIDS prevention, emphasizing that AIDS is not a death sentence. The key focuses included the abstinence and safer practices, promoting condom use, testing, and reducing stigma.
The objective of this conference is to create awareness, is to discuss how the youth engage with prevention strategies, and then 3, to discuss ways of empowering the youth. Because you empower them, then you're enabling them to make informed choices and better choices.
It also had students involved in advocacy by creating the platform for discussions, creating awareness, and launched the initiative PMTCT, Acceleration Committee to reach more communities.
I want to start maybe engaging into any activities, any such activities. I would first of all know those contraceptives that we all have here. We have pills, we have birth pills, we have condom. There are many more. So you first of all have knowledge concerning it, and then I feel when you do, then you know how to use it to save yourself from getting STD.
NACA aims to end AIDS in Nigeria by 2030, urging collective action, equity, and sustained funding. With World AIDS Day on the 1st of December and the theme Take the Right Path, Sustain HIV Response, Stop HIV Among Children, NACA has called on Nigerians to break the stigma, support testing, and join the fight. I had a discussion with the Director General of NACA, Dr. Temitokbe Ilori. Today on Nature's Healers, we're looking at red gold. Now, in many Nigerian homes, it's known as zobo. Botanical name hibiscus. It is more than just a refreshing drink. It's a plant packed with powerful health benefits, rich in antioxidants and vitamin C. Hibiscus helps the body fight harmful free radicals that can damage cells and weaken the immune system. This helps support immunity, reduce inflammation, and promote overall wellness. Hibiscus is also widely recognized for its heart health benefit. Studies suggest that compounds found in the plant may help relax blood vessels, improve circulation, and even lower high blood pressure, making it beneficial for cardiovascular health. Beyond the heart, hibiscus may also support healthy digestion and metabolism. Its natural diuretic properties help the body remove excess fluid, reducing bloating while supporting digestive and liver functions.
But while hibiscus offers several wellness benefits, experts advise moderation, especially for individuals with low blood pressure or certain health conditions. From supporting heart health to boosting immunity, hibiscus, yes, red gold, continues to prove that some of nature's most powerful healers can be found in everyday plants. When discussing pregnancy, we often focus on the mother, but experts say that a father's health has a lot to play, and it plays not just a minor role, but a very important role. A man's lifestyle before conception, including his diet, stress levels, smoking, alcohol use, and overall health, can affect sperm quality and influence pregnancy outcomes, such as premature birth or low birth weight. Emotional support from fathers is equally important. Supportive partners can help reduce stress and anxiety during pregnancy, improving the mother's mental and emotional well-being throughout the journey. And when it comes to determining a baby's sex, yes, science shows that the father is responsible. While the mother's egg always carries the X chromosome, the father's sperm carries an X or Y chromosome, meaning he and only he can determine whether the baby will be a male or a female. Yes, for all of you that have those questions about male children, now you know. Experts say understanding this can help challenge harmful beliefs and blame women for the sex of a child. Now you know better, do better, and just know that it's all God.
Welcome right back. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, as we focus on maternal health today, it's important to hear directly from those living the experience. In our chat with the expert segment, we're joined by Uyime Asuko, who shares her journey as a new mother. I know it's an moment, from the emotional realities of early motherhood to the milestone lessons and the critical role of early nurturing in a child's development. Here's that stimulating conversation. Welcome right back to Health Digest. I did tell you that we're going to be speaking with a very, very interesting person. I mean, there's someone in this world who looks at her like she is the most important person in the world, aside from God. I'm talking about her baby. She is a new mom. Her name is Mrs. Asuko. Mrs. Asuko, it is such a pleasure to have you on Health Digest.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
It is exciting. So let's get straight to it. Last, you probably remember yourself when we talk about phases in life, and the pictures I saw, you were under the hot sun with your architectural gear, you know, on the site, and now you change diapers for a living. You're a nursery school teacher. You're a cook, you're up at night, whether you want or not. When you used to be forced for night vigils, you used to compete, but now natural. You do it naturally. How do you feel with the word M-U-M? Some people say M-O-M, but it's called mom.
First of all, thank you so much for having me on the show. It's been an amazing one. And the transition from my career to being a mom has been nothing that no one has prepared me for. But the journey of it up until 9 months now, my baby is 9 months, just today actually. Thank you. So it has been quite challenging, but one thing that I do know is that most times it comes to you at ease, because you're asking yourself, you don't know what you're doing. Am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? Is she going to be alive? Is she dead? What's happening? But at the end of the day, you just know that whatever God has given you, you're always doing it right.
Absolutely amazing. So you mentioned some interesting points. There's that first time try at everything. How did you find it mentally? Because I know I have a toddler myself, which you already know, a very interesting one, and I know that at night I would literally check whether he's still breathing, if he coughs, if he's unable to poo or something.
Every symptom.
Everything wants to make me go wild. How did you go through that phase, and can you share some of the experiences that made you say, wow, God, I mean, Mom, I love you?
Honestly, I think we never really get the full grasp of motherhood and childhood until you become one yourself. So for me, it was more or less like a trial and error method. I just knew that the baby would be fine, but there were always those times where you'll be Googling everything, the color of the poop, the cough, the sounds that they make at night. And you know, the newborn phase, the 1 month to the 3 or 4 months, it's always very hectic because you don't exactly know what you're doing. I mean, yes, you've been surrounded by children, you've been surrounded by other babies, but once it's yours and you can't give it back to the mother, you have to make sure that you do it right. So I think that initial phase, it was challenging. I was always asking questions. I was always crying. Every time the baby would cry, I would cry too, because we were both new at this. But over time, we got to understand each other. I got to understand that with or without me, actually, she's going to be okay. But I'm just a primary health giver. I have to make sure that everything is in line. But look at her today. She's 9 months and she's all over the whole place.
Absolutely, absolutely amazing. I can see that you've had to learn, unlearn, relearn, and trust your instincts. Absolutely amazing. Would you say that this phase, your maternal phase, has helped you rediscover or helped you to assess and better know your personality and yourself? I mean, you used to be in offices, making calls, getting goods and different things, and now, you know, it's a whole different ballgame. When you look at your watch right now, and it's not for meetings, it's for feeding times. Honestly. Would you say that it has helped you learn or get to know a different part of your personality? Did you know this part of Mrs. Asukwa before?
Well, you know, it's an unending journey, and it's one that I'm grateful for. Actually, one of the best advice that I got throughout this period is that forget who you were before and embrace who you're becoming now. The skills that I had before were based off on instincts, were based off on, you know, my career, were based off on things that I had picked up. But now the things that I do are based upon how best to help this human being. So it has really reshaped me. It has really guided me. It has really, you know, put me on the spot and made me the better version of who I was and who I am becoming. So I think one thing that I live by is forget who you were and embrace who you are becoming. Because if you hold on to who you were before, you'll never get to experience yourself, who this child has made you, or who this new role has put you into.
Absolutely interesting. So I have an interesting photo that I will not be sharing, but at the time it was of my toddler when I was in the restroom having my private time. He was literally there. They follow
Definitely.
you every single
Mommy's
place.
handbag.
So how do you manage it? What would you say you have gone through rather psychologically and mentally? Because I just had a chat with a mental health expert, and just like how it takes 9 months for your body to, you know, keep and nurture this human, there are hormones that are flying here and there. And with the conversation we've had so far, I'm sure everyone's like, oh, looks easy peasy. Let me get one of those little things.
It
but
is not.
Let's get the mental aspect of this and the not so rosy aspects and changes that you have now come to understand how you navigated this experiences. Let's look at the mental aspect of maternal health.
So that is another interesting fact, that no one actually prepares you for that, because we all see motherhood as, oh, she's pregnant, oh, she gives birth, it's a boy, it's a girl, and you know, the facade of it all. But another really intriguing part that I got to experience, and that most women have experienced, is the mental factor that you go through, the mental process. Because like you rightly said, it takes your body and your whole being 9 months to create another human being. So it's not just the physical work, you have the mental work, you have the psychological work as well. So once this human being is out, it takes you another 1 year to actually get your mental health back. And if you don't put in work, if you don't put in you know, all the necessary steps, you can just become a vegetable. I remember when I was going through it, I kept on asking myself, why didn't they tell me about this? It was just the, oh, she's pregnant, oh, the baby is here. But what what we really need to know is the mental aspect, the places that you actually get to lose your self-esteem and get it back, the times that you actually forget things, not just like you're making it up, you actually forget.
So the mommy brain fog is actually real. Mommy brain forgetfulness is real.
It's actually real. Sometimes it even gets worse, the part that you forget your own name. Yeah, because in different people, in different women, I think it differs. But the main thing is that you will go through that postpartum, you will go through that depression, you will go through that time of you don't know who you are, you don't even know what you're doing or what, you know, is happening to you. But one thing that I did that was actually helping me was that because I'm a music lover, so I tried to always listen to music and remind myself of who I was and what I loved doing. All those times where I couldn't sleep at night, or all those times where it just seemed like a little blur, I would always play my favorite albums, and I would do things that would remind myself of myself, either cooking a meal, staying with loved ones, you know, chatting. And God so blessed my little nephew, he was always around to, you know, auntie here, auntie take this. And having family, having people that support you is one of the best ways to also get your mental health back.
Wow, this is absolutely amazing. I hope we get to see the person that changed you know, the prefixes in your name very soon. She sounds absolutely delightful. What has been your experience when it comes to, you know, postpartum support?
Well, similarly, we're not far from the Igbos. We also have something that we also call omugo. Okay. Should I take it again?
Keep talking, yeah.
Okay. So we also have something that we also call omugo in the Akwa Ibom tribe. So navigating that time, I think, yes, my mother was around, my siblings were around, and it was just a chaotic period, but just having those people to guide you, because you cannot do motherhood alone. You cannot, it's a blur. I mean, the first time you come back from the hospital to the time that, you know, she starts being aware of who you are, you need that support. You need your mother, you need a supportive spouse or a partner with you, and it just helps you navigate properly, because if you do it alone, you definitely forget most things, like I spoke about, the brain fog and all that. So you need people around to support you, especially in those early times of the baby.
Interesting. And what about on the psychological aspect? Was there at any point that you said, okay, I think I need to seek out professional, you know, viewpoints on certain things? Because it says it takes a village, not just to raise a kid. I mean, we're all children of God, so we're all babies. Was there any point where you decided, no, I think at this point I need to get counsel outside my primary circle?
Definitely. I think that was about the second month, because I was also a victim of medical negligence. So I kept on having episodes where I would relapse, I would convulse, I would have, you know, different things happening to me at the same time. I just lost my thought outside as she came on stage. Yeah, so this is the little her. Hi, Kimi.
Wow, look who decided to join us on Health Digest. I know immediately the mom speaks, she definitely loses her focus. She was born to be a star.
Hi, baby.
She was definitely born to be a star. Yes, so this is the 9-month journey that we are currently speaking on.
Hello.
Kiki, say hello. Look at the camera. I know mommy is so beautiful. This is Kiki. This is Kiki, and this is her mom. Absolutely beautiful.
Hi, baby.
I know she's yours and she wants to be held by you. So please, you can finish up with her.
Okay, so this is our little bundle of joy that has changed me, tested me, and made me into this beautiful person that I am today. So I think in closing, I could just say that it's something that you have to experience. It's something that will really test you, your real character, your real strength, and your real abilities. And most of all, they bring joy, because I wouldn't have this any other way. Every day that I look at her, I'm just so blessed that God has made it possible for her to come our way. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. You make this journey look so beautiful, but thank you for giving us the good, the bad, the ugly, the amazing, and the absolutely perfect plan of God for motherhood and maternal health. Thank you so much, Mrs.
Thank you
Asukwa,
so
for your time.
much.
It's been such a pleasure. As we mark Mental Maternal Health Day, the message is clear. Supporting mothers is both a job that includes care, mental and emotional well-being. Just as vital it is for mothers as it is for families, communities, and as a whole. Thank you so much for staying tuned to Health Digest. I'm Ukemere Tukwa. Remain blessed and not stressed. It's been such a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Is that the yam that comes to church and goes back to the house then blesses other yams at home. So that's why they bring 2 yams to church. After the blessing, they keep one for the priest and take the other one to the house, which they believe will then connect with other yams at home to bless their entire produce.
Back home, visits by family members, friends and well-wishers on such days are a common feature. Such visitors are entertained with rich local cuisines and drinks which are readily available. Collectively, the people and their friends converge at playgrounds or town halls to watch cultural displays, beginning with 21 gunshot salute. In some communities like Ugep in Yaka local government area, located in the Central Sanitary District of the state, yam festivals are more elaborate. An ancient town about 120 kilometers from the state capital, Calabar, and once reputed for cannibalistic activities in its early days, Ugep seemed to have over time laundered its image, as its colorful yam festival now attracts many visitors from various parts of the country and beyond who are seen moving about freely.
It was true to a point when Ugep people were noted as cannibals, people who eat human meat. But today, if you come into Ugep, you see that we are very, very much hospitable. We accommodate strangers. We intermarried with strangers.
From oral transmission, it is assumed that Ugep was founded about the second decade of the 16th century. Some describe Ugep as the most densely populated settlement in West Africa after Ibadan, the Oyo state capital. The paramount ruler and king of Ugep, the Obolopon, in concert with his council of chiefs and traditional title holders, play a key role in the annual Yam Festival. For instance, the lighting of the Liboku torch, performed by the Obolopon in a sacred ceremony witnessed only by the chief priest, heralds the commencement of Yam festivals known locally as Liboku.
The belief is that by the time we put up that small thin fire, the flame will shine all over the town to wake everybody. And those who have no lantern, no torchlight, it is that small light that will actually give light to the whole community.
With the cotton raised, activities building up to the Yam Festival Day begin in earnest. One of such is the arrival of women from the different farm routes in the community carrying their proceeds. Unlike other ethnic groups where women are not allowed to farm yam, women here not only farm yam but also become yam title holders when their annual harvest is as much as 200 tubers. The night before the Koi Day, which is for the Yam Festival proper, is usually a sleepless one for many people, especially the youths, characterized by partying and feasting. They keep vigil in high expectation of the first blast of the Koi drums. Once the blast goes off at midnight, it is followed by a midnight cry from all directions. With this symbolic cry, the people are invited to reflect on their dead relatives and loved ones. At this point, the rule changes as only ladies dressed in bangles are allowed to move about freely without being flogged. Not even visitors like me are spared. The bangles, relics of ancient trade, now serve a different purpose. Fitted by trained blacksmith, the bangles are made of heavy copper coils. Each pair takes about 3 hours to wear. Some buy them while others rent for a meager sum. The bangles create an outfit that can't go unnoticed and announces the presence of the lady adorned in them each time she takes a step, either forward or backward. The young girls who wear the bangles are forbidden.
Welcome once again to the Sage. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. Last week, we began discussion on the topic of this present series, which is on everyday kindness. Everyday kindness by each and every one of us. We each have a responsibility. Let me say that as I reflected a great deal on this concept of everyday kindness, I decided, humor me, that there were 2 elements to it. The first is that we need to begin to see with new eyes, or perhaps expanded eyes. We need to begin to be more aware of the suffering that actually exists around us. You see, because it is so easy not to notice. I have experienced this. You need to make that conscious effort of noticing the people you come across, not even interact. You may not interact with them. That person that joins the transportation, the keke or whatever with you, that person you meet in the supermarket or the market, in the market, who, because you look deeply enough, is actually not buying, but looking longingly at what they need but cannot buy. That person who comes to work more depressed than usual, who you might then be able to spend a little time with to find out what the problem is. We need to begin to actually see the reality, the hardship around us. See the mood of the people that we come across. That I define as new eyes. It is a necessity. The next element is action. To see and do nothing is a moral injustice in itself. Again, let me be bold enough to say that we can all do something. We can do, no matter how little, we can do something. If you're down to zero, you don't have a kobo extra, you can listen. You can empathize. You can encourage. You can smile. You can give a compliment. We all have something to give. If you have money, if you have clothes, you have a little bit extra food, wonderful. But even when you don't have that, we can be compassionate. We can show the people around us that we care. We can learn more patience with our spouses, with our children, with our friends, with our neighbors. We, again, on the stage, decided to go out into the field and ask the average citizen out there that we met what action, if any, they are taking because they notice the suffering around us. Please sit back. I learned a great deal. I was moved to tears as I listened to some of them recount the things they've been doing. Please join us as we listen.
My name is Inya Ode, and I work with Luxterra Leadership Foundation. I'm someone I like to refer to as a racktivist. Now, a racktivist is a random acts of kindness activist. I believe in kindness because I believe that is the only way the world can go round. And every single day, by the grace of God, in all my years of existence, I have tried in one way or the other to bring kindness to the fore, either by helping people out, or by just giving a smile, or by giving a hug, or by giving a listening ear, or by just being there, being present for someone. I, by the grace of God, have been able to bring these acts of kindness to the fore because I believe very strongly too that our world is in the chaotic situation it's in right now because people are not kind. But then, if I see you as a human being, first created in the image and likeness of God, and I desire what you desire, then I will definitely be kind to you because I would want kindness. I mean, it's the golden rule: do unto others what you have them do to you. So I have to be kind to get kindness in return. Another point I'd want to make is, in the chaotic world we live today, a lot of people just need someone there. They just need a smile. They just need a hug. They just need words of reassurance. And if we give these things to people, that is us actually being kind to them. So wherever we find ourselves, we can be kind. But because we are so fixated and focused on the problems that we face, we lose sight of being kind to others. Meanwhile, that is where the real blessings that we need from our Creator, that's where the blessings are. So the point is, be an activist like me. Engage in random acts of kindness, because truly these are the things that make the world go round.
Sometimes a relationship with you and human being matter. It's not all about money. With your 500 naira, with your 200 naira, with your 1,000 naira, you can put smile on people's face. Sometimes, maybe if you wake up in the morning, go to your neighborhood. Good morning, sir. How are you? How is your family? When you go to your street, if you see someone that is not even well okay, you can able assist the person, or you can able check the person house to house. So it's part of make people happy on this country. So that is what we want from some of our people to learn. You have to learn a good character, a good behavior, how you and somebody can liaise and can do some things. That is what we want in this country. The situation in this country now is so terrible and it's very, very hard. You see a lot of our poor people, they are suffer. Sometimes if I go to where people are selling food, if I want to eat food, a lot of people will surround me. Maybe if I hold like 10,000 and people eat food of 500, 1,000, instead of me to go back with 10,000, I'm ready to spend all those money. And I have one block industry again where I'm working. If I see a lot of poor people buying a block around that place, maybe if now we are selling block 450, 500. But when I see a poor people among the people, I can sell those blocks at the rate of 400. I don't even mind if I can get something from inside. And for that place, I have a different trap of people that work with me. I have Hausa, I have Igala, I have Igbo. That is the situation of the country now. And sometimes, if I want to go somewhere and I carry this my motor, some people around my area, I always look them. Among people that I don't have anything, I can assist them to go to where they are working place, because if you see some office now, they are paying some people 50,000, 40,000. Transportation alone and feeding, that money cannot take them a month again. So police and police, we are advising a lot of our people in this country so that they can assist the poorest people among us.
My name is IBP, mechanic for Waru. Me, my own, I used to help people where they come, they meet me for my working place, say they want to bring their children, because I get many children, not busy, because of they pay me, I just do my work, help them because of tomorrow. I like others like to learn from me, to see people where they are not strong to help, maybe they help some people like that, because nobody knows tomorrow. Because we know we wait for government and come help us.
Hello viewers, my name is Joanne Omehi Musa, staff of Conversations for Change. I'm here to talk about the current situation of things happening in this country. As we go out in our daily activities, we see a lot of things happening, and how have we in our own little way been able to help? People are dying, people are suffering. There's so much hunger in our country these days. Now, from my own experience as I go out every day, I meet a lot of people who come to me for help. The situation of this country has reduced people to that extent. People can no longer feed their family. You see people walking on the streets, begging in the market. You go to grocery shops, you see people begging you to buy them a mudu of gari or some cup of rice so they can feed with their family. In my own experience, I've run into a lot of people, and it's not as if I have so much, but no matter what I have, no matter how little it is, I love to share with people. Now, while I was coming to work this morning, something happened. An elderly man walked up to me and said, "My daughter, I turned and I looked at him. I greeted him, "Good morning, sir." I thought he was going to ask for description of where he's going to, only for him to say, "Please, the place I am going to is not too far. It's something I can trek, but because of my situation, my health condition, I can't trek. Can you please pay my transport?" An elderly man old enough to be my grandfather. And I asked him, "Baba, where are you going to?" He mentioned the place. How much is the transport fare? 200 naira. He couldn't afford. When he entered the keke, he showed me his ID card. He said, "I went to look for a driving job and I was turned down. They didn't take me. I'm going back home now. It's not a problem." I said, "Baba, enter." And I paid his 200 naira. When he got down from the keke, he was praying for me as if I gave him 1,000,000 naira. Few weeks ago, going back from work, a young boy was standing on the road. I stopped keke and entered. There were two. One other hopped in, the other one stood and was looking with his back. The moment the keke man moved, he said, "Oh God, this country, what are we turning into?" And I asked him, "What is happening, young man?" He told me that guy standing behind does not have transport to go back to his house. And I asked the driver, "Can you please stop?" And I called him, "Young man, please come. Where are you going to?" He said he's going to Nyanya. The transport that would have taken him from where he's standing to Nyanya is like 1,002. I told him, "Can you please enter?" He entered the keke, and deep down within me, what I had that was supposed to take me home to my own house was like, it was not even enough. I kept asking myself, how can I pay my transport and also fend for this guy that is about to go to 1,000 naira transport fare? He's supposed to go where he's supposed to go, supposed to be like 1,000 plus, and I don't have much. When he entered the keke, I started calculating what I had in my pocket, what would take him home. As God will have it, one other guy also gave 200 naira. When he dropped, I gave him 500 naira to add to what that other guy gave him, and also paid for the transport. So I calculated that 700 naira would take him home. You needed to see how that guy lied on the ground and was greeting because I gave him 500 naira. Another experience was a woman who came to a shop to buy 2 cups of rice to feed with her family. 2 cups of rice. For heaven's sake, what can 2 cups of, how many children can 2 cups of rice feed? I looked at her, she bought out of shame and was going. I called her, "Madam, please come." And I told the woman, "Please give her more cups." She knelt down and was thanking. My tears dropped that day. We don't have to have so much before we put smile on people's face. When you wake up in the morning, you see your neighbors with gloomy face, a hug alone will bless their day. So please, I urge every one of us, we don't have to have millions, we don't have to have thousands before we put smile on people's face. In our own little way, let's please make people happy. Thank you so much.
We are going through in the country. You know, me personally, I've been able to assist people, not because I have, but because of the situation, and we still have to help each other around. Okay, let me quickly share this little story. There was a day I was seated, and an elderly man called me, and he called me that, "Hey, young man, can I see you?" I went to him. The man held me and took me behind, you know, and he was telling me his problem. Could you believe that man's problem is not even up to $2, that's 3,500. But the funny part is, I did not have the 3,500 on my own pocket also. I think I only had 2,000 naira with me. So, and he's an elderly man. For the situation of the country to be to that extent that you see an elderly man talking and begging people on the streets, please, let's try and help each other. So I had to come through for him. I had to share the 2,000 naira I had with me. I had to share the money equal to make, at least, to let him feel the hope that somebody can do it for him also. So I'm urging everybody, if you have, try and share with your neighbors. Even if it is food you cook, don't urge it, you know. Let's try and share with each other within ourselves. Well, it hasn't been the only person I've been helping, you know. Even me, the help I get is coming from God. I don't know how I've been able to keep myself up to this extent. It's only by the grace of God, you know. Sometimes I even cook food and share with my neighbors. because I just want the love to lead, not because I'm getting from anybody, not because people are sharing for me, but from the little I'm getting with my own understanding about life. I know life is not very easy for everybody. I'm not finding it easy also, but through that, I still get, I have the sympathy or the urge to help people, which I know by the special grace of God, if I have more, I'm still going to share more with people. So I urge everybody seeing this video, if you can help, please do well to help people around you. Do help. It doesn't have to be people around you. There are people starving on the streets. They don't have to. Most of us have been covered with this regalia you are seeing. It's not easy. It's not easy for anybody. So please, I think let love lead. You share with one another. It doesn't matter. You don't have to have millions before you share. 200, 500, it goes a long way for some people.
Wow. I'm still trying to pull myself together, as I was literally wowed by some of those accounts. They're ordinary people, but their kindness brought me to tears. Many of them appalled by the amount of need they were encountering. Many of them swung instinctively to action, giving of the little they didn't have. Yes. Trying their own way to fill the needs, the huge needs they're seeing around themselves. So many beautiful stories. Where does one start? Where does one stop? The man who went to eat but had a little extra cash on him and couldn't leave the restaurant without feeding many others who he could see couldn't eat. So many stories. The mechanic who took in schoolless, jobless young people. And what didn't come out in that clip, which I want to add because my team that interviewed him also learned that, is that not only is he occupying the young boys, the young men, teaching them what it is to be a mechanic, he also feeds them every day and night from his own little earnings. These are living examples of the fact that we can all do something. Let me say that again. We can all do something. It is an innate part of the religion of all of us. Doesn't matter whether you're Christian or Muslim or Buddhist, whatever you are. Kindness, generosity, giving. This is the time for all of us to make a resolution that no matter how much we are able to make, we find a way to share more, a little more, with our neighbors, with the people we encounter. And that we each commit to the fact that in existing here on earth, we are meant to be our brother's keeper. Our plea and our challenge to you here on the stage is that if we know for many of you there out there, you're already doing a lot. We ask, please do a bit more. Make it an organized and repetitive effort. Every day, every month, you reach out a bit more than you usually do. There are many ways to it. I have friends who actually have people on what I would call a private payroll that every month they make it a point of duty to give something to those people so that they have hope that keeps them going till the end of the month. Unofficial salaries, I call them. That is laudable. But perhaps I don't know which is more important. That everyday kindness, that neighbor that you have learned, you have begun to see more clearly, looking at their inward needs, that you respond, if you can, every day to somebody that you meet across your way. Let us come together as we wait for our leadership to do the needful, for prices to come down seriously, for our abundance to reach a great deal more of our people, to achieve the hopes and dreams of our national anthem and other aspirations, of achieving a country of compassion, a country where there's peace and plenty, at least for the majority of the people. We call you to our challenge of everyday kindness. Each one of us can do it in one way or the other. I thank you for listening. See you in the next episode.
Walking through the ashes of dreams we left behind, building walls between us in the corners of our minds. We've lost the love we're owed, the kindness we've misplaced, but the hope is in our hands to rewrite this broken space. So lift the veil and clear the smoke. The cracks will mend where hearts are broke. We're stronger when we reach across. No more sinking in the lost. The light ahead, it's not too far. If we become the change we are, look beyond the shadows cast. We'll build a future made to last. If we become the change we are. The land our fathers saved is being sold off piece by piece. Leaders count their riches while the hunger never sleeps. The dreams they promised us have faded in their lives, but the power's in our hearts to reclaim what's been denied. So lift the veil and clear the smoke. The cracks will mend where hearts are broke. We're stronger when we reach across. No more sinking in the lost. The light ahead, it's not too far. If we become the change we are, look beyond the shadows cast. Let's build a future made to last. the change we are. So lift the veil and clear the smoke. The cracks will mend where hearts are broke. We're stronger when we reach across. No more sinking in the loss. The light ahead, it's not too far. If we become the change we are, look beyond the shadows cast. We'll build a future made to last. If we become the change we are.
Hello and welcome to Political Platform. We are on Repower FM, Africa Independent Television, and we are also on the Political Platform YouTube channel. My name is Okiri Agbonsuremi. I want welcome to all of you wherever you are listening to us. Nigeria is negotiating a fresh $1.25 billion loan from the World Bank to support economic reforms. As of May 2026, Nigeria's total debt has surpassed 159 trillion naira. That is 159 trillion, to say it again. That is over $100 billion. The debt has piled up since after Nigeria's celebrated exit from foreign debt championed by the Obasanjo administration and executed by Okonjo-Iweala as finance minister. But where are all the reforms? Where are the impacts of these borrowings in our hospitals, in jobs, and other basic necessities, including education and even roads? Are the ordinary citizens feeling the impacts of this debt? The Nigeria debt profile is our talking point this morning. And today we move to Bauchi to check on the political temperature as Governor Bala Mohammed changes party from PDP to APM, the Allied People's Movement. We'll be telling you what is happening in APC as well in Bauchi State, if it is possible to upset the apple cart, taking on Bala Mohammed and his choice of the man who will succeed him, whoever that will be in the few days to come. And today we are having our guests from the ADC. Bolaji Abdullahi is the spokesperson of the ADC, the party that is battling to regain its steam after the exit of Peter Obi and Musa Kwakwaso. We hear that in ADC, while the troubles are out, Peter Obi and all this team, they are out, the party is calm now, trying to locate its bearing. But to what extent is the ADC? What do they really want? Can they hit the presidency? Is the field now open for Atiku Abubakar, who everybody seems to think he is the one who is going to be the flag bearer? And let me introduce my friends, my colleagues in the studio. Uju Eje, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ohiria. Thank you, listeners and viewers. It's just I don't know how to put it. Looking at Nigeria's debt profile, it's scary. It's scary.
You have been in the National Assembly for a very long time.
Yes.
Has it occurred to you that this is the first time we are seeing take a bow and go on borrowing?
Yes, it is. And you see, at the initial stage, some senators, particularly from the opposition, were not comfortable, and they voiced it. There was a day it was, like almost ruffle on the floor of the Senate because of his debts, because of the borrowing. And I recall that distinguished Senator Kobundu was more particular about what the money is being borrowed for. He said, look, any money you borrow huge amounts like that and it cannot bring back revenue to the country,
it's not worth it.
Wherever you invest in it, then it's not worth it.
All right,
if it is to borrow and then put it on things that are not even visible to the average Nigerian.
You also done your bullets. We'll examine all of it, where the money is going to.
You can see how...
yes, I can see. Amechi Anakwe is also on the platform this morning.
Welcome. Thank you.
And Mustafa Mohammed, we are going to Bauchi.
Exactly. We'll have all the Massa with Yaji or Yabuas in Bauchi on this program today.
Yeah, Bauchi is one where he has to jump out. We'll tell you what happened to Bala Mohammed, where his negotiation with the APC and how he jumped out with the conditions that were given to him. Now, we take a break. When we come back, we go into all the details, and then we have our guest. Don't go away. You are on Political Platform.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Thank you for remaining with us on Political Platform. The current administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been accused of absolute recklessness in borrowing by critics. The trend now is like 1 week, one loan. The 2026 fiscal year faces significant pressure with 29.2 trillion projected borrowing requirement. Can you beat that? This is driven by a 23.85 trillion deficit in a 68.32 trillion budget. In 2026, debt service is projected to consume roughly 15.52 trillion or $11.6 billion. That is the staggering amount. And we will be letting you know what this means to the ordinary person. When you see the debt profile, how much each citizen, when we break it down, that as you are riding your keke, you are taking your taxi, you are going to work, you are running around, try to make family, how much is on your neck? If the debtor were to come and say, look, every citizen bring out money to pay. That is what we have been driven into. Now, a fresh one is being negotiated, and that is not likely to be the last. But what do we really borrow the money for? Now, it's like a family of 4 with the father earning 200,000 naira every day. He comes around and says, look, let's just manage, let us take a toast cover, let us manage Gary, let us just manage, everything is fine. But this man comes home every day with a bottle of Hennessy. He wears the top shoes, and he's not living like he's any 200,000, as if the family don't know anything. And the mother is running up and down, and he will expect respect. If there's vote in that family, they want him to be voted as the leader of the family. That is where we are. Nobody is saying that borrowing is wrong, but what do we use our borrowing for? Now, Dr. Amechi, let me begin from you. What gives you more of the headache about our borrowing?
Well, the biggest concern for me is the fact that the Nigerian government is violating the laws it made for itself. I'm talking about the Fiscal Responsibility Act that detailed how government should borrow. And that act came into place around 2007 when Obasanjo was leaving office. You know, the hard work himself and Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala put in exiting Nigeria from the Paris Club, from the London Club. Now, they envisaged that the problems that brought us to where we were then was some financial indiscipline bordering on recklessness. Now, that law was put in place to prevent a recurrence, prevent Nigeria from going into another
direction. Subsequent administrations will have
should be well guided by national interest. The Fiscal Responsibility Act came. There are clear provisions. The clear provisions are one, instead of borrowing, we must borrow for only capital projects. And not just capital projects, we must have done feasibility studies to determine that such projects are capable of generating revenue to pay back. So for any project you're sinking loans into, it must have been proven that it can generate the resources to pay back, so that you don't resort to citizens, like you mentioned. If we divide the loans, each citizen will pay some amount of money. It specifies that we must borrow from we must go for concessionary loans. I'm even happy that I'm going to World Bank for this last loan. Before they will go to Eurobond, which is commercial loan. It goes up to between 20 to 30%. It's excruciating, but those multilateral loans are concessionary, moratorium. There are some years before you begin to pay back, and when you pay back, the interests are usually low. So it says we must prioritize multilateral loans. Government cannot borrow anyhow. They pegged our borrowing to 2.5% of the previous year's GDP. We have surpassed all that. But how did we get to this place? It's because there are safeguards in a federation like Nigeria should look at the processes and guide the government. The National Assembly was supposed to guide the government. The National Assembly failed woefully in its responsibility. This is the National Assembly that made that act, Fiscal Responsibility Act. They have never subjected any loan request to the provision.
To any scrutiny.
So there was a loan request that came around 12 noon, about 3 weeks or 4 weeks.
Within 3 hours?
By 3 o'clock, it's been passed.
Yes.
Recall what happened during the, is it the 8th National Assembly, Bukola Saraki? The Buhari administration came in with loan requests. They say, give us the details, take it back, provide the details. What project? Today we are borrowing to even service debt. We are borrowing to pay salaries and overhead based on our national debt.
We are borrowing for consumption.
We are borrowing for consumption.
Now let's go to the National Assembly. Let's go to the National Assembly. What's actually particularly wrong with our National Assembly, would you? Because, like he said, there were times when the National Assembly members would sit down, either through the committee, they would take a look at what is requested from the government. But these days, it's just like they have had a meeting overnight.
Exactly. In those days, they would spend time perusing, really digging into how the money, what the money would be utilized for, and of course, looking at how viable, like Amechi mentioned, the would be before you know. Like this couldn't just pass through. Up till Bukola Saraki, let me say 4 years, it's been something else towards the end of the 9th Assembly, and now particularly this 10th Assembly. You bring in a loan request, 12 o'clock by 3 had been passed. Last month, one of $516.3 million for the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway was passed. In fact, there was one that would have followed, but for the current crisis between the U.S. and Iran.
They want to come from UAE.
Yes, the one that would have come from the United Arab Emirates.
Now let's look.
If not for this crisis,
they would have collected that.
I do not understand how the distinguished Senator Akpabio, the Senate President, can lead a Senate that people consider not to be thorough in his duties. You're supposed to serve as checks and balances to the executive. We have not seen that. It's just like, oh look, rubber stamp, bam, this one, bam, anything the executive brings, you just stamp.
Now let me take it up to the street with Mustafa Mohammed. Now we say, the argument out there, Mustafa, is that loans must be taken, we have to use it for productivity. It's being put into roads. You heard Uju talking about the Sokoto Superhighway. We are looking at the Lagos-Calabar Highway. Money is being pumped into concrete roads being built. Where are the jobs? Where are the reforms? Where is the educational? Where is the one meant for the hospitals? Are people? Do they get this? Are people on the street feeling these super loans that we are taking?
Now you need to, maybe I have to start with the local contractors all over demonstrating at the National Assembly.
In the domestic loans?
Yes, finance ministries in the domestic loans. Okay, if we are collecting these loans to pay for infrastructure, all these contractors building roads, equipping our hospitals and schools, or servicing some of the services needed by government, need to have been paid with all these loans that are being collected. If these local contractors who are giving us services are not being paid, then we all have a duty to start asking, where are these monies being collected as loans go to? We know Wale Edun had been there before he was sacked, even though they said he resigned. The promises of local debt is going to be paid has not started. Even the president was at the National Assembly when he presented the last budget. He promised that these issues are going to be looked at. Now, look at the industrial actions in our schools, in our hospitals. We churn out even graduates from schools that cannot be employed. The complaint by one of the financial services agents recently that they needed
they cannot find anybody to
500, even in places like Lagos. And then you look at the quality. Then I think the government has the responsibility to come out and explain to Nigerians what have they done with which loan. Look at, I can just give you a typical example. The one collected by Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State. That money cannot be traced to any place, and this allegation is one of the problems he's facing at the judiciary. And not just the issue of federal government, even at the state level. That's why you can see a lot of...
It appears, Mustafa, that what we are faced with are I don't want to use the word gang, a group of people who do not really care about whatever happens to the ordinary Nigerian. And what we have is that the loans are being taken, and those who are in leadership are not showing example to anybody.
Let me surprise you.
Yeah.
Let me surprise you. Under the Buhari administration, they printed money, ways and means, 23 trillion. They spent it.
Which they were using to pay salaries in the state.
Nobody.
Because Obaseki told us, the governor of Edo State, Obaseki told us that whatever they were sharing at the FAC was actually borrowed, printed money they were using to pay salaries. And most of those funds, or some of those funds, were landing at the Bureau.
The Senate, as I speak to you here, that's hearsay. That's what he said. It has to be backed up by documents. We got first quarter of 2017, we got 4 trillion from Central Bank. We put this sum here. It doesn't exist. Prompting the Senate about 2.5 years ago to set up a committee to investigate what happened to the money today. That committee, I don't know whether they have sat even for the first time. Now, come back to present day. This administration removed fuel subsidy, and we're told they will save trillions. This administration floated the currency to make more money coming into the. This government has increased every service it's rendering to the people, from passport to international license.
Also add that,
so revenues are coming in.
There was even the double take on the ports. Monies were borrowed initially to fix ports. Some other monies were subsequently borrowed again, and it is to fix the same ports. And people have been asking, and what is funny about this administration is that they have disdain for public inquiry. If you ask them, they just throw it apart because they have the national system.
So all this revenue coming in, and you're still borrowing. What the Tinubu administration has borrowed in the last 3 years is double what Buhari borrowed in 8 years.
Not double, triple.
Yes, more than double, just about what they borrowed, what Buhari borrowed in 8 years. So the question citizens are asking, government, please, for the sake of probity, publish where these loans have gone into. Because 2024 budget, not implemented.
But
2025 budget, not implemented. 2026 budget, we are midway into year 2026, but the budget is not being implemented. So all this revenue, budgets, not implemented. Where is the money?
Exactly. And some will tell you that, oh, look, borrowing is not a big deal. Even countries as rich as America.
Yeah, they do borrow for development.
They borrow.
Yeah.
But what do they borrow for? It's not enough saying, look, UK borrows, America borrows. They are borrowing for things that are tangible, things that the citizens can see, things that would ultimately yield profit, revenue for their countries. But what are we doing with our own? We can't even see anything tangible. We talk in terms of, apart from Qatar Bridge that was just recently approved for rehabilitation.
Renovation.
Okay, so
the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road
is halfway.
You mentioned the Sokoto Badagry, the ports, the many roads. To be fair to them, they will say there are many roads that are constructing across the country.
What is the progress?
Yeah, that's the thing. But this needs to be made clear to citizens. This sum is going to this.
Unfortunately, there are so many things wrong with our system. It's like our system is structured to just work freely without any explanation to anybody. Even the contracts that have been awarded by the Federal Executive Council, we have said so many times that the law did not even permit the Federal Executive Council to award contracts. And that there's a body known to law that should sit and look at all these jobs that are being done. Now, how do you expect the citizens to really get the impact of these loans that we are taking? It should be fed in the area of productivity. Now, the farmers are closing shops because of importation of foodstuffs. Including those who are in the animal husbandry, those in the birds and all those, the poultry, they are closing shops. We have industries that are not running.
Industries.
Even the National Assembly.
Over 3,000
we are not even deliberate in saying, look, let us even support local production. We still import the big cars. The president drives an example of what an American president should drive. Meanwhile, we have local company assembly cars here that we could have told the National Assembly, for example, please let us go here. All the state assembly members, let us patronize cars that are manufactured here. To be sure that we provide jobs for our people. Let us help the farmers to produce so that we have, instead of just dumping, making Nigeria a dumping ground for Thailand, rice and all those things we are doing. The government does not seem to, it's like when there's, right from the Buhari administration, there's confusion, and they just trade in those confusion, and the citizens are not really having a big bite out of it. And unfortunately, the docility of the Nigerian people,
you said big bites
to high heaven.
Okay, you said big bites. They're not having any bite at all, not to talk of big or small.
So it is one that we need to examine, and we call on the government to explain. Not just explaining in figures like they are doing, oh, we have taken this, let them explain with actions what is happening to the citizen with regard to this loan. How much is it per citizen if we were to divide the loan? 700 and what?
24,000.
724
per citizen.
And there are citizens that have not even seen 100,000. So, but you are having a neck deep.
A debt on your neck.
On your neck. Well, let's take a short break, and when we come back, we'll go to Bauchi State.
Now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live. In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided. The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figure, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT.
Remaining with us on political platform. Now, in the heat in Bauchi started long ago, political heat. It started when Bala Mohammed is not just a politician, it's not just a local politician. He was in the Senate, he was also FCT minister, and Bala Mohammed is one who wants to say where he wants to go. Unfortunately, the APC didn't open the door for him. They gave him conditions, as we heard in the media, that he couldn't take. Don't decide who is going to run the governorship. Just take, we can give you the Senate, but don't waste your time thinking who is going to be the governor from us if you are going to use our platform. So he moved. He initially started to talk with ADC, we heard. I don't think that worked out the way he wanted it. But now we can authoritatively tell you that he is in APM. That is the Allied People's Movement. In a few days, we hear they will celebrate his entry and he will have his way, both in terms of determining who is going to succeed him, and maybe a seat in the Senate. Now, Mustafa, what is the temperature like? Is it calming down as a result of his...
No, not really. The information we got at this morning is the APM had come to a consensus of presenting one Yakubu Adamu, but when you go to platforms like that of the APC, you have...
You said one Yakubu, like a legal term. Court, is he unknown?
You know, they had to formally present him as a consensus. But when you go to APC in Bauchi, you have up to 7 aspirants who are...
Including the minister that...
Exactly. Maitama Tuga, the former minister. You have Manu Seriki, a businessman. You have Balawunti. You also have Barrister Abubakar, a one-time governor. He was there once and he lost out. You also have Shehu Buba, a former, a current senator representing, I think, Bauchi South. You also have Maijama. You also have Seriki Shani. You have about 7 people. Then the ADC is not, has not yet concluded, but what we are hearing, a prominent politician is gunning for the governorship. His name is Haliru Jika. But you see, for Bala Mohammed, moving from one party to the other...
shopping for...
Yes, depends on whether the massive followership he has in Bauchi are ready to go with him to his new party. That will also determine who gets what. And then Sadiq Abubakar, Air Marshal, former aspirant, a candidate, of APC. You know, he has moved to ADC, but we learned he jetted out of the party, so we don't know what he...
What's happening there?
Yes,
Whether he's going to APM or NDC.
Yes.
I guess...
He's also the husband of the former humanitarian minister that has been declared wanted by the EFCC. It's Sadia.
But the man that was actually taunted that initially, who didn't find the liver to resign as minister, that is Pate did it. That was the man that was in the eyes of the storm. That I think he just discovered that he had better sit on this ministerial
seat. Better hide your head first. You bring yourself out. When there are arrows against you, then you have yourself to believe. I guess that the Bauchi governor is almost in the same situation as the Oyo State governor, now that they are party mates. Going to the APC, not getting what you want, going to the ADC, not getting what you want, and then you want to say, okay, let me just pick this party and see if I can build it and use it to... Apparently, he will be coming to the Senate. I don't know where else he would want to go to at this time, but whatever happens, there are a whole lot of heavyweights. When he mentioned Manu, Tuga, I mean, these are not pushovers, these are solid men. Tuga has been at the National Assembly for about 4 terms, and the man is solid too.
All right, Amechi,
and just added a ministerial portfolio to it.
Your quick take on it before we go to our guest.
It will be an interesting situation there. How the new party will perform, how the APC, you mentioned party that was somehow eyeing the position, but we didn't know what happened behind. Maybe they reached a consensus within the federal cabinet, instead of 2 resigning at once and 1 only getting it. So perhaps they closed in on Tuga and asked him to stay behind. Let's see how ADC, which is gaining strength in the north, what they will throw up. And PDP, almost
as if it doesn't even exist.
Yes, not on the card.
Mustafa didn't even mention it. But let's leave there. Some of the questions to ask about the ADC will be answered by our friend, our colleague, Bolaji Abdullahi, who is spokesperson of the ADC. I can see that he's smiling. I thought when he comes into the studio here, or everywhere he goes, he will still be carrying that air of that frustration as a result of Peter Obi and Kwakwaso running away from there. Welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Let's begin with you in Bauchi. Now, we know that you have your eyes everywhere in all the states, yes, because Mustafa said it is not clear what you are doing in Bauchi. Is it a closed door? Is it an open door?
Well, I mean, what I know is that, like you've rightly mentioned, ADC is competitive everywhere. But from what you have seen in the last 1 week or so, that people have been coming over to obtain nomination forms, the intensity appeared to be concentrated more in the north than in the
south.
In the south. Yeah, I mean, we have candidates, we have aspirants everywhere. Oyo, for example, as at yesterday, about 32 people have obtained nomination forms.
For governorship?
Yeah, no, not...
Okay, for various offices.
For National Assembly and for governorship. That is the House of Reps, Senate, and the governorship. I think there are about 3 governorship aspirants in Oyo alone. In Lagos State, I think about 28 people have obtained nominations form for the National Assembly. And so, but you could see that the cluster, the concentration is mostly northeast, northwest, and north central. You know, and it's top 10. I'm not.
We have a lot to ask you today. Let me allow my colleagues to.
So the particular situation in Bauchi is such that, I mean, because you said something like Bala Mohammed was at a point talking to ADC. We don't see it that way. Actually, we thought that.
Or you talked to him. You sent a delegation to him.
That's the point. But we felt the feeling within the ADC is that Bala Mohammed actually used us to negotiate with the APC.
It's normal. It's a normal.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm only telling you
that when they see him,
they're talking to us. I'm not saying what he did is wrong. I'm just saying this is what we are reading.
Let us also look at the big one quickly. Obi Kwankwaso jetted out of your party. Did you chase them away, or they gave you some conditions that you can no longer take?
No. Anyone that knows anything about that will tell you that Obi and Kwankwaso jumped. Nobody pushed them. Because
were there negotiations before they jumped?
There wasn't any conversation. You see, because...
No, but there were conversations, because I can reliably tell you, maybe you don't know, that Atiku Abubakar gave him everything that he wanted, he could give him. Come, let us run. Well, I'm coming, sir. Let us run together. Be my vice president. We will run one term. I will run one time, then you come in. There was no assurances we hear that we're not giving to him. You cannot say if Atiku Abubakar is talking with Peter Obi that ADC is not the one.
I can tell you, Austin, if Atiku Abubakar, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is talking to any other aspirant, it is not ADC talking.
It is not
ADC talking. It is one aspirant negotiating with another aspirant.
And they were talking to each other.
I mean, that is fine. I mean, everybody is talking to one another.
My question
but
is,
as an institution, as the African Democratic Congress, that conversation did not happen.
ADC is the only major party that has not zoned its presidency.
Yes.
Every other party has zoned its presidency to the south. The last being NDC. Why is that so?
No, because, look, we realize that for us, the decision to zone or not to zone is not going to be politically, it's not going to be about political correctness. Is going to be strategic. What candidate will give us the best opportunity to win and make us competitive in the election? So we are not like the ruling party who has a sitting president and that's given. And when we look at the field, like I told you, the emerging pattern, because when you have people running across the country, those who are running for the House of Representatives, those who are running for the Senate, those who are running, so you have to wait, especially when you are building a coalition. You know, so, and that is why for us as the African Democratic Congress, it's not a decision that will wake up and make that, oh, we are zoning to this. Because once you do that, it means you've locked yourself, you've limited your, regardless of what is happening in the political terrain or the direction that things are going, you've already locked down yourself.
Can I add, go ahead.
But how does that impact the zone? arrangement. We know that, yes, it was a gentleman's agreement. It's been like that since 1999, beginning with the PDP, the APC, and considering the fact that the Northerner just finished doing 8 years, and the Southerner has only done or even is even yet to complete 4 years. So by the time we're talking about next year, it will be another 4-year term for a Southerner going by the current zoning arrangement.
Agreement, understanding.
Does your party not want to honor that?
Honor
would
what?
It not cause bad
Honor
blood
what?
if
Where
you
did the
did not?
ADC sit down to make this agreement you are talking about?
It is not an agreement. It is not an agreement.
When she said, will your party not honor that?
Yes,
you are suggesting that
that's a bargaining
you see,
chip
we are politicians. We are opposition political party. We want to win election, and we will take the best decision that will help us to win election, regardless of what else. Especially if it were not violating any law, and you know, we do our own work. We are politicians, but we also rely so much on evidence. In all the investigations we've made, we've done at least 3 polls. 3. There's none where this issue of zoning comes across as the significant thing in the election. So it tells us.
So what are the significant
right?
indicators? The 3 indicators that will point to the success in the election.
You know, you will surprise you the most important thing that Nigerians are looking for. Integrity. I was surprised when I saw the result. That even as people presume Nigeria to be the kind of country it is, integrity rates number 1 in what Nigerians are looking for.
Number 2 and number 3?
Number 2 is competence. They want a competent leader. Number 3, they want leaders who care, who can protect them. So the issue of zoning,
how you did your survey, because there are some people that are saying that you must have heard them say also that if a northerner comes, some say they will boycott the polls, some others say they will vote for Bola Tinubu. So it does appear that out there, no constitutional provision and no detailed agreement, but that gentleman north to south rotation appeared to have indeed resonated with Nigerians.
Amechi, who are you talking to? You see, sometimes there's a way that when we're on social media, we think we are talking to the entire country because of some few vocal people we are talking to. We've done our assignments. We've done our homework. The man or the woman in Kaura Namoda don't care about this. The man or woman, the ordinary woman selling pepper soup in Ijebu doesn't care about
You know where the challenge is?
And they are the ones, the elite.
Sorry, please. You know where the challenge is?
Yes.
When you are drumming this idea of we want the best, because you are looking at merit, people who are qualified in the eyes of Nigerians to become a leader. First, we don't have all of them concentrated in one part of Nigeria. We have them from everywhere. So if you ask the South to bring their best, they will bring their best. I'm just saying that. But the second point is that even your leaders, somebody like Atiku Abubakar, has once canvassed this North-South thing. He has once believed that it is better to run, because he ran against, even when the North has finished, he ran. When the South has finished, he ran. He has run at all the time, and he has even been seen in advocating for it in the past. So where did your leaders, how do you marry this?
You see,
let me just ask.
How do you marry this history with the current situation with your party?
Let me add to that. Somebody says, look, when it is convenient for Atiku Abubakar, he wants to honor the zoning arrangement. When it is not convenient for him, he wants to jettison it. At any point in time he feels like contesting, he wants to contest, regardless of what is on ground at that point in time.
But you see, there is a dangerous assumption that someone like me find difficult to relate with. I can understand why sitting on that side, you can make that assumption. The assumption that this conversation is about Atiku Abubakar. It is not.
Is it not?
It is not. By no means is it. I can tell you today confidently. Today is the 13th, I think, of May. Yes. I can tell you confidently that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar cannot tell anybody.
May 14th.
Yeah, 14th. That Alhaji Atiku Abubakar cannot tell anybody that he's sure that he'll get the ADC ticket.
He has said so. I watched him on TV in interview. He said
he has not failed
when the reporter asked him, "Are you sure of getting your ticket?" He said, "Have I ever lost getting a ticket?"
But I'm telling you,
yes,
as someone who has a duty to speak for the party, that if you speak with any other aspirant in ADC, of course, what would they say? They'll say, I'm sure I will win.
But I want to drag you back.
No, hang on a second. They'll tell you, I'm sure I will win. And it's in that context that I can tell you that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar can say he's sure he will win. But as a leader in ADC in my own right, who has the responsibility to speak for this party, who is part of every single conversation that is going on at any level in the party, I can tell you that we have 3 aspirants who have collected form.
Yeah.
Ex-Governor Rotimi Amechi, Alhaji Muhammad Hayatuddin, and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar.
And Hayatuddin has already stepped down.
Hayatuddin has stepped down? When?
That's what we are hearing.
Come on, Abi.
I still need to drag you.
Hayatuddin came to submit his form yesterday. Okay. I was there.
I need to still drag you.
Yeah.
When, you know, Obi's massive followership among the youth, especially in the southwest, southeast, and parts of the north. Yes. When he joined your party,
yes,
the expectation was so high that you people had caught a very big, more so with Konkoso, and a lot of people felt, including some of your party bigwigs, that he would add value to your party during the election. And there's this feeling that his exit alongside Konkoso from the ADC spelled a disaster and destabilizes your plans for election. How do you react to that?
No. Destabilize, yes. Disaster, no. And it's not specifically an ADC problem. It is a problem for the coalition we're trying to build. Because if you have an opposition, a united opposition, working to challenge the incumbent, then you stand a better chance. Do you understand what I'm saying? But the moment you have the opposition divided and you have a 3-horse race or a 4-horse race, it advantages the incumbent.
Ruling party.
So what happened with Peter Obi and Kwankwaso leaving ADC does not hurt only the ADC. It hurts the
opposition generally.
So it's going to affect them the way it's going to affect us. But if we were able to hold together, then we would have stood a better chance. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm not saying that, as a matter of fact, I'm not saying that the work of building that coalition has ended. You know, and that is why we have to be careful how we look at this, because the objective is the same. You guys are having conversations
about... What happened after the Ibadan meeting? Because at that meeting, you came out with a resolution to present a common candidate.
Yes.
What happened? Because within a few days after that meeting, things went all right.
You see, somebody used an analogy of scissors yesterday. Someone who spoke with me said, you know, when you watch scissors being used, it looks like they're going in different directions, right? But they're actually functioning together. So, I mean, Peter Obi and Kwankwaso took the decision they took because they felt it will better serve their interest to go into NDC, because they feel that, okay, maybe ADC is taking a sweet time to make certain decisions, or they feel that, they are looking for certainty.
All right,
which
our time is almost up, sir. But let me ask you this one from the street. I don't know how fair it will be to you, but please try and answer the question, because it's from the street.
Yes.
I have been asked severally.
Yes.
Because so many people are so pained that ADC provided a platform for opposition leaders, and they were hopeful that it was going to be like acid on litmus test in the elections.
Yes.
They ask, why was it not possible? Why is it not still possible for an Atiku Abubakar to be a kingmaker and get up? Because from what they say, I said initially, I begged your pardon initially, so that you don't say I'm asking you an unfair question. That ADC will not win any presidency with an Atiku Abubakar. Can he not step down and allow people who can win if he has the interest of the party and if he has the interest of the country at heart? Why is he insisting that he must contest an election he cannot win alone?
Austin, I think like you say, you're asking me a very unfair question because I don't speak for Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. I speak for the African Democratic
Maybe
Congress.
the other leg of it is that is there nobody inside ADC that can call Atiku Abubakar?
But can I point a process of achieving consensus among your leaders?
It is one. We have only two options. Either we do direct primaries or we do consensus. And the process of engineering a consensus is our preferred option. And when we do that
failed.
Excuse me?
That failed.
I said it is still one of the options. We still have a bit of time. You know, in politics, 24 hours is a lot of time. So we, considering our options, we're having conversations on how to go about it. In the end, like I said, the objective is the same.
So why was it not possible why was it not possible for party leaders to bring Atiku to that realization for the questions I asked?
I cannot talk about that. Because like I said, when you are engaging in conversation, you have to do it in a way that will hold the party together. And when you begin to make this kind of statement that, why don't somebody, then you are creating a situation where conversations
the question
like
is
that.
Not from me.
When your conversations like that become difficult.
Yeah.
Reflecting what is difficult as it is. When you begin to make this kind of
body language was actually in favor of Atiku Abubakar, and that was what would be
I don't know what language you are reading. I don't know what language you are reading.
Let me finish. When you started talking about, it doesn't necessarily have to be about this zoning to the south.
But what about, don't we have another there is another person?
All right.
There is another person there is another person called Muhammadu Hayatuddin, who has also is immensely qualified as anybody in this country. Why are you not saying that we are doing it because of Muhammadu Hayatuddin?
Your court case.
So what body language are you reading?
Your court case has been adjourned indefinitely.
One of them, yes.
Yes, one of it. So there are many.
We have three.
Yes, so how is it affecting your side?
Briefly, sir, because our time is up.
One sentence answer.
No, you see, from day one, we are dealing with this. It's not an issue for us. The only thing that created issue for us was INEC acting criminally by deleting the name of David Mark from his portal without a court order. That was the only problem. And Supreme Court had corrected that. The rest, we take it in our stride, is the reality of what we are doing.
All right, thank you so much, Bolaji Abdullahi, our very esteemed colleague, the spokesperson of the ADC. We are glad that you're here with us today. We will have many more sessions here. We pray that we are all around and you honor our invitation when we call you.
Thank you very
Friendly
much.
sessions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's take a break. We'll come back and take the mails and then wrap up.
Issues as they break. The multitude, the political figure, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Let's go to our mails. Uju, you have the first.
Yes, the first one is from Emekamba, who sent it in from Abuja. Nigeria is in perpetual darkness for decades now, not because we can't generate, transmit, and distribute enough electricity to give the country the much-needed constant supply, but because that sector is as fantastically corrupt as the oil sector. And this has been validated by the conviction and sentencing of the former Minister of Power, Maman Sali. These two sectors are actually the weapons fashioned against the richly endowed Nigeria. The former minister was found guilty of a whopping 33.8 billion naira fraud and sentenced to 75 years imprisonment. Kudos this time to EFCC, but I make bold to say that this is only a drop in the ocean, as several trillions of naira meant to give Nigeria a constant light are in the private pockets of several individuals. And the next one is from Amechi Obochi from Kubwa. The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja yesterday sentenced former Minister of Power Saleh Maman to 75 years in prison for stealing public funds amounting to about 33.8 billion naira. This is a welcome development, but if I may ask, how much was actually recovered from him? However, are Nigerians aware that this amount may only represent a tiny fraction of what is being looted from the public treasury daily across the country? Going forward, public office holders in Nigeria must learn from this development, because we cannot continue this way if we truly want to build a better nation. I therefore urge President Bola Tinubu to intensify the fight against corruption before it destroys the country completely. And may I also add that for 7 days now, I have not had light in my house.
Okay. Comrade Monday Ame from Abuja says he wishes to use this medium to commend the judiciary for the landmark judgment following the conviction and sentencing of former Minister of Power Saleh Maman to 75 years imprisonment for 33.8 billion naira fraud and money laundering. I salute the FCC for the diligent prosecution. I urge anti-graft agencies in the country to sustain the momentum. Judgments such as these will serve as deterrents to others who want to involve in acts of corruption and malfeasance now and in the future. Beyond the conviction and the jail sentence, he should refund the humongous sums to the coffers of government to fix the power sector. And we end with Anefek Ntiok from Sangota in Ogun State, and he says, my candid advice to the former President Goodluck Jonathan over his purported push to run for 2027 presidency is that, one, he should not run in midst of multiple presidential candidates. Otherwise, it will be viewed and seen as a calculated move to split the votes in favor of President Tinubu, as occurred in the 2023 election. Two, that the former President Goodluck Jonathan should only agree to run as president if all other major opposition political parties project him as the only or sole presidential candidate. And lastly, the former President Goodluck Jonathan should rather enjoy his peace as hero of democracy, whom he is in real time, and push for a young, vibrant, and competent presidential candidate for 2027.
Okay, I think I need to react to this mail who said a man has not had electricity for 7 days. I think there's need for
7 days.
Yes, for the transmission company of Nigeria to publish every month how much electricity they have distributed to Nigerians, and for those who are paying estimated bills, when are they going to end that? Just like we had this finance ministry publishing allocations to states and local governments.
Mustafa, you know, the bad part of it is that I'm on band A. I used to spend about 20,000 a month. Now I spend about 80 to 100,000 a month on electricity, and I don't have lights.
If it were available, it would be fine. But it's not even available. The issue of electricity, well, the president has promised that he's going to fix this electricity. He says so. He said, don't vote me if I don't fix the electricity for my second term. And
if I don't give adequate explanation for that failure.
He says so. So we'll wait. Let us believe that he's going to come. But that's how we are going to be wrapping it up. Keep your mails coming to us through political platform at thatgroup.com so that we have a share of what you, a feeling of what you feel, how you see it in the political feed near you. We cannot see everything, you see it closer to you. And on top of the hour on Repower FM, we have the world news. And right on AIT, we will be welcoming Moneyline with Nasi Ilo. Please stay with us and remember to join us tomorrow for another episode of Political Platform. I am Okiri Agbonsu Remi.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection.
I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and cap.
Russian strike on Kyiv kills 3, injures dozens. Trump describes talks with Xi as extremely positive. And EU holds emergency meeting over antivirus outbreak. Ellen, thanks for joining us. This is the World News on AIT. I'm Hadiza Audu. Welcome. Russia launched a large-scale overnight attack on Kyiv with drones and missiles, killing at least 3 people and injuring dozens, while damaging multiple civilian sites across the capital.
The assault began in the early hours of Thursday and lasted several hours, with air raid sirens sounding across Kyiv as residents sought shelter in metro stations. The Ukrainian Air Force said 675 attack drones and 56 missiles were launched, primarily targeting the capital, and reported intercepting 652 drones and 51 missiles. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky stated that more than 20 locations in Kyiv were damaged, including residential buildings, a school, a veterinary clinic, and other civilian infrastructure. Emergency services and rescue workers walked through debris at a collapsed residential building, retrieving those wounded and killed. Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko reported that 40 people were wounded, including 2 children. Ukrainian emergency services confirmed 3 fatalities. Authorities said the attack targeted multiple districts and caused fires and structural damage across the city. Officials described the strike as one of the most extensive on Kyiv in recent months and called on international partners to respond to the escalation.
Meanwhile, Russia and Ukraine launched large-scale drone attack against each other on Wednesday, with both sides reporting hundreds of incoming drones and claiming to have shot down the majority.
The Russian Defense Ministry said its forces targeted Ukrainian energy and transport facilities, drone assembly and storage sites, ammunition depot, and positions of Ukrainian troops and foreign fighters. It added that Russian air defense shot down 572 Ukrainian fixed-wing drones. Ukraine's General Staff reported that Russia launched 753 drones of various types between 8 o'clock and 6 o'clock local time, with strikes mainly directed at western regions. According to the preliminary data from Kyiv, Ukrainian air forces destroyed 710 of the Russian drones. Both sides described the exchanges as part of ongoing operations targeted military infrastructure and supply lines. The mutual strikes reflect the continued reliance on unnamed aerial systems in the conflict.
Chinese President Xi Jinping and visiting Donald Trump have said ties between their countries remain strong despite disagreements on certain issues. This was as talks held in Beijing a day after Trump arrived for a state visit, his second in 9 years.
We had extremely positive and productive conversations.
2 hours of talks at which President Trump described the discussions as extremely positive and praised Xi's leadership. According to the White House statement released later, the talks covered trade, oil and Iran, but significant differences remain on tariffs and export controls, it added.
With the Chinese delegation earlier, and this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China, and it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
Xi had warned of the risk of conflicts with the U.S. over Taiwan, the self-governed island claimed by Beijing. It remains a central source of tension alongside trade disputes, technology competition, and the war involving Iran. Iran had largely blocked shipping there since its conflicts with the U.S. and Israel began on the 28th of February 2026. The talks were deemed constructive and included discussions on opening Chinese markets to U.S. firms, a key objective for Trump.
And elsewhere, the Philippine House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly on Monday to impeach Vice President Sara Duterte, advancing the case to a Senate trial that could remove her from office and bar her from future elections.
The Duterte, Vice President, Republic of...
Lawmakers approved the articles of impeachment by a margin of 257 to 25, with 9 abstentions. The move marks the second time Duterte has faced impeachment proceedings. The charges include graft, corruption, bribery, misappropriation of public funds, unexplained assets, and an alleged assassination plot against President Ferdinand Marcos and his family. The accusations stem from public statements Duterte made during a late-night briefing, which she later said were misinterpreted. Under the Philippine Constitution, a guilty verdict in the Senate would result in Duterte's removal and a lifetime ban from holding elected office. House members said the vote reflected concerns beyond political rivalry, framing it as a matter of accountability and the rule of law. Duterte's legal team said the burden of proof rests with the accusers and expressed readiness to defend her before the Senate sitting as an impeachment court. Minutes before the House vote, the Senate elected longtime Duterte's ally, Alan Peter Cayetano, as Senate President, a development seen as strengthening the Vice President's position in the upper chamber ahead of the trial.
EU ambassadors met in Brussels on Wednesday to coordinate a cross-border response after an antivirus outbreak aboard a polar expedition cruise ship raised concerns about public health preparedness.
The meeting focused on strengthening epidemic response mechanisms within the Schengen area. Officials discussed ways to improve timely sharing of case information and adopt unified prevention and control standards to limit the risk of cross-border transmission. EU officials described the outbreak as a wake-up call, highlighting ongoing vulnerabilities in the bloc's public health system. They stressed that health threats can spread quickly across borders and called for closer coordination to close gaps created by inconsistent national measures. The outbreak occurred on the MV Honduras, which departed Argentina on April 1, with more than 140 passengers and crew from 23 countries. According to the World Health Organization, 11 hantavirus cases have been reported globally in connection with the incident, including 3 deaths. 9 cases have been confirmed as Andes virus infections, a strain capable of person-to-person transmission. By Sunday, 94 passengers from 19 countries had been evacuated through a coordinated operation involving Spain, the WHO, and other countries. The final evacuation flight departed Monday. Quarantine measures have varied across EU states, with Spain isolating nationals in a military hospital and other countries asking passengers to self-isolate at home. 2 passengers have developed symptoms during quarantine and are receiving treatment in France and Spain. The European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control is investigating the transmission route. Preliminary findings suggest the first case may have contracted the virus in Argentina before boarding and later spread it on board. Health experts say there is no evidence of a new virus or strain and that the overall risk to the public remains low.
Poland's agricultural sector is facing rising costs. The conflict in the Middle East disrupts energy and fertilizer markets, leaving farmers with higher reduction and production expenses and reduced purchasing power.
The blockade of the Strait of Hormuz following the US-Israeli war on Iran has restricted global flows of oil, liquefied natural gas and fertilizers. The disruption has driven up the cost of fuel and nitrogen fertilizers, which rely heavily on natural gas. President of Poland's National Council of Agricultural Chambers said, even though Poland operates its own nitrogen fertilizer plants, production costs have risen because they depend on more expensive gas. He noted that fertilizers can account for 50% or more of agricultural production costs, forcing many farmers to absorb higher expenses. Some farmers are adapting by shifting to crops that require less fertilizer. Marshach Rokis said he is expanding soybean cultivation because soybeans need little nitrogen and lower production costs compared to other crops. Others are increasing their use of organic fertilizers to cut spending. The price surge has also reduced demand for commercial fertilizers. Thomas Helechi, owner of a fertilizer factory, reported a 40 to 50% drop in sales, which has cut into companies' margins. Smulawis added that tensions in the Strait of Hormuz are not only raising production costs, but also hindering agricultural exports, compounding difficulties for Polish farmers.
The United Nations has voiced growing concern over a surge in drone explosions near its peacekeeping bases in southern Lebanon, warning that the incidents are putting UN personnel and facilities at risk.
Deputy spokesman for the UN Secretary-General, Farhan Haq, told reporters on Wednesday that the UN interim force in Lebanon is increasingly alarmed by military activity around its position. He said recent drone detonations in and around the UNIFIL headquarters in Nakora have damaged buildings and heightened safety concerns for peacekeepers. Haq reiterated calls for all parties to avoid operating near UN positions and to uphold ceasefire agreements to protect peacekeepers. According to UNIFIL, several presumed Hezbollah drones exploded near the Nakora headquarters between May 12th and 13th, with one detonating inside the base and damaging multiple structures. No casualties were reported. The force also noted a drone crash within its compound on May 11 and a separate incident on May 5th involving a suspected armed drone near Al-Hiniye. UNIFIL said it has raised objections with both the Lebanese and Israeli governments, as well as with the Lebanese Armed Forces and Israel Defense Forces, over the presence of troops and non-state actors near its positions.
Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas's Fatah movement is set to elect a new Central Committee on Thursday, marking its first leadership vote in a decade as the party confronts declining influence and pressure over the future of Palestinian statehood.
The three-day General Conference will select members of Fatah's highest leadership body at a time when analysts say the movement faces legitimacy challenges. Critics point to internal divisions, corruption allegations, and stalled progress towards Palestinian statehood amidst expanded Israeli settlement activity. The incoming Central Committee is expected to shape Fatah's direction in a potentially post-Abbas era. The 90-year-old Abbas has left the movement for more than 2 decades, though no clear successor has emerged. Fatah's General Secretary, Jibril Rajib, said the conference addresses some of the most serious challenges facing the Palestinian national movement. He expressed hope the meeting would reinforce efforts to keep statehood on the international agenda and maintain the Palestinian Liberation Organization as the sole legitimate representative of Palestinians. Fatah remains the dominant faction within the PLO, but has seen support erode since Hamas won parliamentary elections in 2006 and later took control of Gaza. Observers noted that the conference is focused heavily on internal seat allocations, with broader national strategy receiving limited attention. Rajab, the Secretary General, described the gathering as a first step towards recognizing Palestinian politics and building a unified partner for statehood negotiations.
You're watching the World News on AIT. More stories after this break. Stay with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Hello again. The 12th Chinese Peacekeeping Infantry Battalion, serving with the United Nations mission in South Sudan, has passed the UN Combat Readiness Assessment with excellent grades across all categories, placing it among the top troop contributing countries.
The assessment was conducted by a 7-member team from UNMISS Sector Juba to evaluate the battalion's ability to carry out authorized missions and response to emergencies. Inspectors reviewed more than 370 items across 11 categories, covering military proficiency, crisis response, and civilian protection capabilities. The evaluation examined the battalion's combat readiness mechanisms, personnel awareness, and emergency response procedures. UN assessors also provided guidance on optimizing task response, processes, and strengthening future mission execution. According to the battalion, the result reflects the effectiveness of its combat-oriented training program. Officials said the outcome will guide ongoing efforts to adapt to the evolving security situation in South Sudan and enhance the unit's capacity to support peace and stability in the mission area.
Mali's army carried out several overnight airstrikes on the northern city of Kidal and warned that attacks on the area would intensify. The military said Kidal has been under the control of Tuareg rebels and their allies from the JNIM jihadist group since coordinated attacks in late April. Witnesses reported the city was hit at least 4 times during the night. Shares of Nvidia, Google parent Alphabet, and Apple all closed at record highs on Wednesday, driven by the worldwide artificial intelligence boom. Nvidia's stock rose 2.29% to close at $225.83 per share, pushing its market capitalization to $5.488 trillion and maintaining its position as the world's most valuable listed company. Alphabet surged 3.94% to $402.62 per share, bringing its total market capitalization to $4.839 trillion. Apple gained 1.38% to close at $298.87 per share, with a market capitalization of $4.39 trillion. U.S. media reports attributed the strong performance to increased spending on AI infrastructure by multiple companies and better than expected earnings reports that boosted market optimism. Apple's gains were also supported by strong sales of its main products and continued growth in its services businesses. The U.S. Senate voted 54 to 45 on Wednesday to confirm Kevin Walsh as chair of the Federal Reserve for a 4-year term. The confirmation places President Donald Trump's nominee at the head of the central bank as it faces pressure over independence and inflation running at a 3-year high. Walsh, who has supported lower interest rates, will replace outgoing chair Jerome Powell. He must now take the oath of office before officially assuming his duties. Britain's monarch, King Charles III, has visited a Jewish community in North London following a series of recent anti-Semitic attacks. The king made an unannounced trip to Golders Green, an area with a large Jewish population that has been at the center of several violent incidents in recent weeks. It was received by residents and community leaders, including Chief Rabbi Ephraim Mvis, who thanked him for showing support and solidarity. During the visit, King Charles met with victims of a recent stabbing attack at Jewish Charity Center, as well as religious and civic leaders. Authorities say the area has witnessed multiple incidents, including the stabbing of 2 Jewish men, arson attacks on community ambulances, and damage to a memorial site. Police have classified some of the attacks as acts of terrorism. Community leaders have raised concerns over what they describe as a sustained pattern of violence and intimidation, with the UK government also raising the national terrorism threat level to severe. Nigeria says it remains committed to advancing cooperation and sustainability within BRICS bloc. Delivering Nigeria's statement at a summit of foreign ministers of the bloc in New Delhi, India, Permanent Secretary in Nigeria's Foreign Affairs, Dunoma Umar Ahmed, highlighted the National Development Plan, which prioritizes food security, energy access, and inclusive growth. On innovation, he cited programs like Digital Literacy for All, the 3 Million Technical Talent Scheme, and nationwide innovation hubs, with a target of 70% digital literacy by 2027 and 95% by 2030. Nigeria also reiterated its role in driving ECOWAS integration through free movement, harmonized trade policies, and collective security. It described BRICS as a vital platform for dialogue on trade, investment, infrastructure, and people-to-people exchange. On sustainability, Nigeria reaffirmed commitment to the Paris Arrangement and UN SDGs. It highlighted the energy position plan targeting net zero emissions by 2060, alongside investments in renewable, green finance, and sustainable agriculture. The delegation said President Ahmed Tinubu's administration is guiding Nigeria's BRICS engagement through economic diversification, subsidy removal, fiscal discipline, and the energy transition plan. The summit, held under the theme Building for Resilience, Innovation, Cooperation, and Sustainability, runs from 14th to 15th of May in New Delhi. As farmers across Zamfara prepare for the rainy season, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has uncovered an alleged fertilizer adulteration syndicate accused of endangering agricultural production and exploiting struggling farmers. The Zamfara State Command paraded a suspect allegedly involved in the manufacturing, blending, sale, and distribution of adulterated fertilizer packaged in counterfeit branded bags.
Loaded inside the truck are bags of suspected adulterated fertilizer, allegedly prepared for distribution to unsuspecting farmers ahead of the planting season. Authorities says the illegal activities could have caused major losses for farmers by reducing crop yields and threatening food production in communities already battling insecurity and economic hardship.
Proactive structures are established to efficiently manage these activities of unlawful manufacturing, sales, and distribution of adulterated products, undermining the agricultural and economic output of the state.
He warned that the command will double its effort to identify and smash syndicates involved in illegal activity and related crimes.
This is the truck apprehended with 550 bags of Aluma Nagari fertilizer impersonated. It is adulterated and it doesn't meet their initial requirement or the normal standard.
According to the Command Public Relations Officer, the suspect Mustafa Sani will be handed over for judicial arraignment. Damina Yusuf, AIT News, Gusau.
That's the world news on AIT. Many thanks for staying with us. I'm Hadiza Audu. Our next bulletin is at 8 p.m. Do stay with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The idea is that the yam that comes to church and goes back to the house then blesses other yams at home. So that's why they bring 3 yams to church. After the blessing, they keep one for the priest and take the other one to the house, which they believe will then connect with other yams at home to bless their entire produce.
Back home, visits by family members, friends, and well-wishers on such days are a common feature. Such visitors are entertained with rich local cuisines and drinks which are readily available. Collectively, the people and their friends converge at playgrounds or town halls to watch cultural displays, beginning with 21 gunshot salute. In some communities like Ugep in Yaka local government area, located in the Central Sanitary District of the state, yam festivals are more elaborate. An ancient town about 120 kilometers from the state capital, Calabar, and once reputed for cannibalistic activities in its early days, Ugep seemed to have over time laundered its image, as its colorful yam festival now attracts many visitors from various parts of the country and beyond who are seen moving about freely.
It was true to a point when Ugep people were noted as cannibals, people who eat human meat. But today, if you come into Ugep, you see that we are very, very much hospitable. We accommodate strangers. We intermarried with strangers.
From oral transmission, it is assumed that Ugep was founded about the 2nd decade of the 16th century. Some describe Ugep as the most densely populated settlement in West Africa after Ibadan, the Oyo state capital.
The paramount ruler and king of Ugep, the Obolopon, in concert with his council of chiefs and traditional title holders, play a key role in the annual Yam Festival. For instance, the lighting of the Liboku torch, performed by the Obolopon in a sacred ceremony witnessed only by the chief priest, heralds the commencement of Yam festivals known locally as Liboku.
The belief is that by the time we put up that small thin fire, the flame will shine all over the town to wake everybody. And those who have no lantern, no torchlight, it is that small light that will actually give light to the whole community.
With the curtain raised, activities building up to the Yam Festival Day begin in earnest. One of such is the arrival of women from the different farm routes in the community carrying their proceeds. Unlike other ethnic groups where women are not allowed to farm yam, women here not only farm yam but also become yam title holders when their annual harvest is as much as 200 tubers. The night before the Koi Day, which is for the Yam Festival proper, is usually a sleepless one for many people, especially the youths, characterized by partying and feasting. They keep vigil in high expectation of the first blast of the Koi drums. Once the blast goes off at midnight, it is followed by a midnight cry from all directions. With this symbolic cry, the people are invited to reflect on their dead relatives and loved ones. At this point, the rule changes as only ladies dressed in bangles are allowed to move about freely without being flogged. Not even visitors like me are spared. The bangles, relics of ancient trade, now serve a different purpose. Fitted by trained blacksmiths, the bangles are made of heavy copper coils. Each pair takes about 3 hours to wear. Some buy them while others rent for a meager sum. The bangles create an outfit that can't go unnoticed and announces the presence of the lady adorned in them each time she takes a step, either forward or backward. The young girls who wear the bangles are forbidden.
Hello and welcome to The Teacher. I am your host, Joe Dowda. On today's episode, permit us to skip the Teacher of the Week segment as we go straight to the short documentary to set the agenda for conversation as we focus on the vital pillar of national development, which is restoring the premium value of the teaching profession.
Every professionally treated as a prestigious career. In many societies, respect is closely tied to income because teachers are often underpaid. Their work is mistakenly seen as less valuable. Low salaries send a powerful message that shaping minds matters less than generating profits. There is also the belief that teachers on education because in the end, a society that undervalues its teachers is a society that undervalues its future.
In Nigeria, education remains central to economic growth, social stability, and global competitiveness. Yet, questions continue to arise about whether our teachers are adequately supported, compensated, and professionally valued. Teachers' salaries in many states remain below the earning of comparable public sector professionals with similar qualifications. These statistics are not presented as criticism, but as context for constructive dialogue. Joining us via Zoom is the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State, Professor Abayomi Arigbabu. Prof, you're welcome to The Teacher.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yes, if actions speak louder than words, it is clear that Ogun State cares about education. In fact, some people have described the state as the education capital of Nigeria. From your perspective, not just as a professor, but as the incumbent Commissioner of Education of Ogun State, how is the value of teachers reflected in current state policy?
Thank you very much. I want to say that education, that, like you rightly mentioned, for us in Ogun State, education is given the prime of place. I would believe that this state is the education capital of Nigeria. There is no doubt about it. When you even look at our pedigree, I mean, Ogun State is part of southwest Nigeria, and southwest Nigeria was where free education started during the time of our father, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And what southwest Nigeria was to Nigeria at that time, Ogun State is to the entire Nigeria. I'll tell you that for free. This administration believes that education needs revitalization in the state, despite the fact that we say we're in the leadership position, but there is the need for us to, assess ourselves and review things. So we saw that there was need for us to revitalize education. We came up with what we call the Ogun State Education Revitalization Agenda, OCSERA for short. That OCSERA has 6 pillars, probably some maybe along the line I'll talk about it. But to quickly answer your question, the 6th pillar of OCSERA, that's the Ogun State Education Revitalization Agenda. The 1st pillar looks at curriculum. The 2nd one is on school management. The 3rd one is on technology and innovation. The 4th one is on infrastructure. The 5th one is on revenue and funding. And the 6th one is on teachers and student welfare. That 6th pillar, that is where teachers' welfare is actually given priority. That is where we show that we value teachers, and that is where we demonstrate the priorities we give to teachers in this state. We believe that no amount of infrastructure you put in place, no amount of curriculum rejigging or maybe realignment or whatever you put in place, no amount of technology initiative you put in place, they cannot succeed without competent teachers. So because of that, we actually invest a lot on teacher recruitment. This is an institution that has recruited 6,000 teachers now to fill teacher vacancies in our schools, and also to reduce the pressure on those ones that are in school presently. So, I mean, when you talk of how you value teachers, you need to put all this into consideration.
How do you balance the limitation of funds with the need for improved teacher welfare? How do you balance that? Because I'm sure nobody has, even your state, with all your desire for educational excellence, you don't have all the funds you need. How do you balance that issue with your passion, let's say, for teacher welfare? How do you do that?
No nation, no organization, no individual can say they will have all the necessary financial, wherewithal, the financial resources to actually maybe do whatever set them for themselves. So, as a state, we need to actually prioritize. There's no way you have all. You prioritize. You try to also block leakages. Block leakages. See areas where you can maybe use technology to leverage on whatever we want to do, and also look for partnerships. On Oxera that I mentioned, there is a pillar there, which is revenue and funding. On that revenue and funding, which is the fifth pillar, there is an aspect of it which we call Adopt a School program. In other words, we encourage participation of individuals, of organizations, of corporate bodies. Some can adopt a school fully, or they can adopt part of the school. Okay. Apart from that, we also have parents. We are encouraged to participate. Alumni, that is the old student associations, they are also encouraged to partner with government in achieving what we have set for ourselves.
As somebody will say, money is always the main issue. But we'll take Abayomi Arigbagu, the Honorable Commissioner of Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State. And if you have been following us so far, he has been saying a lot of things. I personally liked what he said about the Adopt a School initiative. Prof, can you expatiate about this Adopt a School initiative? Even if it sounds like charity, what possible benefits can there be for any organization? That's one. And then can somebody outside or an institution outside Ogun State adopt a school in Ogun State? Two questions in one.
Thank you very much. The Adopt a School program, it's not just something on paper. It has actually started. Okay. We have a group in the US, they call them BRG, that is Beyond Remittances. That group said, beyond just remitting funds home, people in diaspora, they send money home. So they call themselves BRG, Beyond Remittances. They actually adopted one of our schools, and they are working with us on the Shimawa High School in Remo. We have another school in Ijebu, in Agowe. They call it Omo Edumare Primary School, Model Primary School is there, and a number of others. So we encourage people to do that. You can adopt a whole school. In other words, you partner with us and you just write a letter, tell us the intention. Let's see the framework of what you want to do. We fine-tune it together. And like in the case of Omo Edumare, if you enter that school, you think you have just entered a primary school, maybe in the United States or maybe Europe. So, I mean, that's in Ijebu, in Agowe for that matter. So if you go to Shimawa, the adoption is in form of intervention at the level of teaching and learning, partnering with us in ensuring that those learners are supported through extra coaching classes. They buy bags for them, they buy books for them, they even arrange some private teachers for them. They give them summer coaching. At the time, they try to introduce a bit of technology, partnering with us with what government is doing in that school. And the intention is to measure the impact of all this maybe in another 1 year or so. So you see, individuals can come in through that form and actually take over. I mean, not take over. I mean, the entire school in terms of physical structure, everything. Government will still continue to pay the teachers because that's actually is an heavy budget.
Now, with the current economic realities impacting not just teachers, but virtually everybody knows what is going on. Don't you think, or do you think it is time for maybe some salary review or some special welfare package for teachers, or are you already doing that?
Nobody, for me, I would say anybody who has the interest of this country at heart would clamor for special remuneration for teachers. I'm saying this with all sense of responsibility. At times, people tend to say that teachers are not well paid, like their counterparts in the ministries, their counterparts in other sectors. Apart from the private sector, if you work in the public sector, it's not as if their counterparts will be earning more than them. If somebody is on level 8, they're getting your level 8. But if you are talking of other things, maybe people who are in the office have access to people coming around to give them gifts and so on. But of course, people do give teachers gifts also. But talking in terms of their remuneration, I strongly believe that there is the need for teachers to be better remunerated. In other words, if I have my way, if somebody finishes as a degree holder in education, you have BSc, honors education degree, and you have to teach. If other counterparts are on level 8, teachers will start from level 10. That will make teaching attractive to very good graduates.
Yeah.
Very good graduates. I mean, if somebody finishes from the university, if you ask them, even when I go around, I get to schools, I maybe talk to them and I say, how many of you want to be engineers? You see many of raising up their hand. How many want to be doctors? How many want to be lawyers? And so, how many want to be teachers? At times you don't see anybody. At times you just want to do. Let me tell you, one of the areas we need to address to make sure that teaching profession is given the right pride of place, and that teachers will continue to do their best, is to, well, professionalizing of education, I mean, teaching is one hand. Continuous development of for teachers is also important. But the status and recognition of teachers is very important. You know, we need to give them that status that is probably higher than what their contemporaries in other professions will have, because there is no profession without a teacher. If you are a lawyer, you need a teacher to teach you. So I say that if I have my way, I will give teachers better salary than any other profession, because whether you like it or not, every profession will need a teacher.
True.
For the profession to continue. If you are a lawyer, a good lawyer, you need to produce another good lawyer for us to continue to have good lawyers. And to produce another lawyer, you need a teacher to teach law. If it's engineering, there should be a teacher of engineering to teach engineering. Medicine, you need somebody to teach that medicine. So when that person stands in front, it might be a medical doctor, but when you stand in front of people and you are teaching them, you are a teacher. So anybody that is involved in teaching, in other words, teaching from the elementary level, most elementary level, to the university level, should be given a pride of place.
True.
And then the only way you can make teaching attractive and you can make teachers satisfied and be happy to do the work is to give them something that can enhance their status and also something that will make them better recognized in the society. In those days, the recognition given to teachers, the status given to teachers, people would say that children should go and live with teachers because teachers were well respected.
Now that we are discussing about this, Prof,
your ability to put to pay for what you buy, your ability to be able to dip your hand in your pocket and do the needful if there is something within the family.
Now that we are discussing these welfare issues, what progress has your state made, Ogun State, in the full implementation?
Well, as a state,
in the full implementation of TSS.
Education is on concurrent legislative list. And when we say it's on concurrent legislative list, what it means is that federal government makes laws on education, state governments also make laws. But there are things that are actually the preserve of the federal government. But when we talk of curriculum, for instance, curriculum it's the same curriculum we are using. And some other things are actually in the purview of various states to improve the standard of education. So for us, apart from making sure we pay them promptly, we are not paying less than whatever any state is paying to teachers in this country. Then also, we have reward system for our teachers. If you monitor the news, about 3 weeks ago, or probably a month ago, the best teacher in Nigeria that was that got award during teachers conference in Abuja, which was actually presented by the First Lady. The best teacher in Nigeria came from Ogun State.
Wow! Congratulations,
teachers. Yes. Francis Sholanketaiwo. He was given 80 million naira, 30 million for being the best teacher in Southwest, and 50 million for being the best teacher in Nigeria.
Wow.
And Governor Zulu, that was present at that occasion, gave him a brand new Toyota Corolla. The car has been delivered. Our governor gave him a 2-bedroom bungalow. That same teacher has already emerged in our state as the best teacher in Ogun State during what we call the Dapabiodun Teachers Award. We do that every year. It's one of the things we put in place to encourage our teachers. We have a number of awards and programs to encourage our teachers. beyond their salary. So those are the things we put in place, because salary is important, but we put other things in place. Also, don't forget, I talked about the digital initiatives that we have, which has reduced the burden on the teachers. For instance, when they finish marking, they just upload their scores, and the system will actually do every other thing for them. Students can have their results through the electronic dossier. We don't print report sheet. There is no paper report sheet in Ogun State since about 5 years ago. So students go online and get their results, and teachers and the parents can see the results of their learners from anywhere in the world. So, like I tell people, the era of Yamupas and Academy has gone forever in Ogun State since more than 5 years ago. So, because if a student, if you fail, you cannot deceive your parents. They can go online and check this result, and they monitor your progress. So our teachers have also been empowered to training regularly to make sure that they are happy with what they are doing. We have lessened what they do also by giving them an artificial intelligence powered platform for them to deliver teaching and learning.
Okay, so now, what do you think teachers should be involved in curriculum discussion, when curriculums are being designed, and then when educational reform is being discussed? Should teachers be part and parcel of such discussions?
Exactly. Teachers should be involved. Teachers, we should use what we call the bottoms-up approach. A situation whereby those who are in the coalface, the teachers are the ones in the coalface. They are the ones in the classroom. They are the ones that teach every day. They see these students, they relate with these students. Yes, you start with them and then take it up to another level, and then to another level. You bring in experts to work with them, so that when you are bringing out the curriculum, it will be something that is based on realities. It will be something that is based on their own experiences, which they will have expressed. We cannot leave everything in their hands. I mean, there are people who are also maybe professors in this field who have done a lot of research. And so, but we need to match practice and research. You know, the reality and research. At times, you do research, certain things are happening. If you don't even interact with the people in the coalface, you'll probably not be able to give the appropriate remedy to whatever situation you have found. So there should be a synergy where everybody in the education sector is involved. Teachers in the classroom, administrators, because when you even talk about teaching us, there are things that have to do with the administration, not necessarily what goes on in the classroom itself. So administration, maybe researchers, professors in the universities and research institutes, and all these bodies like the Nigeria Education Research and Development Council, and then various other bodies that can actually put in one thing or the other to improve whatever we have, as what we put in place.
Yes, Mr. Honorable Commissioner, I must confess to you that I am impressed with the things you are doing in Ogun State for teachers. So would you describe Ogun State teachers as happy and as prestigious? They feel prestigious teaching. Would you describe them as such? Even though generally we see teachers as a low-level career. What do you think about Ogun State teachers?
Well, though I missed some parts of the question, but I think what you asked was that will I say our teachers are happy?
Yes.
Yes, I'll tell you that Ogun State teachers are happy. You will see that the type of crisis some states face with their schools, with their teachers, we don't have that type of crisis here. You hardly find our teachers going on strike. You hardly find workers generally in Ogun State. It has been very, very peaceful and harmonious. Because of all these things we have put in place, particularly, everything is not money at hand. You also have in place things that look at their welfare, that take care of their welfare. We talk about continuous training and retraining for them. We talk about things that make their workload less. There are only a few states in Nigeria as we speak that have either employed or are employing teachers. When you employ more teachers, you are easing the burden on those who are in school.
True.
If I'm a teacher in school and I'm teaching 40 periods in a week, if you employ another teacher to teach the same subject, then it will now be 20-20. So when you give me 20 hours instead of the 40 hours I was taking before, you have not given money directly, but you have actually given money indirectly, because you have lessened my load, and that will go on to affect my welfare, my health, I will spend less on maybe trying to maintain my health. You see, also the training and retraining we do for them. When you train a teacher, the training you give to him, if the teacher is leaving your school, you are not going to scrape it off his head. It's for him. I mean, those who have learned things that has to do with technology, with artificial intelligence, with maybe all these modern tools of teaching, we train them on what we call the PMI, PSI, that is Progressive Mathematics Initiative, Progressive Science Initiative, which was actually delivered by the NJCTL, New Jersey Center for Teaching and Learning. It was a big project through which we train our teachers. Those who have participated in it, they are so happy, and we are now doing what we call cascade. They are training. I mean, those ones were the trainers. They are now doing training of those who have done training of the trainers. Those ones are now training their colleagues. Yes. So that thing is actually percolating, and because of that, our teachers are actually happy because they go for meetings, they go for conferences, they meet themselves, they compare notes, and they see that the state is not doing badly at all.
30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to just send a message to teachers out there.
Yes, I want to say that teachers should see themselves as the most important segment of this society, even if they are not valued now. I want them to look beyond whatever is happening presently. Because if you talk about a country and you say the government is probably not doing well or is doing well and so on, it is because we have people who are managing that position who are doing well or not doing well. So which means the teachers are the ones that will produce those who will be in government. So there is no country that can rise beyond the quality of its teachers. And that's why I say Nigeria as a country should invest on its teachers so that we can actually have the right type of people to man this country and fix this country.
Congratulations to Teacher Francis, who won 80 million and a car and all of that. Thank you to Professor Abayomi for his insights. In fact, we found it very, very useful, and I'm sure you enjoyed it too. Education is not solely about infrastructure or curriculum. It is also about people. Teachers remain the most important in-school factor influencing student achievement. Supporting them is not an expense, it is an investment. Constructive dialogue, sustainable policy, and measurable commitments will determine how effectively we reposition the teaching profession for the future. To every teacher watching, your contribution is seen, and it matters deeply. Thank you to our guest, and thank you for watching The Teacher. I am Joe Dauda.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Ahead of the 2027 general election, the Social Democratic Party has increasingly become a major subject of political discourse in Nigeria's evolving opposition landscape. The party, which many political observers once viewed as a potential third force platform capable of reshaping national politics, is now confronted with internal divisions, leadership disputes, and growing uncertainty over its future direction as political realignments intensify across the country. At the center of the unfolding crisis is the leadership tussle involving the national chairman of the party, Shehu Musa Gabam, and prominent party figure Abubakar Gombe, with disagreements reportedly centered around party administration, internal democracy, and control of the party structure ahead of the next circle election. The tension within the party has further been heightened by controversies surrounding the Bauchi Convention, which has generated debates among party stakeholders over legitimacy, inclusiveness, and the interpretation of party constitutional processes. The internal crisis has also drawn attention to the growing influence and political ambition of the party's 2023 presidential candidate, Adewale Adebayo, whose emergence on the national stage brought renewed visibility and public interest to the SDP. While Adewale Adebayo is widely seen by supporters as a symbol of reform and ideological rebirth within the party, critics argue that the struggle for influence among competing blocs within the SDP could undermine efforts to build a united and formidable opposition platform ahead of 2027. Beyond the personalities involved, the crisis within the SDP raises broader questions about party cohesion, internal democracy, leadership succession, ideological consistency, and the ability of opposition parties in Nigeria to effectively manage competing interests without jeopardizing their electoral prospects. Political analysts warn that unresolved disputes within the party could weaken its credibility among Nigerians seeking alternatives to the dominant political parties. Prince Adewale Adebayo is the SDP presidential candidate in the 2023 election. He joins us shortly to examine the leadership crisis within the SDP, the controversy surrounding the Bauchi Convention, the roles of Shehu Gabam, Abubakar Gombe in shaping the party's future, as well as the broader implications of these developments from the SDP's preparedness and visibility ahead of the 2027 general election in Nigeria.
A very warm welcome to you. The program is Jigsaw. My name is Benga Aruleba. As you heard there, Prince Adewale Adebayo is our guest. Ordinarily, he should have been with us here in the studio, but he just returned from the party's convention, which took place in Bauchi. He just got back to Abuja, and so he's joining us virtually. Prince Adebayo, congratulations on your emergence as the SDP presidential candidate for a second season running.
Thank you very much, Benga. Thank you for the congratulatory message, and may God bless Nigeria.
But if we go by what is happening, I will say it's not yet Uhuru. I am surprised that the SDP that we thought was free of crisis, and the little crisis we had that time was just an internal issue of management of party funds and all of that. But we didn't believe that that was going to snowball into a major crisis. Now it's like the SDP is involved or engulfed in the crisis of its own. How did the SDP find itself on this much-traveled path by other political parties?
Well, I don't think that, I don't want to minimize any issues, but it's all a distraction. I don't think SDP has any crisis because there are no factions inside the party. And what they want to do to the party is to stop the party from talking about Nigerians and be talking about issues within the party. Every organization has its own internal rules, including the TV station that you are representing there. There are things that are allowed, there are things that are not allowed. And the Supreme Court has heard many times, and even common sense will tell you, that the disciplinary process inside a political party should be the internal affairs of that political party. And the political party is not supposed to spend most of its time talking about itself. It's supposed to talk about the government in power and to assess and evaluate how that government is performing and to bring alternative viewpoints and programs to the public. That's why I'm focused on. I just allow the political party internal processes to go on. The problem lies with INEC in the sense that INEC has been won several times, in particular with respect to the SDP. And INEC was fined 2 million naira just less than 6 months ago by the Supreme Court. So that don't interfere in the affairs of this party, don't tell them who is going to sign documents for them, just leave them to sort their issues out. Now, there's no new issue. It is that it has become convenient for the government of the day to use police and INEC to revive an issue that has been resolved in the party. There's no new issue in the party at all. So for me, I'm not a party official. I'm a member of the party. I am now the presidential candidate of the party. The mandate given to me by the party is to go and preach to Nigerians that all the suffering, all the mismanagement, all the bad governance, all the lack of welfare, and more particularly, all the issue of insecurity in the country, that the SDP has clearly laid out 500 programs that will tackle all these problems that we are facing. And for the first time, we can have a country that works. That's the mandate given to me.
All right.
I'm not on the side of anyone who has a problem, who's a party official, who has a problem. The party official who was accused of misappropriation of public party funds, who was investigated, I wasn't on the panel, I'm not the accuser. When the panel brought the report, I wasn't there, I didn't testify, I'm not involved, I don't have the fact. When he was charged to court, granted bail, and the matter is pending, that's even the last time I can talk about it because the party official who was removed, former chairman who was removed, has now been charged to court. The court has, I think, remanded him and given him bail condition. So the matter is now sub judice. As a lawyer, I will suffer more consequences than other politicians if I am caught commenting on that subject when the person is now facing trial in the court of law.
Okay.
I shouldn't do that.
The matter appears much more than that. It's not a question of whether somebody is on trial or somebody is not on trial. But I would like you to listen to this report. This happened just a few days ago. Let's listen to the report together, and then you help us make sense out of it.
Executive Board by recent recognition from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, following a court ruling arrived the premises to assert control, but they were met with stiff resistance from the Gombe-led faction, which insisted it remains the authentic leadership of the party.
We are here going, and I'll take over my office. The guy that was removed and mentioned in the judgment 3 times illegally, perverse, and lack of jurisdiction. And the judgment was set aside. So the main reason we decided to come in today, legally backed by security agencies, to take over my office.
Sadiq Abubakar Gombe maintains his faction is the legitimate leadership of the SDP, deepening the standoff.
A professor of law, a son, distinguished son, and prophetically saying that he is returning our expelled member onto their portal, as if the portal is to determine who is the chairman of the party or not. We are not responsible to any portal.
As temper fled and the situation threatened to spiral, officers of the Nigerian police force stepped in, taking over the premises to restore calm and enforce the court's back order.
Now, Prince Adebayo, you heard that. But let me add something new that is not contained in that report. This happened yesterday. Alhaji Shehu Gabam posted on his Facebook page that his office is open and he has been receiving aspirants under the SDP, and that 2 from Nasarawa State visited him in the office to pick expression of interest and nomination forms to contest for elective positions in the 2027 general election. That was Shehu Gabam yesterday. Now, all of that roped together. Where does this lead the SDP?
Well, if you want do you want me to comment on the report?
Yes, please. I want you to comment on both the report and then the information I just gave you now about what Alhaji Shehu Gabam said as regards his position as the authentic national chairman of the SDP.
Okay. My honest opinion, and you will excuse me, and I say with all due respect, is that you need to train your reporters more to understand what they are saying. Because the report, from what I see, showed that Mr. Shehu Gabam was accompanied by policemen to the office, the National Secretariat of the SDP, ostensibly to say he wanted to take his office back as national chairman. And the people at the Secretariat did not want to recognize him. In the course of that, the police had to take some action. One, there is nothing called faction there. The Shehu Gabam, Sadiq Gombe, Agunloye, all of them belong to the same executive. What had happened was that the same executive, presided over by Gabam, had suspended him on the allegation of misappropriation of funds and all of that, which, because it's now before court of law, I don't want to comment on those. So it's not about 2 people claiming to be two different executives. Maybe your journalist is already memorized what is happening in other parties. So it's not a case where you have one set of executive here, another set. It was a case of one individual removed from the executive, the rest of the executive remains. So if the court says his removal is wrong, it will be put back. If the court doesn't say so, then it won't be put back. So
to the best of your knowledge, has the court said so? Because he's insisting that the court said so.
No, you see, it's taking back to journalism. In journalism, you don't ask parties. The court says so because courts say things in writing. So, a journalist, before you go on air, you at least keep a copy of the judgment, read it. If you don't understand it, you will give it to a lawyer in your office to interpret it for you. I have not seen any court judgment presented by INEC, by the police or anyone, so that says that the removal of Shehu Gabam by the party is unlawful and should be restored. I have not seen it, and I'm sure you have not seen it. So this is in the realm of speculation. You haven't seen it, your reporter hasn't seen it, the policeman hasn't seen it, INEC hasn't seen it. So it's most likely it doesn't exist because I haven't seen it. So that is that. But I cannot oppose any individual who has a right under the law, because it is a fact of law. It's a fact that Shehu Gabam was elected as national chairman of the SDP on June 8, 2022, and his tenure will have ended at the next convention for this year. So it is a fact that he was removed by the National Working Committee, which he led. It's a fact that he was also removed and expelled by the NEC, held on March 9, 2026. Now, if he has a court order that says that those expulsions and removal are unlawful, I will join Gabam to enforce it, because a political party must obey court order, and I don't deserve to keep my law license. If I belong to a political party and I'm influential in a political party, and I don't encourage that political party, or I discourage the political party from obeying court order, there's supposed to be a petition against me as an irresponsible lawyer. So, and I won't want to be an irresponsible lawyer. So if any time that judgment is presented and that judgment is to be enforced, if that's what the court says, I will ask SDP to comply. If they want to appeal against it, they can appeal against it, but you must obey court order. But that court order is in the realm of speculation. Nobody has seen it.
Okay, but
now with respect to the other, the other side about selling forms, I encourage anyone who wants to rescue the country and who wants to run on the platform of the SDP to go and run on the platform of the SDP. Leadership come, leadership go. That is not the issue. What is important is the party remains. So I'm not going to use the travail of individuals in the party to discourage anyone from going to the party to work. What's even more particularly interesting is that even when there was a court order, which I haven't seen and I cannot speculate that there is, I suspect there isn't, but if there was a court order, it only would say that Shehu Gabam removal as chairman should be reversed. It will not affect others who are also elected with Gabam. They also are entitled to go to that office and do their work. Okay. So because I don't think there's a court order that says that Gabam will be a sole administrator and all his executives, even though they were the one who removed him, if he's brought back by a court order, would that court order also say those people are automatically removed? Or will he now say that state chairmen are removed or zonal vice chairmen are removed? It can't be the case. So it's like an employer-employee situation. If it's a case of wrongful termination of the national chairman, of Gabam as national chairman, the maximum we can get from the court is a restoration of back to his position. He won't remove the rest of the executives. He will still continue to work. And one individual cannot take a decision for the party. So I think it's a very small matter. Okay. It's unfortunate that you are spending valuable time to talk about such things.
Prince Adebayo, can you provide a context for the national convention that that took place just 2 days ago or so, or yesterday?
The context is very simple.
That took place in Bauchi. That convention vis-a-vis the claim of Alhaji Shehu Gabam. Would you say the national convention, which kind of endorsed the tenure of new officers, has that overtaken whatever claim Alhaji Shehu Gabam is making?
What I can say is this. One, the national convention can be held anytime, but it's due at least once every 4 years. Because the Constitution says that when Nigerian Constitution says that when INEC announces the calendar, the timetable for elections, political parties will have to comply. And any political party that wants to nominate candidates must nominate candidates within the framework timeline of INEC. And under section 12.1.5, Roman 2 of the SDP Constitution, it is the National Convention that elects the presidential candidate now at a primary. So the National Executive Committee of the party had to meet and fix a date for the National Convention. And on March that the convention will hold, and shortly before the time, 10 days before the time, the convention was published in two national newspapers, Newsprint and Punch, Blueprint and Punch. And also INEC was also informed, all of that, so everything is there. So whether one person was rightly removed or not, the party will continue to operate. That has nothing to do with it. If Shehu Gabam goes to court and say he was wrongly removed, the court will give him declaration. But what had happened at the convention was that the National Convention took a resolution to also confirm Gabam's expulsion from the party. That can see, to be honest, your question is that the tenure of all of them expired at that convention, and the new executive had now been elected. So the fight over tenure, whether Gabam was removed, now relates to the last tenure, the past tenure. But it doesn't mean that whether his right is extinguished thereby, He may have personal rights that may survive that, but they have a new election now. So it's not a case of Gabam's deputy, Gombe, taking over from him because he was suspended. Now, that former deputy has now been duly elected by a new convention in his own right. So that may be the issue, but I don't think that it's abnormal. It is a normal issue, and I think the public who are facing insecurity, facing hunger, facing unemployment, facing the disappearing economy, and all these things, I don't think that they won't have a country where ragtag terrorists will be picking army generals and killing them at will.
All right.
We want a safe community.
Prince, I know